Good morning, everyone. It is time. For those who don't know, I have been waiting like a year for this stream, essentially. My big goal last year was to catch up with FGO NA on the story to be able to experience Lostbelt 6 with everyone on NA. Obviously, we're a little late, but better late than never. We're about like a month late, I think, or maybe a little less than a month. I can't remember what day LB6 actually launched, but over a year ago, we started streaming FGO on my Twitch channel. We experienced Camelot together, and from there, I enjoyed Camelot so much. Camelot was the story that got me hooked on FGO's storytelling, and ever since then, it has been quite the ride for the past year. And my main goal back then, or last summer, was to be able to catch up with all the story to be able to experience Lostbelt 6 with everyone here on FGO NA. And so I am, needless to say, very excited to finally get into this story chapter. For those who don't know, last stream we also read Nasu's notes and also the Garden of Avalon. There's the part 3 just launched as well. I think Oberon's banner, people were thinking it was going to come out, but on JP it launched like a week after LB6 part 3 launched, so that's probably what's going to happen. So Oberon banner is still on hold. What's up, Kiko and everyone else in chat? The more parts, the better. I'm not ready for the emptiness of having nothing to do after being done with the story. No Oberusi. We gonna have to wait a bit for him. Yeah, I think most people were expecting him to come out on the 17th, so the only reason people had hopium was because I believe the if I'm not mistaken, the Korean server got him with the launch of part 3, right? And that's why people were thinking we might get him early. But on JP, because they're trying to avoid spoilers, of course, even though all of us with clairvoyance know the units that come out in the future, so we knew Oberon as a unit was coming, but to avoid spoilers, they're still waiting a week. They're letting part 3 be out for a week before they reveal him on the banner anyway. Korea server's also whack, though. Fair enough. All right. Without further ado, I'm going to crack a cold one, and we're going to hop into this. Yeah, like I said... Oh my god, I can't get my fingernail off under it. There we go. Oh, yeah. Like I said, we read... Garden of Avalon, which was a short story, about 200 pages, by Nasu that released back when the Unlimited Blade Works anime adaptation came out, that was by Ufotable. And in that short story, it basically tells you the life of King Arthur in the Nasuverse anyway, so not King Arthur being summoned as a servant in any way, shape, or form, but her life and what her life was like. It is a tragedy. It is very sad. I started tearing up at one point. There's a moment when King Arthur was going off to fight her last battle before coming home to actually be killed by Mordred and the whole rebellion that took place. She's going off to fight Rome. And in that moment on the boat, Merlin knows that when she comes back, what is about to happen. He knows, because Merlin has a type of clairvoyance to where he can see the future of the era that he's living in. And so he knows what's about to happen, but he can't obviously tell her, because the way time shenanigans works, if you tell someone about their future, then it won't happen, or some bullshit like that, right? Merlin essentially knows he can't tell her, and before she leaves, she looks at Merlin and says, "You know, Merlin, you've been with me all my life. You've helped me become the ideal king for my people. I think I can finally say this with a straight face, but I think I'm in love with you. I think I love you." And Merlin tears up in that moment because he realizes that she doesn't even know the meaning of the word love, because of how she's been groomed into becoming this ideal king in her whole life. And I started tearing up in that moment too, and I'm choking back on my words because she was using love as a word. She was using the word love to be of the highest form of respect for someone. She didn't even know what the word actually meant. And so in that moment, I started tearing up too. And I was like, oh, fuck, man. Yeah, it was really good though. If any of you in chat or any of you watching on YouTube haven't seen or read Garden of Avalon, that short story is really fucking good. Yes. All right. So, with that being said, let's hop into the Lostbelt and see how things went differently. I'm gonna call right now, and I think most people also have this prediction going into Lostbelt 6. I think because we all know the Lostbelts are a timeline that has diverged, right? Something has happened that has made this timeline differ from ours. So the Lostbelts are all present day, but something has happened to shift the timeline. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that obviously because Artoria is Castoria, the thing that has changed is probably Artoria never pulling the sword from the stone, of course, right? Because she's a caster here, not Saber, not the king. Maxwell, yeah, can I pull up the meme too of the, let's see if I can find it. All right, I know I have it on my phone. Maybe I'll just do that, hang on. So if I get rid of FGO gameplay real quick, pull up the picture on my phone. Here it is. So this is all I really know going into this Lostbelt. You have fairies and Barbie movies on the left there, and then fairies in Fate Grand Order Lostbelt 6. Fucking despair. I don't know what this means. I don't know the context of it. I don't know what this means, but we're gonna find out. Obviously, fairies are apparently pretty fucked up, and I'm assuming they don't want humans to be on the planet because the fairies are essentially, what I understand or what chat like taught me back in Lostbelt 3 when we were learning about Yume Ren, was that fairies or elementals are essentially like servants for the planet, where servants are heroic spirits are meant to protect humanity, and that's why every time there's a beast, the counterforce summons a grand servant to be able to take care of it. The counterforce also gives the planet ways to be able to fight for itself or fight back against the things that are quote unquote killing the planet, humanity, and that is what elementals / fairies are. So going in, obviously that perspective might be a little skewed here or there, but that's my perspective going into Lostbelt 6 of like what fairies are. So I'm assuming they don't want humans to be around because we're like killing. They know that we'll no good can come to the planet as long as we're around. Gameplay go. Let me get rid of that. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. Also, I know I said this in my Discord server earlier tonight, but I also don't know. I don't know why LB6 is such a big deal or why people hype it up so much going into this, and I'm surprised I've managed to stay relatively spoiler-free. I think the only thing that has been spoiled for me is obviously I know all the characters that are going to be in it that are units anyways. I know about Oberon, Morgan, and the Tamlin Knights, the Fairy Knights. I don't know their lore. I don't know anything about them other than they show up here in the story at some point. And then the other thing, what's the other thing I wanted to say? Oh, like story-wise, I don't see why this story is going to be such a big deal in the grand scheme of things, because it seems like LB7 is the big baddie one. Like the one where all the cool shit's going to happen is LB7, because we read notes last stream. I finally found out what an ultimate one is, which sounds fucking insane. And at the end of 5.2 Olympus, they mentioned it was Rasputin mentioned that they were going with the foreign god who has descended as Yulga Mary. We still don't understand what's going on there, but they all went to LB7, and the crypt, I don't know if it's the cryptor, they mentioned something about an ultimate one being summoned in LB7, And I think at the moment, my thought process on that is that I think they are going to try to use, especially after 5.5. In 5.5, we know Ashia Doman was trying to make a new vessel for the foreign god, because the one you Olga Mary that it's in right now isn't like a suitable vessel. And so he was trying to make a new vessel, and I think that's what they're trying to do with the ultimate one as well. I think that they're, obviously, I might be wrong, no one spoil it for me, but my perspective at the moment coming out of 5.5 is I think they're trying to use the ultimate one as a new vessel for the foreign god. And so it seems like all the cool shit is gonna happen in LB7, right? And so I knowing what I know going into LB6, I don't see at the moment what's the big deal about it, except for obviously all the characters that take place in it, or that are going to show up. So yeah, without further ado. Oh, Rasputin did say the ultimate one was going to be used as a vessel? Okay. I couldn't remember. All right. Without further ado, let's hop into Lostbelt 6, Fae Roundtable Domain, Avalon le Fae. The moment a planet is born. There's Merlin's tower. Yep. Well, hello there. You with the still unknown fate. I trust you can hear me. Or perhaps hello again, Stargazer, would be more appropriate. Either way, it doesn't really matter. You're here now, and I don't have to be bored out of my skull anymore. So will you hear what I have to say? I suppose it's less what I have to say. Exactly. I suppose it's less what I have to say exactly than it is one of the many songs in the winds carried to me. I shall speak now of a future, of the end of the Isle of Mystics, which came to be known as Fairyland. Let the innocent return. Here stands the Queen's unknowable castle. It falls like rain, like ash. It vanishes like snow, like lies. Our desires languish, deferred. Even now we dance in the palm of the Queen's hand. We require now only a little more patience. After 2,000 years, the dawn shall bring the child who will be our salvation. She shall be the child who saves the world, who binds them both together. Even if her light begins as but an ember, even should no one see it, she will become as flame to draw moths. A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. Chosen by the staff of selection. The staff of selection, not the sword of selection. The Savior, guarded by travelers from afar, shall reach the throne. The true king shall arrive at the throne, accept now this bloodied crown. Ring, ring, like raging thunder, like weeping flame, let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing, blaze the path of the true king. Ere the red calamity catches us, how do you say that, ire? Ere means before in time. Before just means before a specific time. Okay. Ere the red calamity catches us, ere the black calamity devours us. They're talking about the dragons there, I think, right? Because we know in Garden of Avalon they talked about the red dragon and the black dragon, which was the red dragon was inside of King Arthur, and the black dragon was I can't remember the name. It was really well written though. Yeah, and this is the OST from Garden of Avalon 2. I'm so glad we read that before this Lostbelt, because I think a lot of it's going to be relevant. Indolent and derelict though we may be, we are the scions of the free Fae. Vortigern, yes, thank you, Merlin, that was the name. So that's talking about the I think that's talking about the Red Calamity, which is the red dragon inside of King Arthur, and then the Black Calamity, which is Vortigern, I believe. Indolent and derelict though we may be, we are scions of the Free Fae. Never have we wished for anything, but we still desire a shining future. So, what do you think? It takes its sweet time making its point, but you get it, yes? That's just how it is with prophecies. They don't make sense when you first hear them, but once events unfold, you see exactly what they mean. In that sense, they're a lot like a curse that has fixed itself to your back before you knew it was there. Oh, you put something on me, didn't you? Well, looks like this scary lady found me. This is all I can do for now. And I don't know, we knew that Merlin pissed off some lady, and that's why he had to escape to Avalon, and that's why he ended up getting trapped in the tower, right? He was running from some woman, and I had to guess it was either one of two people. It was either Morgan, or it was the Lady of the Lake, which I don't have any, like, really knowledge. I don't really have any knowledge on either of them, really. But the Lady of the Lake literally only shows up once in Garden of Avalon, and that was at the very end when it takes the sword back. And Morgan was only mentioned briefly in Garden of Avalon as well. So that lady, I currently don't know who that is. Looks like the scary lady found me. This is all I can do for now. The next time I see you will probably be after everything else is said and done. It's a shame I won't be able to help you fight, but I'm hugely relieved I won't have to fear for my life. All right then, I'll be waiting for you in the confined land. Until next time. So I wonder, was he talking to us in like a dream, maybe, because he's an incubus, or he was talking to someone else we don't have context of? Oh yeah, he totally was talking to us, okay. Was that a dream? Vivian's the name of the Lady of the Lake, gotcha, okay. Yeah, so I'm assuming it was either Vivian or Morgan, but we'll find out in time. Testing. Good morning, everyone. This is Sion. The time is now 7 a.m. I am very sorry to disturb you all during your precious quiet early morning hours, but I have an urgent message to relay to all of Novum Chaldea. There has been a change in the 6th Lostbelt. The emergency situation we predicted is now in progress. Please remain calm and come to the command room as soon as you are able to. Oh, crap. Come on, Foe. Foe? He just turned and left. Yeah, Foe's been acting weird these last couple story chapters. I don't know what's going on with him. Knowing what we know in Garden of Avalon, I wonder if something's gonna happen here with Foe and LB6, because Foe, before like Olympus or Atlantis at least, Foe almost never talked since they used all their energy to revive Mash in Solomon. But now Foe is like all talking again and like freaking out whenever like magical, like, it might be the magic, to be honest, because all the Lostbelts we've been going to have had magic from the Age of Gods, and I wonder if Foe's body has been like absorbing it. And now Foe's being able to be intelligent again. And I only say that because when Foe revived Mash, they specifically said, I will lose all my intelligence and go back to being just a normal animal. I will be nothing but like a normal animal. I will lose all my intelligence. But now with the special translations, I don't know if that's just being funny or being silly with Foe, or if it actually has significance, because I do find it kind of weird how Foe just has been talking a lot more lately. Mash Kirlight reporting for duty. What's going on here, Master?
Don't bother asking Max, Kirlight. He and I both just got here ourselves, so we know as little as you do. I don't even see my technical advisor or the captain anywhere. The only other one here is that unflappable alchemist and... Good morning, my distinguished colleagues. I see by your healthy complexions that you all slept marvelously last night. Wonderful. I'd say this fulfills the first condition, wouldn't you, Miss Sion?
Yes, I think so. It is very lucky that you are all in such good health right now. Let us see. We have Max and Mash, the demi-servant, the field op team, Munair, the pilot, Tomlin and Kawada, the operators, Octavia, Da Vinci's assistant, Shin, the vehicle mechanic, Kiene, the munitions and design engineer, Elron, the record keeper, Marcus, the Spiritron engineer, and Gordoff, who was just enjoying a heaping plate of pancakes with a rather generous drizzling of honey. I see not one of you is so much as batting an eye at this dire situation. Truly, you are all seasoned veterans. This will make it so much easier to tell you what is going on.
I really don't like where this is going, but come on, let's hear it. What is going on already? Does it have something to do with that searing red light flashing more godly than I've ever seen it flash before? Is there a fire in the kitchen now or something?
Oh no, nothing like that. This is only a tiny planetary crisis that will eradicate us all in about 24 hours if we don't stop it.
Eradication? Well, that's a much bigger deal than I was wait, did you just say the Egyptian knee sock wearer?
Wait, what? Wait, does she wear Egyptian knee socks?
Wait, what did you just say, you Egyptian knee sock wearer?
It seems very rude of me to boil people down to their nationality, appearance, and or choice of apparel. I agree with that, but please, let's not get sidetracked right now. Director Gordoff, Master, and all the other staff members are still grappling with this news. What exactly do you mean by planetary crisis? I'm sorry, you are right. We do not have a lot of time to spare, so I will be as forthright as I can. As you know, it has been about 3 weeks since the shocking operation to eliminate Limbo. In that time, Novum Chaldea has been tuning up the storm border and devising a plan of attack for the remaining 6th and 7th Lostbelts. That said, as I have told you all before, I saw no need to infiltrate Britain, the site of the 6th Lostbelt. So I have been focusing my efforts on the 7th Lostbelt where the foreign god is hiding out.
Yes, I remember. You said we could leave the 6th Lostbelt to its own devices because... Go on, Max, tell her.
Because Britain doesn't have a Tree of Emptiness anymore. Because Britain is seriously dangerous. That too. But it does not have a tree anymore, we know that.
Indeed, the Tree of Emptiness that helped establish the British Lostbelt was used to burn down the Tree of Emptiness in Olympus.
Oh, that's right. So I forgot about how Beryl actually ended up burning down the Tree of Emptiness in Olympus for his whole plan against Wodime. He knew that the tree's roots were all connected under the planet, and he used his tree in Lostbelt 6, or at least he said it was cut down, so maybe it was just the stump or what remained of it anyway, and they used the roots of the tree in Lostbelt 6 to burn a fire all the way to the Lostbelt 5 tree, and that's how it burned down.
Indeed, the Tree of Emptiness that helped establish the British Lostbelt was used to burn down the Tree of Emptiness in Olympus. As further proof, we have not observed any magical energy readings associated with the Tree of Emptiness coming from Britain since then. As such, the British Lostbelt should disappear on its own, much like the Chinese one did, or so we thought.
Right, the British Lostbelt may still be shrouded in a wall of light, but it's no longer a threat to humanity. At least, that was our understanding. Is that not the case? No, it is. We were still keeping it under observation, but we did not consider it a threat. Not until this very moment, anyway. This is the Paper Moon's planetary observation grid, and these are Sheba's predictions. According to this, the British Lostbelt will vanish in about 24 hours, and when it does, it will engulf the rest of the planet like an enormous tsunami.
Monka.
Earth will then crumble under the weight of its own gravity, utterly annihilating the planet. Like a sun? Like, that shit gonna make a black hole. You can see the South American Lostbelt right there too. Only 2 left. We are not talking about one of the foreign god's pseudo-black holes. Oh. This would well and truly be the end of Earth. This will overwrite humanity's current bad ending, the bleached Earth phenomenon, with a completely dead end. But why is it happening?
That we do not know, but now that we know what will happen if left unchecked, we can ill afford to simply sit back and twiddle our thumbs. Da Vinci and Captain Nemo are on the storm border as we speak, getting it ready to launch. Up until now, we have been using the shadow border to infiltrate the Lostbelt via void space, but this sudden development has left us without the time we need to prepare. Fortunately, we now have the storm border, which is capable of directly breaching this wall surrounding this Lostbelt. As a battleship, the storm border is essentially our frontline base. While we'll still be conducting on-site investigations, the shadow border having a base where we can always resupply will be a tremendous asset. Furthermore, Trismegistus II categorized this phenomenon as a collapse. But one could also call it a trap, or perhaps a pitfall.
A pitfall? Then do you think Britain is going to cave in on itself, or sink underwater?
I'm afraid I can offer no definitive answer until we get there. Regardless, I suspect not even the foreign god herself foresaw this turn of events. It's all well and good that Britain will disappear. Indeed, it is only to be expected now that its Tree of Emptiness is effectively dead.
What did Wodime say about the British Lostbelt too? Or he said something about, like, if there's any country that shouldn't have a Lostbelt, it's Britain. He was saying, like, there's so much history with Britain that if Britain was able to succeed in establishing a Lostbelt, it would be the worst possible scenario. Or he said something like that because of Britain's history. There's so many different, like, Lostbelts that could honestly happen with Britain. It's only to be expected now that its Tree of Emptiness is effectively dead. But if that disappearance is going to engulf the entire planet, then it is a matter we must investigate and ultimately resolve. After all, there would be no feasible way to restore Earth to its pre-bleached state if there is no Earth left to restore. Hey, Sked, thank you so much for the 20-month resub. Thank you. Welcome. Also, let me move the, Twitch alerts, like, over on the throne. There we go. Lostbelt Britain still has the habit of invading other countries. Oh no. The fucking, I was gonna say, you could have a Lostbelt where the British Empire succeeded in, like, taking over colonizing the entire fucking world. But yeah, there's a lot of fairy tales and a lot of mystics. The Brits at it again. There's a lot of mystics that and, like, folklore and history that happened in took place in the Britain Isles, and I believe in Garden of Avalon, the short story we read last stream, they even say that it was isn't it the last place on Earth where the magical energy, or what did we win? There was a age in between the Age of Gods and the current day humanity. And they were the end. What was the age after the Age of Gods? I can't remember the name of it. They say it in Garden of Avalon, though. Was it the Age of, like, Mystics or Mystery? So you had the Age of Gods, and then you had the Age of Mystics and Mystery, and then ushers in, that's the current day age is the Age of Man, right? I think. And they said that Britain, Age of Fairies, something like that. Or maybe it was the Fae, the Age of the Fae. And they said that King Arthur's death, or the end of the saga of King Arthur, would usher in the Age of Man, and they'd be done with the Age of Mystics completely, or, like, they'd be leaving all that behind. And so that's why this Lostbelt, I believe, is going to be so fucking interesting. Because it's essentially, I believe it's essentially going to be like, what if King Arthur's death didn't end the Age of Mystics, and the Age of the Fae, like, lived on, right? Because this is present day Britain that we're going into. Okay, I'm with you there, but what the hell can we do in only 24 hours? A lot, as a matter of fact. You see, that 24-hour period is the only time frame we have, but according to Sheba, time moves very differently within the Lostbelt. Once inside the British Lostbelt, our time constraint will cease to be a concern. Huh. So as long as you can resolve this phenomenon while you are there, we should be all set. That said, time is still definitely not on our side. which is why we are going to have all of Chaldea's staff board the Stormboarder and head for Britain as soon as we finish our final safety check. Then, once you arrive at its wall of light, you will use the Stormboarder's dimensional-piercing drill to breach it, and make your way into Britain, the 6th Lostbelt. That's all I have to say, and as luck would have it, the Shadowboarder has just arrived at the dock. I know this mission has been sprung on you very suddenly, but Da Vinci will fill you in on the details aboard the Stormboarder. Be careful out there, everyone. I cannot wait to hear what sort of fun hijinks you get up to this time. Huh? Aren't you coming too? You mean you're not coming, Sion? You did say everyone, Sion. Sorry, you're right. I did say the entire staff. My bad. I did not phrase that as I intended. I felt it would be much too presumptuous to count a newcomer like myself as a member of Chaldea. Please, don't worry about me. I'm just gonna stay here and continue to monitor the 7th Lostbelt. Do your best out there, Max. I promise I will do the same here. That said, if you all should blow this one, both I and this base will cease to exist in about 24 hours. So I'm counting on you more than ever. What? But I am not all worried. I know you'll succeed. Thanks, Sion. You hang in there too. Yeah, we will. Count on it. This is bullshit. Why is it Sion coming?
Attention all crew members. I repeat, attention all crew members. We've arrived at the waters near the British Lostbelt 2 hours after departing from the Wandering Sea, just as we expected. We're currently 200 kilometers north of the Isle of Britain. The Wall of Light looks to be a dimensional rift, just like the Earth, just like the world's end from the 6th singularity.
Oh. So they're talking about the, Camelot. See if I can find an image of that. Dude, that shit, dude, Camelot was so fucking cool. It was on the map even itself. Remember the ends of the world were fucking zooming in? And now I finally get why that happened too. I didn't understand why that happened until we read Garden of Avalon. Rogue de Miliad, which I didn't say earlier this stream. Let me see if I can pull up the screenshot I took from Garden of Avalon. I thought this was so fucking significant. Oh, I can't fucking... Here we go. So I took this screenshot from Garden of Avalon. This is basically Merlin explaining what Rogue de Miliad is and the textures of the earth. So Merlin says, "My apologies for being rude. Next we'll discuss the Holy Lance. This one is not for defeating foreign enemies, but for stabilizing the planet. Rather, it's more of an anchor for the planet. Earlier you mentioned Fairyland, but Fairyland is not in a different world. It's beneath your feet in the reverse side of the world, separated by a thin layer of skin." And Artoria says, "Beneath my feet? You mean it's underground?" And he says, "It's okay if you want to think of it that way, but simply put, beneath what you call your world, there exists a gap called Fairyland, and the Earth's surface is below that. Both your world and Fairyland are nothing more than layers of skin on the Earth. Textures, if you will. Each of them is like a piece of skin, a texture covering attached to the surface." And she says, or Artoria replies, "Textures, this Britain, you mean, is a texture too?" And he says, "Not just Britain, but your entire human world. I'd say Britain is a tad more special. Artoria, what you see in front of you is not all there is. At the time when you humans took up the position of the apex species, the fairies sensed a already understood The fairies sensed and already understood that any way of existence on this planet would change, and they accepted it. Planets change their physical laws depending on the life that is active on their surface. With you humans becoming the greatest influence on the world, the era once filled with mystery and magical energy has welcomed its end, and is slowly dying out. The gods of nature that possess personalities became more natural phenomenon, and the ether in the atmosphere dispersed. After the death of the king of magecraft, Solomon, the decline of mystery accelerated. That's what it was. So, you had the Age of Gods, or in my head anyway, I think we had the Age of Gods, and then that deteriorated into this like Age of Mystery and Mystics, and then at the end of King Arthur's life, came the Age of Man finally, where the Age of Mystery and Mystics finally died out. The gods of nature that possess personalities became mere phenomenon, and the ether in the atmosphere dispersed. After the death of the king of magecraft, Solomon, the decline of mystery accelerated. Finally, 500 years ago, the Age of Gods finally and completely came to an end. And he goes on to talk about in that Garden of Avalon how Rogue de Miliad itself is the lance is literally a weapon that is holding all the textures down on the earth like a pinning the texture to the earth. And I was like, that was literally the analogy I used to describe the Lostbelt trees and cosmos of the Lostbelt in the first couple chapters. I told everyone that you can think of the cosmos in the Lostbelt story chapter as if you had a globe and you sandpapered down the entire globe to have this blank canvas. That's what the bleached earth is. And then came the trees of emptiness that were essentially pins that pinned the lost timelines that are the Lostbelts to the earth so they could start spreading. So if you get rid of the tree, if you pluck the tree out, there's nothing holding that texture to the earth anymore, and it goes flying off. It ceases to exist. And so when they explained what Rogue de Miliad is, I was like, that's literally a fucking tree of emptiness. What the fuck? I was like, maybe it's different, but it does the same thing, right? It does that. Rogue de Miliad does the same thing at the very least. It might not be a tree of emptiness itself, but the fact that it does the exact same thing as a tree of emptiness is very significant. All right. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. And so in the movie, if you guys have seen the Camelot movie or played the Camelot Singularity, you get a visual representation of it in the Singularity on the map. At one point when it happens in the map, King Arthur in the Camelot Singularity at one point does pluck Rogue de Miliad out from the earth. And when she does that, literally the entire singularity starts closing in on itself, and it's the ends of the earth, the texture. It's what happens at the end of a Lostbelt. The entire fucking singularity is collapsing on itself because she plucked. And maybe that's why it's gonna blow up in 24 hours. Maybe not. Maybe that would make sense though. I don't know. Because the texture is blank right now, but it's still a texture. And if Rogue de Miliad is holding that texture in place, maybe someone in this Lostbelt plucked Rogue de Miliad and that's why it's happening? I don't know. Just a thought. Let's continue. Mist, what the hell are you doing up? I fucked your sleep schedule pretty good, didn't I? Oi, bruv. We're in the British Lostbelt. Can we get a 3-head in chat? So we have the Trees of Emptiness, Rogue de Miliad. What are the 6 linchpins? I don't think I've ever heard that before. Wait. Yeah, wait, what are you saying, bro?
The Wall of Light looks like a dimensional rift, just like the world's end from the 6th singularity. Thanks to Da Vinci and Professor's analysis, we've learned that the rift is its thinnest on the southern side. So that is where we'll be heading, and we'll begin the dimensional boring as soon as we arrive. We expect to begin the operation in 45 minutes. All hands, remain at your posts until further notice.
There you have it. We're going to begin the operation as soon as possible, without any breaks. The Storm Border's is a big ship after all, so it can't just slip into void space like the Shadow Border. Uh-oh, wait, are you telling me we're not bringing this in there? But what it can do is use its massive propulsion force as magical energy barriers to withstand the dimensional friction that separates different worlds. Basically, it's a giant drill. What we're gonna do is fire the Storm Border through that wall of light like a bullet. The entry impact will just be strong enough for a zero sail, so make sure you'll all be in a calm state of mind. If you're confused, distraught, or terrified then your soul might not be able to keep up with your body.
Yes, I'm well aware. You mean that weird sensation when it feels like your chest and head are being stretched out like taffy, right? No need to worry about us, Captain. This isn't our first rodeo. More importantly, we do have a firm plan of action in place, yes? Because I don't even want to think about entering a Lostbelt without a strategy or goal.
Of course we do. Don't worry, Gordy. We know exactly what it is we have to do. After all, we were always planning on going after the British Lostbelt at some point.
Really? You were? Well, yeah. Come on, Mash. Our whole plan is to get rid of all the Lostbelts. But I thought the British Lostbelt was no longer a threat, at least up until today. But it was being held in place by like a ring of light, right?
Right you are, but nonetheless, we were indeed making plans to explore it well before now. While we only have a few bits and pieces of information to work with at the moment, we do know that Beryl Gut remains in that Lostbelt, and that its king was able to launch an attack on the Olympus Trees of Emptiness. What's more, this king was even able to burn the very Tree of Emptiness required to sustain their Lostbelt. While it's still unclear whether Beryl tricked them into doing so or if they acted with informed consent, what matters is that they possessed enough power to burn a Tree of Emptiness single-handedly, and then there's
Rogue Demiliad, right?
Yep, a hugely powerful spell, akin to the divine punishment that was able to reach Olympus all the way from Britain. A mystic that surpassed even Kishtaria's ideal magecraft. That was Rogue Demiliad, all right. It's a spell that devised not by human hands, but by the inner sea of the planet itself. It would be a powerful enough weapon against the foreign god, which means it's something we desperately need.
Oh, that's what we're going after then, huh? I remember at the start of Lostbelt 5.5, we talked about how the black barrel cannot be used against the foreign god because the foreign god is similar to an outer god to where human concept doesn't work on it, and the black barrel can only be used on things humans can at least understand. We can't even understand the foreign god whatsoever, and so we can't use the black barrel against the foreign god. So they talked about, okay, we need a weapon that can be used against the foreign god, and it seems like Rogue Demiliad is what we're gonna go after. The planet's inner sea? What is that? Oh, that? It's basically a paradise of legend. Every mythology's got some kind of promised eternal Holy Land, right? Utopia, the Garden of Eden, the land of the young turd, and so on. Well, Britain's is called Avalon. It's supposed to be an otherworldly paradise that can't be reached by ordinary means. It's also said to lie inside the planet, and that it's where the souls or stars go to sleep. Pretty much every clock tower mage has heard about it. I know I called it a legend, but that's not how the people who can actually see it think of it. There are some people out there who really might be able to get to the planet's inner sea. Hell, the clock tower's even got a department for exploring it. That said, we're talking about a place that's completely outside of human comprehension. Once you get mixed up with something like that, you're practically already lost to a world outside of our own.
What you are saying? What are you saying, Munipaza? Are you talking about the underground workshop? They're just an ordinary archaeological team with a fancy name. Really, how could anyone take them seriously after they got proclaimed they found the Earth's belly button underneath the clock tower? I may be something of a magecraft elitist, but even I would be too embarrassed to say something like that with a straight face. If we're quite done with our digression about the Mages Association and the clock tower's inner politics, let's return to the subject at hand, shall we? Now that we know that the king of the British Lostbelt controls Rogue Demiliad, we need to investigate it and learn how it works. Indeed, the Rogue Demiliad is the very reason why we were already making plans to explore the British Lostbelt. While the circumstances have forced us to act sooner than we had hoped, we were always going to pay them a visit eventually.
So then, Master's mission this time isn't just to investigate the Lostbelt?
While we do, of course, also need to prevent the collapse of... The collapse that Trismegistus II warned us about, securing Rogue de Miliad is our top priority. As such, our ultimate goal for this Lostbelt is to negotiate with its king for it. You mean you want to cut a deal with this Lostbelt's king? Someone capable of essentially firing intercontinental ballistic missiles at will?
That's a funny way of describing Rogue de Miliad. Someone capable of essentially firing intercontinental ballistic missiles at will.
Yep, honestly, I think it's pretty reckless, even for us. I'd like to get my hands on Rogue de Miliad too, but between the Storm Border, the Heroic Spirit System, and the Black Barrel, I think we should be able to neutralize the so-called a planet-level...
She gonna say president? What?
I think we should be able to neutralize the so-called planet-level threat like a foreign god if the...
Oh, was she gonna say like the president of the, because it's Olga Mary. She was gonna say like president of Chaldea, I think.
I think we should be able to neutralize the so-called a planet-level threat like the foreign god if the circumstances call for it. Sion was adamant that we needed a divine construct, though, so here we are.
Well, Miss Sion is an Atlas alchemist. I've no doubt she has something unique in mind. And let's not forget, we wouldn't have the Nautilus or the Storm Border if it weren't for her. So I, for one, am perfectly willing to go along with this plan of hers. Especially if it leads to us acquiring Rogue de Miliad or something equivalent.
Oh, don't you think you're just being a little too overly optimistic here, Holmes? This could be the biggest burden we've asked Max to bear so far, you know.
There's definitely a lot I have to do. This mission does seem a little different than the others. But if there's anything we're good at, Chad, it's getting enemies to join our side, right?
You'll have to continue this conversation later. We've almost reached the drilling point. All hands, return to your posts. Brace for space-time crossing impact.
Oh, right. Sorry, Captain.
Fasten your seatbelts, chat.
Oh, crap. The wall's right in front of us. Sorry for not paying closer attention, Captain.
All right, I understand. I still don't like it, but at least I get the point of the mission now. Remember, Max, this won't be like any of the other Lostbelts we've faced so far. Negotiation requires a careful, thoughtful approach, so try to keep your reckless risk-taking to more than 30% of your usual antics.
Oh, good grief. It seems Gordolf beat me to the punch.
As important as this mission may be, it should be within our ability to acquire this weapon. Fortunately, we have both knowledge and time on our side. Regardless of what sort of person we may be dealing with, as long as we take things one step at a time, we're sure to arrive at the truth eventually.
Max, strapped in and ready.
Good. Professor, start the final safety check. Storm Border, initiate zero coding. Triton engines 1, 2, and 3 are all green. Space and time difference corrections between the Storm Border and drilling target have been calculated. Da Vinci will protect the ship's armor from the computer room while the Nemo series focus on maintaining our route. The computer room just gave it all clear, Captain. We're looking at 99.9% chance of success. Dimensional piercing battleship Storm Border, move out. Prepare to enter the 6th Lostbelt.
Penetration. We are about to penetrate the golden walls of the 6th Lostbelt. Here we go. Lostbelt Death. EX. What? What does that mean? Fae Roundtable Domain. Avalon le Fae. The moment a planet is born. Oh, Olga introduced herself as president of Earth. Okay, thank you for that tip. I completely forgot about that. All right. Here we are. Ooh, listen to the waves. So pretty. And we're getting quartz from this too. Let's go. Ooh, it's so peaceful. Oh my god, I love the background here. The music. You know you're fucked when the def is EX. Yeah, so what is the Lostbelt def is how long ago it was. The Lostbelt def is how long ago the timeline differed, right? So if it's Lostbelt def is EX, I was way wrong, and this isn't just this isn't just King Arthur pulling the sword, or it would have been 1500 years ago, right? This is EX is like forever ago, basically immeasurable. Oh, it's not how long, but how different it is from normal history. Gotcha. Okay, so EX. Oh fuck. All right, and here comes the giant ass story nodes. Look at all those arrows, dude, for 3 bells. Let's go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 arrows, 7 ticks for 1 node. And I know the infamous one that everyone likes to complain about. There's one of these in here I know that has 9 fucking arrows. Here we go. 9, take it or leave it. All right, reading only too. Ooh, whoa. That's unique. The fairies cherished freedom. Holy, what the fuck? The production value is already insane. The fairies cherished freedom. The fairies guarded their love. In recompense, the children lost their world. This is, so I don't know what this thing is, chat. This silhouette that's there. I know people like to call it the big fuzzy, or the big cuddly fuzzy, or whatever, the furry. The big cuddly furry lover. But I know that this is the one thing on this Lostbelt I've actually been spoiled on, at least not, I don't know the context behind it, but I know that thing shows up at some point, and everyone like says it's like the fucking hardest thing in the world. So I don't know what the fuck the context behind that thing is, but I have been spoiled on it just because the thumbnails are everywhere on YouTube, unfortunately. But whatever the fuck that thing is, the big fuzz, the fur ball, yeah, the big giant fur ball. All right, let's start over. The fairies cherished freedom. The fairies guarded their love. In recompense, the children lost their world. Though it is destroyed over and over again, your Britain will ever prosper. It looks like a dinosaur is like I'm excited to learn about like what the fuck it is and why looks like a dinosaur spitting it out or burning it or some shit. Or maybe that's the dragon? Maybe that's one of the dragons? Spring's surprise, summer's quarrel, autumn's joy, and winter's battle. Death piled upon death to stand eternal. Be wary and never forget, no matter how sturdy the walls, a castle's foundation never changes. As the world took new form, the roots aged, and now, unseen and unfelt, the gnawing of the tiniest of insects shall bring all to ruin. Man streaming early, I see? Yeah. We're gonna hopefully go for, I wanted to go for 6 to 8 hours in this first chapter. Oh my gosh, it's hot in my room. Let me open a window. It's these damn lights, man. The Elgato lights I got on make it so hot in here, along with my PC. Huh? Was I just sleeping? Oh, was that introduction there, like all in our head? Merlin's putting shit in our head again. Yes, you were, and I think I lost consciousness for a moment too. What about all of you? Same here. It was kind of a dizzy feeling, I guess. Oof, my head's still kind of spacey too.
I remember the captain declaring we'd been broken through the wall of light, and then nothing. On a different note, why is it so dark in here right now?
Captain? Holmes? Uh-oh.
Not to worry, I'm still firmly seated in my chair. That aside, I can't say I'm in great condition at the moment. Both my mind and body are as heavy as lead. This must be what it's like to suffer from acute alcohol poisoning, at least based on what I've heard.
Holmes, you be sniffing cocaine. Don't tell me you've never don't tell me you've never suffered from alcohol poisoning.
You too, huh, Holmes? Same here. I feel like I've come down with a really bad cold. Apparently all of the Marines fainted. Nurse is bringing them to the infirmary right now. Honestly, not even Engineer or Baker managed to stay conscious.
That's terrible, but why did this happen?
Allow me to explain. Da Vinci, you're okay?
Of course. As you can see, I'm the same chipper Da Vinci as always. It's all because I was synced up to the border in the computer room. While you were out cold, I took care of things inside the ship and finished analyzing the outside atmosphere. So where should I begin? Probably with why you and Nemo aren't feeling like yourselves, huh?
No, that's alright. The fact that you and Miss Kirillite are fine tells me everything I need to know.
Oh, or like pseudo? Because Da Vinci's kind of like a pseudo-servant, right? And Mash is obviously not even, like, she's still a demi-servant, I think, but the servant inside of her has gone dormant.
Think back to the Chinese Lostbelt. The moment we entered Britain, both Nemo and myself fell deeply under the weather.
Wait, what? Why is he talking? That's all right. The fact that you admit. So I'm assuming it has to do with them being pseudo servants. Think back to the Chinese Lostbelt. The moment we entered Britain, both Nemo and I fell deeply under the weather.
That must mean no heroic spirit can function here.
Oh, that's why he mentioned the Chinese Lostbelt. Because the Chinese Lostbelt, no throne of heroes was ever established because the humans never had hope. And so it wasn't until Spartacus did his giant fucking rebellion against gravity that inspired hope in the people's hearts, and that's how we established the throne of heroes there.
That must mean no heroic spirit can function here, or rather, no heroic spirit extracted from human history. And that, in turn, tells us that human history simply does not exist here. Am I correct?
I should have known you'd figure it out fast. Or did she go, not a cat call whistle? Like that. I should have known you'd figure it out fast. I just checked the spirit origin graph and transferred to the border. It was all completely shut down. Yeah, so our spirit origin graph isn't working here, just like China. There's not even a fragment of base needed for the heroic spirits from proper human history to exist here. The Chinese Lostbelt's history had no need for heroic spirits, but I'm guessing the heroic spirits simply just don't exist in this Lostbelt's history. That's why heroic spirits from proper human history like you guys can't set foot on the Isle of Britain. You're basically being attacked by the entire world since you never existed here in the first place.
So there's essentially not enough of a foundation for heroic spirits to operate here. Take, say, Robin Hood, for example. He should be able to exist in any Lostbelt, right? He's so vaguely defined that it should only take a single skilled archer existing at any point in history, regardless of what their name might have been, for him to qualify. But now you're saying that even the conditions as vague as those don't even exist in this British Lostbelt?
You got it. That was a great example, Gordy.
Well, you know, I have reached a point in my tenure as director where I've actually begun to enjoy reading the reports. I dare say I even know more about the Lostbelts than Max does now, at least on a purely intellectual level. At any rate, I see now. So this history never contained so much as a single skilled archer, eh? How the hell does that even work? These Lostbelts have still been around for over 2019 years, right? So how have they... These Lostbelts have still been around for over 2019 years, yes? So how could they have that much history and not a single historical significant figure? They couldn't. Lostbelt or not, any path human history takes must fit within certain definitions. Any manner of human civilization must inevitably pass through a template of particular technological milestones. It's simply not possible for any animal species to propagate itself for over 10,000 years without its culture and average quality of life meeting certain criteria. And naturally, over the course of that history, people will always branch out into various different occupations. Though their names may differ, there will inevitably be a famed sword fighter, archer, spear fighter, artisan, soldiers, kings, and detectives. The lack of any such figures even existing here must mean... Could that mean there are no humans here at all? An excellent insight, Mr. Max. Indeed, that would be the simplest explanation. But there are still other possibilities left to explore. I'll have to do so later.
It could also be they're just stagnant, like what happened in the Chinese Lostbelt. Something could have happened to where no human progress was ever happening because they had just reached a stagnation, and that's why the Lostbelt itself got cut from the timeline itself got purged because there was no like technological not technological advancement, but no what's the word? Progress being made by the humans, like, whatsoever. That's essentially why the Chinese Lostbelt happened, right? Well, that's why every Lostbelt happened, but prime example being the Chinese Lostbelt here for why they had no heroic spirits.
But there are still other possibilities left to explore. I'll have to do so later. Hang on. Then why are the technical advisor and Kira Light there seemingly unaffected?
Because they're pseudo-servants, which is what I'm gonna guess. Mash is a quote-unquote demi-servant. She has a heroic spirit. She's a human that has a heroic spirit inside of her. And that heroic spirit has gone dormant since the start of Cosmos in the Lostbelt. And because it didn't want to help us, which is interesting. We still don't know the reason why. It basically told us in a Lost Room that I think the name of the anime is Lost Room, right? The OVA. In Lost Room, he tells the MC he tells the MC that there's no way they can win and they should just give up. And then Da Vinci is like a pseudo-servant. She's like a doll that was made by Da Vinci and then like put her... I can't remember how she explained it specifically. She's like she's essentially a homunculus with the spirit of Da Vinci inside of her. Is essentially, yeah, she's a homunculus body. Yeah. And then has like the spirit of Da Vinci inside of her, but she didn't have any of the memories, right? So is she just fully a homunculus then? Maybe she doesn't even have the heroic spirit Da Vinci inside of her, because remember she lost like some of the memories too. She had to like upload the memories of the other Da Vinci into her. It was really weird. I can't remember how they explained it. She made a backup of her memory for the brain. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, so she's not even a heroic spirit at all then, huh? I don't think. She's just straight up a full-fledged homunculus. I guess I've never thought of it like that. Huh. Weird. What's up, Gaming Master? Is it alright to let you know how to pronounce two names? If they haven't been in the story yet, I would say wait until they show up and then let me know how to pronounce them. Still better than the original caster gameplay-wise? I know, that sucks. Alright, let's keep going.
Hang on, then why are the technical advisor and Kira Light there seemingly unaffected?
In my case, it's probably because I'm a demi-servant. I do have Galahad's spirit origin, but I'm not actually him, so... Yep, pretty much. As for me, I'm technically a homunculus of Leonardo da Vinci, not the original, so that would explain why I'm not affected. That said, I'm even more of a Leonardo, read genius, than the original, so this might actually work out great.
Then, the only other servants who will be of any help in this Lostbelt are you and Mash.
Seriously?
Excuse me. So... Oh shit, bruh. The only servants we can really have help us out in the field then are... What the hell, dude? I've never heard that before. That scared the hell out of me.
Congrats on starting Avalon le Fae, Max. Can't wait to see you experience this amazing story.
Jason, thanks so much for the 600 biddies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I am very excited to start it. I hope you will join me on the journey as well. So Mash and Da Vinci here are the only ones we're going to be able to have out there. That's going to be interesting story-wise. Lolly Vinci is still considered a servant, but is similar to Mash as like a demi-servant. Gotcha.
Seriously? You mean we can't even summon new ones on sight?
Since this place rejects the heroic spirits from human history, it seems really unlikely that we'll be able to bolster our forces that way. If we want to increase our numbers, our only choice is to ask the people of this Lostbelt for help. But never mind that now. Can you tell us what happened over the last 30 minutes, Da Vinci?
Sure. Right after the Stormboarder punched through the wall of light, the whole system went kaput. Every electronic device we had on board shut down, causing the Stormboarder to crash. Luckily, Nemo Engineer was able to use the last of her strength to get one Triton engine back up and running. That, in turn, let the Stormboarder break away from the island's airspace and make an emergency landing in the ocean to its southwest. That's where we are now. The generators are still out of commission, so we're running on auxiliary power.
So that's why it's so dark in here. Not the most auspicious start of the mission, huh?
Yeah, the situation is definitely not great, but hey, it's not like we haven't been in a tight spot like this before. In fact, I'd say the fact that we weren't attacked right off the bat, and we were able to have a leisure chat like this makes us at least a little lucky.
True. PTSD to Lostbelt 5.1.
Oh, so we haven't been attacked? Does this mean the king of this Lostbelt still has yet to notice us?
I can't say anything for sure yet, but I think so, especially since we still haven't set foot on the Isle yet. The closer we get to it, the more things on the Stormboarder stop working. But the good news is they have only stopped. They're not broken. I'm guessing here, but if the Stormboarder gets far enough away from the Isle, I think everything will start working again.
I can't believe it. Can't even get close to the mysterious island, so to speak, even with the Nautilus at its base. Still, as much as this situation makes me feel like a failure, I can at least confirm that the Stormboarder is definitely intact. So if everything starts working again once we put some distance between ourselves and the Isle, then we'll know we have a secure escape route out of this Lostbelt. Now we just have to figure out what comes next. Does the Shadowboarder still work, Da Vinci?
Unfortunately, no. We still can't use it to get the ship to the shore, but I'm sure it'd stop working if we made land.
Wait, what'd she say? We can still use the Shadowboarder as a ship to get to the shore, but it would stop working if we made it to the land.
So, we can't use the Stormboarder either then? Ah, damn it. Oh, what about the comms then? Will they still work on the land?
Again, I can't say for sure until we try, but given how everything else is behaving, I wouldn't get your hopes up. In the worst case, we may still have to rely on our more primitive means of communication. How are you with the carrier pigeons, Holmes?
The most interaction I've had with a carrier pigeon was when I once unraveled a trick that relied on them. Of course, I still can't use...
You just realized my Nemo voice sounds like Trunks from DBZ. A scratchy voice.
Oh, one more thing. I need to tell you all how much time we have to work with. In its current state, we can keep the Stormboarder powered for about 30 days. If we really stretch ourselves thin, we can make it last for 50 days before the auxiliary power shuts out. So that's our time limit. Once the mission's complete, we'll move the Stormboarder away from Britain and restart its engines. As soon as the Triton engines are back online and generating a stable supply of magical energy, we'll break back through the wall of light and leave the British Lostbelt. And that about sums it up. Sound good to you, Director Gordoff?
Right then. If the Stormboarder can't get near the land, then we only have one course of action available. Kirillite will accompany Max as his bodyguard while he infiltrates the Isle of Britain. Once there, the two of them will carefully investigate the area and find the cause of the future collapse we observed at Chaldea. If circumstances allow, they will also make contact with this Lostbelt's king and acquire Rogue Demiliad. During this operation, we expect the communication with the Stormborder will be limited at best. Therefore, I'm empowering the two of them to make their own calls in the field, with the exception that they will return safe and sound and successful within 45 days.
Huh? You're just sending Max and Mash? There's no way they can pull that off alone. At least send me or Chin along with them. Not that I'm eager to get myself killed out there, because I'm definitely not, but come on.
Don't be daft, you fool! You're going along would mean Kirillite needs to worry about keeping two people safe instead of only one. She may be an excellent servant, but she's still only one person. So if we only have one servant to work with, I'm going to make damn sure she supports Max to the best of her ability.
Director Gordoff. Uncle Goff.
Don't call me uncle. I'm still in my 20s, damn it. Is that clear, you two? Go on then. Repeat your mission's objectives back to me.
Yes, sir. My job is to assist Master as he investigates this Lostbelt in whatever way I can.
Don't worry, Mash and I will give it everything we've got.
Very good. Then let's get this mission underway. We only have 45 days to work with after all. Britain is a big place. If I were you, I'd start by making my way for Oxford, and then... Oh, what are you doing there, technical advisor? Is there a reason you're packing various items into a rucksack?
You need to ask? I'm going with them, obviously. Didn't I say I would handle the written correspondence? So keep an eye out for my familiar, because that's what I'll be sending you letters. That's how I'll be sending you letters from the field.
What?
Say what?
Yeah, I kind of expected her to be coming with us too, because she's the only servant we can actually have, like, story-wise, out here. It's kind of a flip from Lostbelt 5, because in Lostbelt 5 we had, or at least in Olympus, we had Holmes with us the whole time on the ground, and it looks like this time we're gonna have Da Vinci with us on the ground, so that's cool.
暑さ対策はきちんと慣れた頃ほど油断小さなことから
I love how the background isn't any music, it's just like waves, because we're in the ocean right now. Alright, mid-coast. Oh, there's an actual battle this time. Monka. Feel like I need to say the lance is pronounced Ro-Go-Min-Iad. I just say it the way I hear it pronounced in game from Kawasumi's like pronunciation of it in her NP. Or that's why I pronounce it the way I do. Level 80 to 90 is actually a good investment. Oh, okay, you guys were talking about grayling servants. Oh, that's true! Camelot, Da Vinci did show up, and I thought I thought that was the way we were gonna get Lolly Vinci, because I knew at some point, back when I played Camelot last summer, almost a year ago, or it would have been a little over a year ago from now, I played Camelot, and I knew at some point we were getting Lolly Vinci, but I didn't know how it was going to happen, so I just assumed the Da Vinci we had was going to die and she was going to get resummoned as Lolly Vinci. But I thought when that happened in Camelot, I was like, no, Da Vinci's dead! And I was like, well, I know she still lives later. But that it turned out she faked her death. God damn it. Rongo Miniato? Rongo Bongo? I'm gonna call it Rongo Bongo from now on just to piss everyone off in chat. Even if it's Roctamiliad in chat, I'm just gonna say Rongo Bongo.
I'll admit, that does make sense. All right, you have my permission to go with them, technical advisor.
Okay, I can at least take you to the shore. Take care of them for us, Da Vinci. And here we are, the Isle of Britain at last. Whoa, it's so foggy out here, and it's so warm too. All right, settle down. You've already taken out 5 Lostbelts, so another strange land shouldn't be anything new to you. Well, it is. As a matter of fact, since this is my first time out here on an adventure like this, you can't blame me for getting excited. Now go on, Captain. Head back to the storm border already. You're having a hard enough time as it is out here, right? It's our job to investigate the area, so you can just sit around and grit your teeth until it's your turn.
Fine. I guess I don't have to worry if you're in such good spirits anyway. Max, Mash, don't forget to take care of Da Vinci while you're out here on this mission. It wasn't much, but I got a brief glimpse of the place, back in the command room right before we lost consciousness. Everything east of this shore is shrouded in fog, but I did make out what looked to be a city approximately 200 kilometers from here. Assuming nothing gets in your way, you should be able to get there in about 2 or 3 days, so that's where I'd start off if you can. I hate to ask you to trudge through this fog, but I don't see any way out or around it, even if we had enough time to spare. Don't worry, we'll be careful. We know what we're doing now. Hey, there's a reason we've managed to make it this far. I guess that's true, isn't it? Okay, Max, Mash, and Da Vinci, good luck out there. I can't wait to hear back from you with good news.
I finished checking our equipment, Master. Our survival kits are all set, and we have 90 days worth of rations. Great. You can keep the food for yourselves. I don't get hungry as long as I have mana. Say, where's Foe? I don't see him with either of you. Well, Foe actually never got on the storm border with us this time, so...
What? Nah, bruh. I don't know why, but he basically bolted and hid from us.
Aw, really? That's too bad. He was always there on your journey to restore humanity, right? Man, I was looking forward to having the same experience as my grown-up self, too. Maybe Foe just doesn't like Britain or something.
True, maybe that's why.
Oh well, nothing we can do about that now. Besides, I'm sure we'll have another chance to travel together. Absolutely. I'd love to go on an adventure with you, Holmes, Director, and Gordoff. Oh my god. I'd love to go on an adventure with you, Holmes, Director Gordoff, Sion, Minair, Foe, and Senpai all together.
Alright, then let's get going.
You said it. Next stop, a city about 200 kilometers to the east. Buckle up, guys, because we've got a long road ahead of us.
Indeed.
Oh, what? What are you doing here?
Indeed, we do. I can sense it as well. Bwah!
Huh?
I can't believe it! Of all the luck! My first adventure ever, and I'm already hallucinating. Then, you and Master are seeing this too, Da Vinci. I thought I was on the edge, and my eyes were playing tricks on me.
That's definitely Tristan, alright.
Why are you all acting like it's so strange for me to be here? This is making me very sad. I mean, I will admit that this certainly wasn't the most dramatic summoning. If anything, it felt as casual and automatic as a weathercock turning in response to the wind. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. I have a report to make. My round shield is pulsing with the same warmth.
Oh, that's what that light behind her was when she was talking about the rations. Fucking Tristan just automatically summoned out of her shield.
I'm sorry, everyone. I have a report to make. My round shield is pulsing with the same warmth it typically has after conducting a summoning.
Now that I think of it, there was a familiar light surrounding Nash not that long ago.
Whoa, really? So I'm not hallucinating after all? Oh wow, you're right. His spirit origin is solid. Then it really is Sir Tristan. But how? I thought this place rejected all heroic spirits from proper human history. I see. It sounds as though you're not upset with me, but rather that my summoning itself came as a surprise. Well, I can assure you all I didn't answer the summon of my own volition. One moment I wasn't here, the next I was. Of course, I am a heroic spirit on humanity's side, and know about you and Chaldea. But aside from that, I have no clue as to what is going on either. Could someone please explain it to me?
And that's the whole story. We can't summon heroic spirits here, but you were still summoned anyway. Got it?
Now I see. So this is a Lostbelt, a hypothetical version of Britain that could normally never exist. I don't know why this Lostbelt allowed me to be here any more than any of you do, but I suspect it has something to do with this being the Cornwall shore. I do have some close ties to this land, after all. And while its history may be different, the land itself is still the same, I think. Oh, that's right. I forgot that Sir Tristan is said to have been born in Cornwall in southwest Britain. That must be why we were able to summon you, or maybe the land itself needed your aid? It could also be that Max was nervous about exploring a mysterious new land, so he ended up summoning Sir Tristan here unconsciously. Either way, having him here with us should be a big help, and it bodes well for our future too. Even if this Lostbelt is devoid of human heroes, we now know that it's possible to summon heroic spirits from proper human history with a strong tie given to the area. Maybe we'll also be able to summon Sir Gawain of Orkney, or even Camelot's own King Arthur. You wish to summon King Arthur here directly? I'm not so sure that's... No, you're right. That would be wonderful, and knowing him, I'm certain he would be willing and able to help you. In the meantime, I will of course be happy to offer whatever meager assistance I can. Any Knight of the Round Table would do the same. Master Max, I know that neither of us is meant for this summoning to happen, but rest assured that my bewitched bow is yours to command regardless. From here on, I, Tristan, Child of Sadness, shall be your faithful servant. Now then, allow me to lead the way. I know this southwest corner of Britain like the back of my hand. There's a hilly area just past the few mountains not too far from here. With a little luck, we should be able to reach the high road in about 2 hours. Shall we, Master? Sounds good. Lead the way, Tristan. I knew we could count on you, Sir Tristan. One hour later. Silence. Sir Tristan? I'm very sorry to say this, but...
I'm pretty sure we're lost.
We are not lost. Now, I don't blame you for feeling like we are, since you rely on your eyes so much. But I can assure you we are indeed making progress. In fact, we've covered no less than 4 kilometers by now. The only downside is that we somehow haven't been able to escape this shore just yet. If Sir Bedivere was here, now he'd happily say, "Don't worry about it, Tristan. You just go to sleep. I'll lead the way from here." Then we are lost! I knew it! Also, I doubt Bedivere would be any happier about this than we are. Yes, I suppose you're right about that. This makes me so sad. If Sir Bedivere were only to be straight with me, I would have been happy to play him an encouraging song. I have a feeling that'd only make Betty mad. Either way, this isn't looking so good.
Something's definitely not right here, that's for sure.
Yes, that is true. Perhaps this fog is to blame. I've been laying down bowstrings wherever we go to ensure we don't get turned around. But at some point, the string trail keeps getting cold. But at some point, the string trail keeps getting cold, and not because someone's been cutting it. It's because I've been letting go of them myself. It's almost like I keep forgetting what I meant to do just a minute ago. Master, I'm detecting high-density magical energy signals up ahead. I can't tell you any more than that without an analysis from the border, but... They're attacking us! Get ready to engage, Max! Be on your guard.
Not gonna lie, I only read story when it feels interesting. Other than that, I just skipped all to the battles. Oh no. Oh, are we forced to use... Oh, what? Alright. Story. Let's hope it's not a pain in the ass. Where's Mashu? Mashu. Oh. Uh-oh. Black Barrel not usable. Unable to use Black Barrel, so she can't use her skill 1. Oh my god, this music. I love vocals. The creature of the Black Lagoon, bro. What? Oh, man. Bro, I thought this was gonna be an easy clap node because of I thought this node was gonna be easy clap considering it has 3 fucking forced supports, or not 2 forced supports and 1 you have to throw mash on the front line too. I don't think I want to use that just yet. Welcome to LV6. Wait, what? Why'd they all break? Ow. I didn't even, let me read these things. Strength up Fae increases damage dealt against Fae. Well, good thing we have no Fae on our side. So these things are sent to kill Fae? Bonus effect on attack, inflict curse. Okay. The creatures look yummy. What? Beautiful journey. We out here looping. Wait, huh? So they're breaking, they're weakening as the fight goes on. There's got to be a story reason for that. Uh-oh. Hey, yo. Wait a second. Oh, what the hell? Bro, that thing turned into Cthulhu. No! Mashu? The forbidden lean. No, I didn't shoot. I thought this was chat. I thought this was going to be an easy fucking like one fucking enemy that we just had to smack in the face real quick, because that's normally what happens when you have 3 fucking forced units that you have to use on your front line. The fuck is this shit? Famous last words. Most of the fights in LB have forced units. I've never experienced, I don't think ever in the Cosmos and the Lostbelt storyline, I have experienced 3 forced units on the front line when it's been a difficult battle. That's never happened before. Never. So I was assuming this was going to be an easy fight. That's why I had no backline.
装填します。照準捉えました。ブースターバーニア突撃します。確実に。
Alright, we're gonna have to go again. Jesus, look at all those curse stacks fucking going against Doman. Doman or, who's the, Van Gogh. Can Mash at least take one with her?
ブースターバーニア突撃します。確実に。オルテナウス損害 70% を突破。
Alright, let's try that again with an actual backline and see if we can do it. See if we can prepare for them they just fully get their NP. Fully get their NP. On their last bar. They nerfed this fight? We haven't met her yet. Not lore accurate. Oh, I don't want to spend so much time thinking about this. Where's Koyan? I definitely passed her. Right there. Keep forgetting what her final Ascension art looks like. Fuck it. Where's the bond? Bam. All right, let's try this again, chat. Is that the bike? What's up, Marco? How you doing? We playing real Nani? By the way, Max, are you planning on playing Tsukihime when it comes out? Yes, but I have a... We gotta play this first at some point. Witch on the Holy Night. Fucking, I still have the plastic wrap on it because I haven't even fucking opened it yet. We're gonna play that first, and then when Tsukihime comes out, yeah, we'll definitely play that. I'm very excited that it's officially getting an NA translation. Oh, that's right. Every Lostbelt has a gimmick. I completely forgot about that. I guess we don't know what this one is just yet. Maybe it's that every enemy has a fucking break bar. That'd be wild. So wait. I didn't even know that applied NP seal. What the fuck? Just me never using Tristan.
します。発進前に出ます。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える、その勝座を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるところで行ってみよう。行くよ。
Oh, I wonder, it's when a noble phantasm is used on them, huh? That's when all of their bars break. I think I just realized. Fate EX, appreciate the follow. Can you explain this game? I've never seen anything like this. It's like it's a gacha game. If you don't know that term, it's like a... How do you explain a gacha game? It's hell. Don't get into it. And then it had, the story is, the gameplay actually is like, hey, thank you so much for the subscription too. Appreciate it. The gameplay is sort of like Pokemon with like turn-based battles. That's how, like, the best way to explain it. Like turn-based battles, almost like Pokemon. The units you get through a gacha system, that's the gacha game part of it. And then the story, which is the main reason me and a lot of other Fate fans play it, is presented via a visual novel. And so the way I try to explain visual novels for people who aren't familiar with them, if you've ever seen those dating simulators, the dating simulators where they have a character that's like a PNG, right? And then there's text at the bottom with like the text there. This game isn't a dating simulator, but most people who aren't familiar with a visual novel, that's the same format. And so it's like a character, they're like PNG, there's like a background, the backgrounds change, and then there's text at the bottom that for the characters that are talking. And so that's how how the story is presented. Me and a lot of other people that are really into the Fate franchise love this game mainly for the story, just because it's really interesting, like fiction wise. Growing up, I was a huge fan of like Assassin's Creed because I loved how it took real world history and blended it in with fiction to tell its own narrative and its own story, right? This game does the similar thing. And so this story chapter, Lostbelt 6, is all about Britain. And so there's going to be, it's essentially the timeline, our timeline has diverged and different things have happened, different events have taken place. And so we're in present day Britain right now, but because we're in a different timelines have diverged and different things have happened. And so we're going to meet like historical figures such as like King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, but things are going to be different from how we know them and how we remember them because the timeline has split and went a different route. What's up, Lightning? The way I explain visual novels is like a perfect mix of like books and anime. It has voice acting, visuals, and sound effects of an anime, but the pacing, intricacy, and narrative of a book, yeah, that's a good way to explain it too. How goes the games? It is going. This is our first battle of the Lostbelt, so we're still pretty early into this. Okay, I think I was wrong on the NP breaking all their bars. It's probably you have to break one bar and then it breaks all their bars, I think. Maybe. A turn-based game with gambling and story, that's it, yeah. And what's up, Black Angel Rose? Just saw your message too. Dude, their NP looks so crazy. Damn, they really don't like Da Vinci. Oh my god, they really don't like Da Vinci.
失敗しちゃ
よろしい。よろしい。と。声でも
Yeah, Kiko, someone made that comparison earlier too. Yeah, the singularities in part 1 and the similarities in the Lostbelt is really interesting. Let's go. Ow. Ow. See if I can plan this accordingly here. We're gonna aim for the Berserker. Aim for the Berserker, do my NP, and then hopefully that'll be enough to kill it, and then the crit can go after the other one. Love you, buddy. You're the man. Thank you, Marco. Appreciate the sub too. Thank you, thank you. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have like a. Oh my god, it worked. Let's go. I keep getting distracted with chat. There's like multiple people having like different conversations. Can't focus on like one person. Or even like any conversation directed at me at the moment. By the way, you can move those story supports. They just, oh, they don't have to be in the front line most of the time. Gotcha. Okay, that's nice. I just assumed they had to be because of Olympus. They had to be in the front line. That shit was so annoying. Let me suffer. I know. I probably would have too doing that either. Hey, we got a bell, chat. Let's go. Bell drops. Bell drops. Bell drops. Bell drops. Are they gone? Did we get them? No. Child with the furrowed brow? Wait, what? Why is it not Da Vinci?
Oh man, they were way stronger than I was expecting. Were those British ghosts or something? I guess we managed to drive them away since they're gone now, but it really doesn't feel like we actually beat them.
I have to agree. Their sheer vitality was astonishing. I don't think those were ghosts at all. They were so unusual and so steeped in mystics that they almost seemed like... No, never mind that now. For the time being, I must commend you on a job well done, Master. I was concerned when you said you couldn't summon a heroic spirit here in Britain. So it's a great relief to see that it's still possible to summon them temporarily for battle. What? At least they made it make sense in story, I guess. Bells. Let's get drinks soon down and talk about games I really need. Hell yeah. RAR XD. And so it begins. Yeah. Oh, Grieving Knight too. Look at their names are not normal. What the hell's going on here? Oh. Want me to give my theory? I'm gonna give my theory. So I did a little bit of reading on Britain and fairy tales and how, especially the fucked up ones. Did you know fairies in mythology, or at least British mythology or Celtic mythology, they're not nice. They're not good people. Smile. pull up the log. Yeah, let me see what the log said. Grieving night, grieving night, grieving night. Child with the furrowed brow. Yeah. This is the earliest you've woken up in a while? Damn. I never liked fairies. I knew they were evil as fuck. Yeah, so I did a little bit of research before going into this Lostbelt too, because I wanted to have like some context on the folklore and stuff. Fairies in mythology would sometimes, literally, if you pissed off a fairy, sometimes they would pluck you away and bring you to their fairy or their fae dimension, and then they would have a fairy replace you, and it would look just like you. It would take on the appearance, and it would sound just like you. It would behave like you, and they would just have that fairy that looked like you just murder your entire family, and then they would have that fairy come back out and then replace you and just let you deal with the consequences. They are really fucked up. So knowing that, I wonder if this grieving night and the child with the furrowed brow, the reason the names are different is because these aren't our comrades here. These are not our friends. These might be fairies pretending to be human or our friends. Yeah, I'm glad it worked out too, though it did leave me really tired. Same, it took a lot more out of me than usual. Have you watched? I have not watched Kira no Kyokai? I probably butchered that. I have not watched Garden of Sinners, or I have watched Case Files, except for the extra episode that came out more recently. But I did watch all of season 1. Fairies also appear there. I don't remember them showing up in Case Files. Big brain. So you're saying Tinkerbell could mass murder? Kara no Kyokai, that's it. Garden of Sinners. I have not watched that. I need to at some point.
Yup, I was watching you, and you were definitely using much more magical energy than usual. So we'll just need to avoid fighting as much as possible since you convert your own vitality into magical and... Oh no.
See, and Mash's name is just Knight?
Mash? Is something wrong? The Black Barrel, no. The whole Ortonax, it's not working right anymore. Mash! Mash, are you okay, Mash?
Mash? Da Vinci? Oh, fairies appear in Garden of Sinners, not Case Files. Gotcha, okay. Sorry, I read it wrong. Oh, episode where Gray uses Rongo for the first time, a fairy appears there? I don't remember that at all. I'll have to rewatch that then.
Did something happen to them? I can sense them close by. No, wait. They're getting further away. This is not good. It's too easy to get separated in this fog. Let me call out to them. What were their names again? I think they were... Wait, what's my name?
Monka.
Wait, you with the red hair, come back. What is happening right now? You with the red hair. What was I doing again? No, wait.
Who am I? The fog's fucking with us? Monka. We fainted. Sussy. I have an Oberon emote, I think. It's this guy. The sleepy moth. Oh god, what voice do we do for fucking Oberon? We should probably do a same... He seems like he's a... Sus. Hey, Fukoji, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub for 8 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can use those emotes now. Can I get an Oberon sleep?
Uh-oh. And here I thought I might arrive early. Huh? It's because I took my sweet time? Well, you can't blame me for that. These are my very first guests. It's only right to look your best for guests. Besides, I'd have to say,
and I also wanted to point out, I don't know who the Lostbelt King is yet. My best guess are the 2 5-stars that came out of this Lostbelt, which is either Oberon or Morgan Le Fae, but I don't, they're just assumptions. I actually don't know if the King of, and no one spoil me in chat, of course, but I don't even know who the Lostbelt King is yet, but my two main guesses are either Morgan or Oberon. Besides, I'd say this boy and his companions made a pretty big mistake too. I mean, no one in their right mind would ever think to go into a nameless woods without any protection. I guess this just goes to show how brave this Master of Chaldea really is. Don't you think so, Blanca? The moth held by... Oh, is Blanca the name of the moth? Am I really going to trust these outsiders? Yes, I will. I'll trust them with all my soul. Sure, I still have my suspicions up until I saw them in person, but now I can tell. They're the real deal, as crazy as it sounds. They're dead serious about saving the world. Oh yes, I'm definitely glad I waited for them now. That's right, Blanca. It's finally time for me to get serious too. Seems we've got a few local fairies here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a couple too many for me. Fortunately, it looks like they're good-natured sorts, so I'm sure they'll rescue the Chaldeans. In the meantime, I think I'll make my way back for now, and save our fateful encounter for another time. Good luck, Chaldea lad. I suggest you start by getting familiar with Britain's ambience. Oh, and one more very important thing. Whatever you do, don't let anyone know you're human. Give Oberon a British accent? Dude, I can't do a British accent to say... I can't do accents very well. You've missed me, Max? Hi, Black Angel Rose. Missed you too. I'm glad you're able to catch a stream. Not like this. The voice you're giving him is actually pretty damn perfect? Okay, good.
敵を攻撃した時や小さなことからコツコツと
Alright. Next node, or next arrow. Or the whole node is just called beginning. Okay. Continuing. Mash. Mash! Are we still just lost in the fog? Ah! Oh, it was a dream. Hey, let's go! Castoria! Yeah. Max's FGO story streams are goated. Hey, thank you, Paco. My girl, the goat. Oh, good, you're awake. You don't seem to be injured, and I don't think your life's in any danger. But if you're hurting anywhere, please let me know. I still have a lot to learn, but I can at least perform basic first aid. You're... Huh? Mash? Oh, right. That does sound like it's my name. What? Wait. What is happening, dude? Now her name is just Mash? Phew, thank goodness. I was having trouble remembering who I am, too. So, my name's Mash, huh? I like it. It's short, soft, and unique. And hey, if you know my name, that must mean we're really friends. I knew it. Anyway, good morning. Lysander? Do you know where you are right now? What? Where am I? Lysander? Huh? Your name is Lysander, right? I mean, that's what's on your name tag. Apparently, we all collapsed in the Nameless Woods. Do you know about the Nameless Woods? Identity theft? The fog is so thick in there that as soon as you set foot inside, you can never find your way back. The more lost you get, the more you forget, and eventually you won't even remember your own name or who you are. Basically, it's a forest of no return, one of the most dangerous Fae domains in all of Britain. I wonder what it is we were doing in a place like that. Maybe something really nasty happened to us. You know, like when everyone at your table orders ginger ale, but for some reason you end up getting salt water? Lysander. It's It's no use, I can't remember anything. Oh, MC can't remember?
Lysander, what's wrong? Why are you holding your head like that? Oh no, did you hit your head in the woods? Do you have a concussion or a fractured skull? No, it's nothing like that. I suspected simply that he doesn't know who he is. And not just himself. I doubt he remembers you, me, or anything else about this place. I certainly can't. The only thing I do remember is that I serve him loyally.
Okay, so the nodes where it said the name of the child with the furry brow, or Mash was just the knight, and I can't remember what Tristan's name was, but that was probably just because we were literally losing our memory as we were chilling in the fog. Okay, so I wasn't right about the straight up identity theft, I don't think. Just yet, anyway.
The only thing I do remember is that I serve him loyally. Even now, I know I would have no qualms about laying down my life to keep him safe.
Oh, it was Grieving Night. Yeah, that's what it was. It's no good. I can't remember.
Please, do not strain yourself, my lord. I am Isolt.
Best in class? What?
No, wait, that's not right. Yes, I remember now. My name is Tristram. I'm sure of it.
Okay.
See, it's written right here in Old English on my name tag.
He has a tag from a leaf, or a name tag on a leaf. He's obviously proud of it.
Oh yeah, you're right. I can barely make it out though.
Tristram.
Indeed. We now know that you are Lysander, I am Tristram, and she is Mash. I can say with absolute confidence that we three are trusted companions who wound up stranded together.
He's even super proud of himself for figuring all that out. Yeah, that must be it. High five. Why are we like dorks right now, dude? Wow, you solved it, Tristram. Give me some skin.
Huh? What's Old English?
Skin? Brain damage moment, dude. Yeah.
So, we don't know where we are, and we can't even remember where we came from. But we do know that there is something important we need to do. And we must have entered the Nameless Woods to accomplish it in spite of the risks.
I thought we were on a shore, but maybe it was a forest.
Correct. The only other things we know are that even among my colleagues, I am a peerless genius, a masterful poet, and a peerless archer. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more. I see.
So he doesn't know anything. What about you, Mash?
Well, it's pretty much the same thing for me as it is for you two. It kind of feels like I lost a lot of my belongings. At any rate, what I do know is that we all collapsed in the Nameless Woods, then some fairies from this village found us and brought us here. So the next question is, why did they do that? Are they slave traders? I think I've heard that's a big problem these days. Oh man, I don't want to think about it, but if that's what this village is for, then... Ah! Hello, are you all awake now? Oh, I'm sorry if I startled you. I heard voices, so... Anyway, the others said that I should come and fetch you all. I mean, if it is going to be nighttime soon, so... you know.
Do you know this person, Lysander?
No, not at all. I don't think so.
I see. Well, I don't sense any hostile intentions from her. She seems to be a good-hearted person, or rather... She totally looks like she's in fairy form. Well, like from a fairy tale, right?
Can you still not move? In that case, we can talk later. Oh, but if I go back without you, everyone will scold me for being useless again. Are you talking about the other fairies from this village? Don't worry, you can go back ahead of us. We'll be right there as soon as we're done talking. We'll be sure to tell the others that you were the one who fetched us. Then, I really was useful this time. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Please, come to the town square when you're ready. Everyone else is there. See y'all later.
There she goes. So maybe we should head outside too? Well, should we see what's outside?
Yeah, I guess we should. I'm still concerned, but it doesn't look like anything in here will help staying in here will help anything. Besides, no matter what they ask us, we can honestly say we don't remember a single thing. So, at least we shouldn't be suspected of being from a bad city or supporting the wrong queen or anything like that.
Supporting the wrong queen, you say? Huh? Whoa, what the fuck? It's a furry! Animalistic fairy?
These the ones that almost died in the woods? God damn, I've never seen humanoids without wings before. I swear, what's the Wind Clan coming to these days?
Please, don't lump us in with the likes of them. These Fae don't have so much as a hint of wing stumps. They must be criminals who had their wings torn off as a part of their punishment. They probably came here while trying to escape Darlington.
Pathetic. Just look at their twiggy little thumbs. The only thing those be good for are firewood.
Then maybe we ought to chop them up and make fire out of them. That'll brighten the night up.
This is the full-on dark fairy tale kind of world. Hold on. Let's hear what they have to say first. That's our rule, after all. You there, what is your clan, your names? Which city do you hail from? What is it you came here to Cornwall to escape?
I'm afraid we can't really tell you. The only thing we know is our names. We don't know where we came from or why we came here. What our goal is, nothing.
Are you kidding me? You don't even know which city you're from?
Haven't even got a goal, huh?
God damn, that's awful. It's terrible. It just ain't right. And here I was hoping we could get a nice ransom out of them. Guess there's only one thing left to do with them now then.
Indeed, now that things have come to this.
Yep, only one thing to do.
We'll just have to look after them ourselves. You hear that, everyone? We got new friends.
Yay! Woo! Yay! New friends, new friends! This calls for a celebration! Here we're all a bunch of nameless, worthless failures without anywhere left to live. We've been strung up, pelted with rocks, and before we knew it, we found ourselves here on the tippy-tip top of the aisle. Nobody likes us. We'll all be gone by tomorrow. Even the queen herself won't come into the nameless woods we call home. So welcome, comrades, to Cornwall, the dead end village. You guys have a hard life, right? You've already suffered enough, right? If we're all just a bunch of burnouts anyway, we might as well kick back, relax, and enjoy life here. Huh?
I don't think I could eat another bite.
I can't believe the party they threw for us to welcome us is still going into the night. These fairies are so nice. I was also surprised to see what a good conversationalist you are, Lysander. You seemed a little unsure of yourself at first, but then you started talking to the fairies from both the Wind Clan and the Earth Clan without any hesitation. Even though everyone in Fairy Britain knows you're supposed to pick one to side with, Wind and Earth Clans? Fairy Britain? Huh? You mean you forgot about that too? Really? That's going to be a problem. The Nameless Woods only make you forget yourself. You should still be able to remember the customs you need to know to survive. At least that's what I've heard. What about you, Tristram? Do you remember anything about Fairy Britain, the land of the Fae? I guess you're in the same boat as Lysander then. All right, I'll catch you two up. I don't know a great deal about the world, but I've at least been taught the basic...
All right, everyone, quiet please. It's time to end today's festivities. Oh, we got a name now. Halo Baromia? Hello, Baromia. I know how you all feel, but there's nothing we can do about nightfall. We'll just have to resume the welcome party tomorrow.
Guess it just goes to show how time flies when you're having fun. All right, everyone, let's head to our homes. Later, Lysander. Later, Mash. Later, Faye, a few words, Tristram. See that roof over there? That tent's yours. Go ahead and hide out in there until morning.
You there, show Lysander and his companions to their dwelling, won't you? Better hurry it up. Knowing her, you'll just have even worse. You'll just have even more injured if you take your time. Yeah, don't get carried away and start talking them down in each side paths, got it? If you do that, no one will be able to find you guys once night gets here.
Yeah, I know. I'll be fine. Thank you for giving me this job. If you'll follow me, everyone, I'll show you back to the tent that's become your territory. Huh? Well, good night. Don't worry, this tent may be a ways away from the town square, but it's still well within the village. I promise you'll be able to relax and sleep without any forest animals coming in.
She just left with no more than a polite courtesy. I just realized I never got her name.
Okay, I'm sure you're both tired after talking with so many fairies, but I think we should finish our conversation from earlier before we go to sleep. Fairy Britain, as you can probably tell by its name, is the land of the Fae. You do know that much, right?
Yeah, more or less. I don't think I've ever heard of any of this before, but I'll keep that to myself.
Good. Then next, we have the different kind of fairies. It would take hours to go into all the details about how they differentiate in the very kind... Oh my god. It would take hours to go into all the details about the different kinds of fairies. So for now, let's just focus on the broader clans. The clans represent the land of the Fae and their different races. There's the Wind Clan, the Earth Clan, and the Fang Clan. The Wind Clan, the Mirror Clan, and the King Clan. Members of the Wind Clan, like Holobarimia, are humanoid fairies that just look like humans, basically. They're all very rational and peaceful, and they have excellent Fae markings. They're the elves, it looks like. Or that's what the Halobararmia looked like, anyway. Members of the Earth Clan, like Unfem, are solid, stout, and stocky humanoids. They're the hardest working of all the clans, so we need their help to make roads and buildings. That's the dwarf, I'm assuming, right? Members of the Fang Clan are like Doga. They're basically like wolves that live as one with the land. That's the furry. They love to fight, and they're very good at it. It's even said that the Fae folk wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the Fang Clan fighting for us. As for the Wing and Mirror clans, well, there aren't too many rumors about the Wing clan, so I don't know very much about them. And the Mirror clan used to be the most popular clan in all of Fae Britain, but then, a few years ago, they disappeared along with their entire city.
And what about the King clan?
Do you really want to know, Lies?
Yes?
The King clan is the biggest bunch of good-for-nothings in all the land. The only thing they ever make is trouble. Even though there's only one of them left, she looks down her nose at all the other clans, like she's so much better than us.
That's Morgan. That's 100% Morgan. Interesting. And then they said the Wing clan, which I'm assuming are the ones that look like fairies, like that one that took us to this room. And then what was the other one? The Mirror clan. I got no guesses on what that could be. Maybe Oberon? Because Oberon's definitely, it seems like what I bet is gonna happen, because Oberon said, like, now that the Chaldeans are here, maybe I can enact my plan. I bet you Oberon's from one of those lower clans that nobody really pays attention to, and maybe they were trying to get rid of his clan, or maybe something happened to something had to have happened with Oberon's plan. And I bet now that we've come in and we're probably gonna fuck things up now, Oberon's probably like, oh, okay, now I have the opportunity to sort of get my name out there, or like not get my name out there, what would be a better expression, like now I can actually enact like some of my plan now that Chaldea's here to stir things up. Don't look. Oh, okay, I'm not looking. I mean, I see what Matthew says. I don't even know what that means, though. Yeah, no spoilers for the future. I just like to give my own thoughts into the future. I know Oberon. I know him from a gameplay perspective. I know he's the first pretender in the game, and I don't know what that means specifically, other than I'm assuming similar to the one from Case Files. I forgot the girl from Case Files they call her Faker at the time, but I'm assuming they called her Faker because she hadn't actually established a class yet, or Pretender wasn't an established class yet, but does things similar to her because the Faker, pretended to be Alexander the Great. And so I'm assuming the Faker class, aka the Pretender class, can pretend to be other heroic spirits, and that's like their unique trait, just based off of what I've seen in Case Files. Let him cook and theorize, no spoiling. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. All right.
Even though there's only one of them left, she looks down her nose at the other clans like she's so much better than us.
That's definitely Morgan.
I mean, who goes around bragging to a sweet, innocent country girl about how great her life is in the big city?
Look at the sprite. I love that sprite. She's adorable.
Then there's those flamboyant clothes she wears, and all her servants and her oh-so-cool plan for the future. Ugh, I wish she'd just die.
Note to self, do not mention the King clan around MASH ever again.
Sorry, that may not have been entirely fair. Please just forget I said anything. The King clan is a kind of special case, you see. There's really only one of them. But she's also kind of a, protective queen bee type who welcomes anyone who serves her as into the King clan member in their own right. If you ever have the misfortune of meeting her yourself one day, Lysander, you'll see what I mean. It's obvious to pretty much anyone with eyes. Everything about her, from the way she looks to the way she acts, just screams, yikes, she's a real piece of work. I better not even make eye contact with her or she'll just ruin my whole life. On a different subject. Are you okay, Tristram? You've seemed on edge for a while now.
That's because I am. Whoops, that's not his voice.
That's because I am. No, it wouldn't be a stretch to say I'm afraid. I haven't had a moment's rest ever since we went to the town square. The villagers may have seemed weak, even feeble to the two of you, but while I may lack my memories, I do know that they are to be feared merely by dint of being Fey folk. Even that Fey girl who showed us the way to the square holds some manner of mystic. They may not have said anything about it, but they have power far beyond any human. Just remember, it would be an easy thing for these fairies to slaughter all of us if they decided to do so. Ah, how terrifying. I guess you must have served in the military at some point, Tristram. I can't even imagine two fairies fighting each other. Maybe I could see it for one of the soldiers who serve the queen in her castle.
The fairy knights, the Tamlins.
But I was taught that fairies always resolve their differences through peaceful discussion, no matter what they may be. Well, I suppose there might be the occasional eccentric exception to the rule. But there wasn't a single fairy at the square who disliked us. You may be right. I certainly didn't sense any hostility from them. Of course, they're not dangerous at all. They're all peaceful. It's almost hard to believe, huh?
Okay. Remember what I showed y'all earlier with the, I think I'm starting to see how this Lostbelt differs too. Where's that screenshot I took from Avalon le Fae, this one, that was talking about the textures? Lower, where do they say it? Right here. At the time when you humans took up the position as the apex species, the fairies sensed that and already understood that the way of existence on this planet would change, and they accepted it. I bet in this Lostbelt, they didn't accept it, which is why Oberon was giving us the warning, don't tell anyone you're human. They probably didn't accept it and instead purged all humans, I bet. And the whole reason we don't have the heroic spirit summoning system here is because there are no fucking humans. You'll see. That's my prediction at the moment.
Of course, they're not dangerous at all. They're all peaceful. It's almost hard to believe, huh?
Max cooking up a storm right now. Well, that's part of the reason I love Nasu's writing so much. Nasu has a way to make sure everything is canon somehow. That's why the joke is like even the doujins are canon, right? Nasu has a way of making it everything canon and making it all work intertwined, and then also he does years and years and years of foreshadowing sometimes. Like when he writes a new story, he will go back and make sure the details align from old shit he's written, which I appreciate so much about Nasu. That's why I love going back and reading some of his older stuff and like realizing, oh shit, that like this is just foreshadowing to shit that happens in the future. It's really cool. What do you mean doujins are canon? Crazy how it all started from a porn game. Yeah, literally. Yes, doujins are canon. Forgive us. Oh, voice from the outside. Forgive us. No more prayers. Close your eyes. There's not much fun time left. The veil has fallen. Extinguish the light. Today is ending. Farewell. This day too will end forever. Forgive us for our sins. It's too late to do anything now, but make sure everything is cleaned up. What happens at night, chat? Monka. It looks like it's time for lights out for now. Well, let's pick this back up tomorrow. I'd hate to do anything to upset them after they've been so welcoming to us. Sounds good to me. I'm pretty sleepy from all that food anyway. It's fine with me. How about you, Tristram? He nods quietly. Let's see, this must be it. Oh wow, it's one of those new glass lamps that is all the rage right now. There must be an Earthclan fairy or two from Norwich here. I'll have to track them down tomorrow. Anyway, good night, Lysander. Good night, Tristram. You know, I was kind of worried when I first woke up, but I'm so glad you two turned out to be good people. Same here. Good night, Matt. Huh? Why did you stop? What's that? You just didn't feel right saying it? I see. Well, that makes sense. It must be a very important name to you. It's okay, Lysander. These things happen. Okay, good night. For real this time. MASH is now the best support in the game. All right.
暑さ対策はきちん慣れた頃ほど油断しやす慣れた頃ほど
I do enjoy getting the Saint Quartz. All right, Jesus, we're not even halfway done with this fucking node yet. And there is a battle this node, okay? Mash can loop now? She can help loop. Good morning, everyone. I've been asked to show you around the village today. Our territory isn't all that big, though, so it won't take very long. Cornwall is built on the remains of an ancient city. When the Tamlin defeated the Lord Cornwall about 200 years ago, the Lord cursed the woods with a fog that would rob fairies of their memories. Okay, wait, back up. When the Tamlin defeated the Lord of Cornwall about 200 years ago, Cornwall, which is where we are, is built on the remains of an ancient city. The Tamlin defeated the Lord of Cornwall 200 years ago. The Lord cursed the woods with a fog that would rob fairies of their memories. I wonder if that's Oberon then. Okay, it's all starting to make sense. Because Oberon approached us in the fog, and obviously the fog didn't affect him, like, at all. So, the Lord cursed the woods with a fog to rob the fairies of their memories. I wonder if that was Oberon himself. And then the Tamlin defeated the Lord of Cornwall about 200 years ago. So Oberon would obviously want revenge, so I wonder if that's what he's cooking up right now. Now that we're here, he knows we're gonna fuck with shit, and Oberon wants to get revenge for what happened 200 years ago. Maybe. Perhaps. The Lord cursed the woods with a fog that would rob fairies of their memories. This village was abandoned not long after. From there, it became the most dangerous area in all of Britain. Even the Queen wouldn't come near it. Nobody will follow you in here. It's basically a penal colony. Hang on, who are the Tamlin? A penal colony? So does that explain why everyone here is a criminal? Who are the Tamlin?
Who are the Tamlin? Good one. This territory is home for all kinds of outcast fairies. Fae who have roles that have ended. Fae who aren't worth anything anymore. Fae who have lost their friends. Fae who have lost their purpose. All we can do now is wait for our lives, our fates, to come to an end. Every fairy here is so kind, they'd much rather help others than compete with one another. But there isn't a place for Fae like that in Her Majesty's Britain. Dying is much better than having members of your own clan laugh at you, or ignore you, or steal from you. So everyone here came to this forest to end things, at least that's what I think. I don't know what to say.
Hey, it's Lysander. Man, yesterday was a blast, huh? Anyone who enjoys a good meal as much as you do is all right in my book. Hope you're hungry, cause I'll be bringing plenty more food back with me today. Good day, Lysander. I must say your voice is as warm and full of life as the spring breeze. Why not try your hand at a song today? I'll even break out my harp for the first time in ages.
Hey, Lysander, let me know if you need any of your clothes mended. I've still got some cloth from Norwich left over, and I'm sure you'd look good in whatever I whip up.
Castoria is bewildered at the difference in treatment. It all started from a porn game joke, just rubs you the wrong way. Yeah, that's fair. It technically all really started, I guess, with notes too, because I love the opening of notes. Even has the monologue of the opening of notes even has the monologue from Nasu that says he wishes to expand like what he wrote here at some point in the future. He always thinks of that every time he looks at the black barrel. That's totally like where it all started, right? Give me the sauce.
You certainly are very popular, aren't you, Lysander? I mean, I'm in much the same boat myself, but I guess you just have that certain,
What? Nah, we gonna have to look that up. What did she just call me? Je ne sais quoi?
Je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi. Oh, it means I don't know what.
je ne sais quoi.
Didn't have prawn and are so underrated. I know. I'm excited to read Mihoyo for sure. Notes is the first Lostbelt. Castoria knows French. What the fuck?
I guess you have that sort of je ne sais quoi about you. I'm kind of oblivious when it comes to that sort of thing, so... Really? I think you're perfectly wonderful too, Mash. Lysander just has a kind of refreshing aura about him. His presence alone makes things more fun. But your aura is more warm? Bright? I'm not sure what the right word is. I can only say that there's something nostalgic about it. It reminds me of more peaceful times. You're spot on. As a matter of fact, my cheerful nature is the only thing I've got going for me. I've long made it a point to keep smiling no matter what the circumstances might be. Thank you very much. Yes, that's true. There's nothing better than a smile. All right, let me show you around the rest of the village. As long as you know how big our territory is, you won't disappear until the day of endings.
Run that one back. Wait, what? As long as you know how big our territory is, you won't disappear until the day of endings? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, that's our village's territory. Is there anything else you'd like to know? The Nameless Woods fog never comes into this village, right? How thick is it outside the village walls? Also, if this village used to be a city, does that mean there's still a road back in inland? The fog isn't too thick as long as you don't go deep into the woods, but, that won't stop you from getting lost. And the road back to inland is completely overgrown now, so it's all but impossible to find. I see. Then I guess we'll need to really put our minds to it if we ever want to leave these woods. Huh? You want to leave, Mash? Huh? Oh, no, not at all. I was just curious. You don't want to leave either, right, Lysander? I mean, you came to the Nameless Woods on your own volition, so...
I guess I must have, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I still have no idea what's going on.
I see. That makes sense to me. I had a feeling you three were a little different from the other Fae who came here. I was even wondering if maybe you actually ended up lost in here by mistake somehow. Well, if there's anything you ever need, please let me know. I'm not good for anything besides showing fairies around, but I promise I'll help you however I can, as long as it doesn't get me into trouble.
We still don't know your name. I'm calling you Tinkerbell.
Okay, I think we've got the lay of the land now. Now that it's just the three of us, shall we get to it, Lysander?
Huh? Wait, get to what?
Oh, silly. You really are an incorrigible jokester, aren't you? What else could I possibly be talking about in a situation like this besides testing our skills?
Fight just to fight, of course. We always have to fight our allies at least once.
Now come on, let's head into the forest for a bit and see how good we are and what kind of tactics we excel at.
Oh, is she gonna be a support?
Magecraft is power, and as they say, if you don't use it, you'll lose it.
Tinkerbell. The day of endings, Monka. Oh damn, it just threw us right in that we didn't even pick. Interesting. Well, it's only 3 enemies. Bro, why do we do no damage? Yeah, the OST is really good. When did Mash dye her hair blonde? Is there? Oh, her name is actually Mash on the field too. That's so good. What does her NP look like, I wonder? Protect Mashu. Oh, it looks kind of different. Is the skybox different? Wait, what? Or is it just because she's in First Ascension? The sky is different? Interesting. Sky color different. That's cool. We finally got the better Mash. Not a 10-10-10 Mash, unplayable. I'm sorry. I was so useless.
Not at all. I feel just terrible about this.
What? Why is she freaking out? What is that sprite face?
That you have basically no fighting ability must mean you come from such a high social standing that you don't need to do your own fighting, so... Oh my gosh, are you the son of one of the clan chiefs, Lysander? And here I've been treating you just like anyone else. I'm so sorry, you must think I have no manners at all. Can we please just forget this ever happened? I promise I'll do better starting tomorrow.
No, really, I'm the one who owes you an apology. It's okay, I'm just sorry I couldn't fight more on the front line with you.
Please do not worry about it, Lysander. If anything, I'm more convinced than ever. I can't remember why, but I know now for sure that this is what you're meant to do. I may have been so intimidated by the fairy's sheer physical capabilities last night that I didn't act appropriately, but that will not happen again. I see now that you have the makings of a great leader, like a winning football coach. How do they know what football is? I even get the sense that as long as you're here to guide us, everything will somehow work out in the end. Wow. Thanks, Isolt Best in Class. What does that mean? What is Isolt Best in Class? Heh, please, just call me Tristram.
Lysander? More like bystander, true. Finally, an FGO character I can relate to. Mash jumped to conclusions all the time due to crippling social anxiety, Kirillite. Can I be Giovanni instead? Yeah, can we rename our name?
That's right. We're outcasts. A bunch of losers who couldn't even pay the annual existence tax to keep us in the Queen's reign. It was just a matter of time until we decided to come into these woods and forget everything we ever wanted to accomplish.
But do not worry, there's no need to be afraid. We may have escaped from the city, but we're all still in the same boat. Soon the calamity will bring everything to an end, and only a few will survive. What does he mean by that? So we may as well live the rest of our days here in peace. The calamity he's talking about is the why the Lostbelt's gonna blow up the world, isn't it? Oh, I just kind of realized that. The calamity will bring everything to an end and only a few will survive. I think that's the reason why we came here to stop what we came here to stop.
We, all of us from 6 different clans, live for festivities. We're scared of the Queen. We're scared of the Moors, and most of all, we're scared of ourselves.
They're all singing in unison now. Oof, I couldn't eat another bite.
What a lovely song. A simple tempo, to be sure, but there's something strangely invigorating about it. I would think it was improvised if it didn't seem so familiar with it. Well, of course they are. These kinds of festivals where everyone comes together are what the Fae live for. It's the only time the Wind and Earth clans set aside their differences. Well, as long as they don't drink too much anyway. There are some fairies who really do get drunk on the atmosphere, I guess.
What? Had enough already, Lysander? No need to hold back. You only just got here. Or was your journey here even harder than we thought? Those marks on your right hand are unusual, but they're still command spells, right? All 3 of them, no less. Damn, you poor thing.
They know what command spells are.
Well, don't worry. You can forget all about that now. No one here is gonna force you to do anything.
What? It almost sounds like command spells are like the opposite of what they're supposed to do. The way he phrased that, it makes it sound like command spells make it so we're the servant to, or where something can command us to do something. Interesting.
You did good hanging in there until now, especially for one as twiggy as you are.
Huh? Am I crying? But why?
Come on, you don't gotta get weepy on me. No, it's okay. Just take as much time to rest as you need. When you get bored, you can help us out with the village stuff.
What a kind fairy. Although, command spells. I feel like I'm this close to remembering something, but I can't quite get there. Ugh, this is so frustrating.
Okay, everyone, settle down, please. That's all for tonight. I can definitely tell what time it is because I'm not drunk. Nope, definitely no drunkenness here. Now go on, it's time to get back to your tents before the beasts come out. Don't blame me if you end up getting eaten alive. Marm, Thania, Dumbleton. We Wind Fae can make it back back quicker than anyone. The responsibility of keeping order falls to us, the most beautiful clan of all, of course. I see Hello.
Okay. That's a hard name to pronounce. Let me see if I can find a pronunciation. Pronunciation. It's literally nowhere. Never mind. It's just not a fucking... It's just a made-up name. God damn it. I can't find the pronunciation anyway. Doga? No, the Doga's fine. It's the Haloboromia. Haloboromia? Close enough.
I see Halabromia is just as much of a drunk
Oh my god, what?
I see Halabromia is just as much of and drunk at.
Okay, that is a weird-ass sentence. Just as much of and drunk as he is sober? Just as much of a drunk as he is sober. Okay.
I see Halabromia is just as much of a drunk as he is sober. All right, let's just get back home so we can be ready for tomorrow's feast. Later, Lysander. Oh, I'll have to show you around the athletic field tomorrow. There's nothing more fun than a good ball game.
Whoa, I saw some other sprites there I hadn't seen before.
I guess that's all for today. I guess that's all for today's welcome party then, though it sounds like it'll pick back up tomorrow. Indeed. Now that I understand we've truly been welcomed with open arms, I'm enjoying myself quite a lot. Even though you still haven't relaxed your grip on that bow? Yes, well, it seems old habits do die hard. Apparently, I used to keep my fingers on this bowstring even when I was asleep. I swear, between keeping my ears peeled and reading The Wind 24/7, I guess I must have really loved training. Oh well, I'm sure any habit can be broken eventually, especially since we shouldn't have to fight here. Now come on, Lysander and Mash, we should head out to our tent now.
You're pronouncing it right? Okay, cool. A voice from the square.
Hey you! Make sure you clean this place thoroughly. We're doing this again tomorrow, remember?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to clean up after everyone?
Course I do, idiot. What else could I have meant? Can't you do anything on your own?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I promise I'll do my best.
Hold on, was that? Never mind that, Lysander. Let's just head back to our tent. We're still outsiders here after all. We should get a grasp on the situation before we go poking our noses into their business. You wouldn't want someone you barely know telling you how to live your life, right? Even if all the Fae who live here are peaceful, we're still not in a strong position. We've got nowhere to run if something goes wrong. So we need to be extra cautious here. You understand, right?
I guess you're right. I'm going back to the square.
Good. I'm glad you understand. Wait, what? Did you not hear me at all?
I want to see who it is. Who's there?
I really wasn't expecting you to just take off like that. Well, now that we've come this far, I guess I'll just have to stick my nose in too. This generally isn't my kind of thing, but there's no turning back now. Huh? I don't see anyone else here. I thought we heard someone forcing someone else to clean up, but it's still just as messy as it was before.
Maybe we're just hearing things?
I guess so. Well, as long as there's no trouble, that's all that matters. Now come on, we really should get back to our tent. Apparently it's dangerous here at night.
Yeah, okay. Let's head back. Nash is very responsible. How can you read a text but just miss a word? I do that a lot. I've noticed it's something with my own neurodivergence, I think. Have y'all ever seen there's a test text thing where there's a test that is like a paragraph of words, but the only way or the only thing you can actually see is like the first couple letters of every word are very bold, and then it kind of fades off. So like the beginning of every word is very bold, and then the second half of the word is very like low opacity, like it almost looks like it fades away. And you do a test where you try to read the text like that, and it's so much easier for me and a lot of other people who have said like it's easier to read text when it's like that. And it's something with my own neurodivergence. I don't know what it specifically is, if it's like ADHD or maybe something else, but something in my brain, like when I'm reading, like will just skip over shit because I'm like trying to finish it like as fast as I can. It's weird. Only test I've been doing is a DMV test. It's interesting. Yeah. I don't know what it's called. Sorry, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I know I've done that test before, and it's so much easier for me to read when the text is set up like that. It's weird. It might be my own, like the way I've just learned to read throughout my life too. Crazy how we're 3 hours in and it's only that we're still on section 1. Yeah, we're halfway done with section 1, by the way. Jesus.
Good morning, Lysander. Did you sleep well last night? I'm sorry. I just can't seem to put my heart into it. Lysander, something about that name just doesn't sound right.
A voice from the square. It's still a mess out here! What the hell were you doing, you damn good-for-nothing? Oh, they're probably yelling at fucking Tinkerbell because they were all mean to her earlier for some reason.
That came from the square. Shall we go see what's going on, Lysander?
Is it racism, bro? Because there's no other, like, fae that kind of look like actual fairies here. I wonder if it's, like, literally, like, racism against her.
That came from the square. Shall we go see what's going on, Lysander?
Definitely. You bet we shall. I have a different ability. I'm dyslexic. Oof. Oh, this is awful. We can't possibly put on another feast tonight. Why didn't you do anything? You hate Lysander or something?
Not at all. It's just... I forgot what I was supposed to do. The next thing I knew, it was morning and you were all yelling at me.
Looks like it happened to her again, Doga. Guess we're... SOL.
What's SOL? Straight out of luck? Of course it's a racism. You can't have a game with history without racism. Shit out of luck. Oh, okay.
Looks like it happened to her again, Doga. Guess we're shit out of luck. Oh, I forget it. I should have known better than to ask you in the first place. Just go, get lost, and don't ever come back near the village. I don't want to see your stupid face ever again.
Really? Thank you so much for forgiving me. I hope you'll invite me to the next one too.
Huh?
Oh, hey, Lysander. Yesterday sure was a hoot, huh?
Who was that fairy girl? You had that fairy girl clean up everything by herself?
That fairy girl? Hey, what was her name again? The hell should I know? Damn, what was it again? I think she told us when she first showed up. I'm pretty sure it was Hon or Pooh or something stupid like that. Is that what it was? I guess she had a name at first too. Ah, well, once you start forgetting your own name, even without the fog, you're done for. Don't bother about her, Lysander. You don't want to catch her nameless disease.
So, she doesn't have a name. Is that why you treat her like that?
What do you mean? No fairy without a name's worth anything, right? It's not like anyone'd miss them if they were gone. Yeah, she doesn't even have a place here. Her tent's outside the village. Yep, our territory just doesn't have room to spare her, but I will say I'm impressed she's still alive. She might get banged up every day, but she's still got her arms and legs. Who knows? Maybe she used to be some kind of big shot. Not that it's doing her much good now. Guess not even the beasts of the forest got any interest in a nameless meat. Anyway, that's enough about her. Come on, Lysander. I told you we were gonna play football at noon today, right? See you at the athletic field.
They know what football is too. What the frick?
What would you like to do now that they're left for the athletic field, Lysander?
Do you know anything about the Nameless Fairies, Mash?
I do. As the name suggests, they're fairies who have lost their names. While we lost our memories in the Nameless Woods, sometimes fairies lose their names all on their own.
Oh! What anime was it where the names had meaning? Wasn't that, Reincarnated as a slime. Where can I redeem Hydrate, man? I'm sorry, I don't have all the... I need to do something with the channel points at some point. Animes like the Monogatari series. I've never read or watched the Monogatari series. But in Reincarnated as a Slime, they like names had power and meaning in it. And remember, they all line up for Rimuru to just give everyone names. And when the names are given to the different Fae folk, I guess they like evolve into different creatures. It's crazy. Names give you power, yeah, straight up. At least in that anime it did. So I wonder if it's something similar here.
In general, fairies don't age or die like humans or animals. But we are born with a purpose, something we can lose ourselves in. Fairies who lose that purpose lose their names and then grow steadily weaker until they die. That's what happened to the girl. It must have been quite some time since she lost her name.
So is it true that she really doesn't have a home here? Rimuru was playing Pokemon. He was naming them and then they would just evolve. It's funny.
I'm sure it is. Fairies tend to shun fairies who have lost their names. Honestly, the fact that she's even allowed inside this village speaks volumes about these fairies' generosity. I know what you're thinking, Lysander, but we can't. If we invite her to stay in our tent, it really will upset the fairies in this village. The best we can do is visit her home to get rid of anything that might be dangerous. We may not be able to invite her into the village where it's safe, but I'd be happy to at least make her home just a bit more safer or just as safe as the village. I knew you'd come through, Mash. That's great. That's really great. Why are you holding my hand? You're shaking my hand to express your gratitude and faith in me? Huh, well, that's new to me. But there's something really nice about it. I think I like this custom too, Lysander.
We're giving her a handshake and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? There's a notes button on the map menu. I did not see that. Hand holding.
She's already under attack. There, I've driven the beasts back a bit and opened up some space for the girl. I swear on my bewitched bow that I will not let them take another step towards her. Thank you, Tristram. I'll take it from here. Hey, you leave her alone right now.
The notes will help you with the timeline? Oh shit, what? That sounds nuts. It's a specific feature for LB6? That sounds sick. Oh, it's gonna take a bit to show up? Oh, okay. I didn't even know about it, period, though, so thanks for letting me know.
The
notes will help you theorize? Oh boy.
あなたは星をかさすでしょう。アラウンドカイバーン。
切り刻む。
Damn.
やります。ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
It updates frequently too as you learn more throughout the story. Oh, what? That's sick.
Cruel though it may be, I made sure to aim for spots that would be extra painful. Hopefully this will teach the other beasts that this part of the forest is dangerous. I agree. That seems like the best way to go. At any rate, that was amazing shooting, Tristram. Are you sure you don't remember being a soldier, or maybe a hunter? Either way, the king you used to serve must have been really proud to have you. Yes, well, I certainly hope so.
Oh my god, the dynamic. She was the king he used to serve, and he doesn't know. No one knows. Guess what, Mash? You were that king.
That's weird. I can't sense any magical energy when he plucks that harp. Does that mean he's from the Wind Clan? But then he doesn't seem to have enough magical energy for that either.
Anyway, I'm glad we managed to drive them off. Are you okay, Tinkerbell?
Huh? What's going on? Did you do that for me? Yes, we did. Lysander insisted on checking up on you. Are you alright? Did those beasts hurt you before we got here? Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm used to this sort of thing. So, is there something more I can do for you? I already showed you around the village yesterday.
No, not really. Oh man, I'm so stupid. I should have thought of something before coming here.
We wanted to thank you for all your help yesterday. You were so kind to us that we thought we should the least we could do was make your home safe from the beasts. That's so nice of you. It makes me so happy. I guess this means I really was useful then. I'm so happy to hear that. It's been so long since I was useful. Oh, I know. I'll bless you with a good fortune in return for, I'm sorry. I forgot how to cast blessings. And I don't have a tent, so there's nothing I can give you in return.
That's okay. I don't need anything else.
Really? Huh. Did I already give you some flowers I picked this... Did I already give you some of the flowers I picked from this morning and just forget I did? Lysander Tristram, why don't you go back to the village without me? I'm going to put a bounded field to ward off the other beasts, but it's gonna take some time. Oh? Well then, we'll stay here until you're done too. Those beasts could come back at any time, so Lysander and I can protect you while you put up the bounded field. No, that's okay. I can handle those beasts alone if it comes to that. I see. Well, if you're sure. Is that alright with you, Lysander?
Okay, if you say so, Mash. Sussy Mash.
Alright, I'll see you later then. Have some fun with the other fairies.
Nah, dude. What are you trying to do, sussy?
There. All done. You won't have to worry about beasts coming for you here anymore. Well, at least for a few weeks anyway. It's only magecraft, not sacrament, so it won't last forever. But at least for those few weeks, you'll be able to rest easy knowing you're safe. Magecraft? The mysterious power the Queen uses. I didn't know you could use it too, Mash. Is using magecraft the hot new thing in the outside world now? I don't know about that. I mean, half my magecraft is stuff I kinda taught myself. Besides, that stuff's kind of why I ran away in the first place. I mean, me save Britain with magecraft like this? That's just not possible. Mash? I'm so sorry if I asked something I shouldn't have. Oh, don't be. That was just a bad habit of mine. You're not the reason I was feeling sad just now. Do me a favor and just forget about it, please. More importantly, I think it might be better if you moved away from that village. It's not the other fairies' fault necessarily, you're just not a good fit for it.
All right, I gotta try to put together what Castoria's role in all this is going to be, because you don't just put a Artoria face in the main storyline and not have her play a big role. And it seemed like what Merlin was talking about at the start of this Lostbelt, literally the first few slides, it seemed like Merlin was almost saying that Artoria in proper human history was, of course, the king that would save Britain, the king that would unite and save Britain, the ideal king. And I wonder if she has a similar role or fate to play in this Lostbelt, and that's so sad, man. Because the whole Garden of Avalon, while reading Proper Human History's Artoria's story, was so sad for me because she never got a choice. Like, I guess she did make the choice, but at that point she was already kind of like manipulated into making the choice, and that's why it's so sad. Because ever since she was born, like, her fate was already chosen for her, and it almost seems like it might be a similar thing here, even though it's different from proper human history, it almost seems like her role might already be chosen even in this Lostbelt. What did she say specifically? Right there. So she taught herself a lot of the magecraft, and it seems like she said, I mean, me save Britain with magecraft like this? That's just not possible. So it almost seems like she was born to save Britain with magecraft, maybe. Still doesn't change the fact that Saber Artoria hasn't had an actual role in the game. Yeah, I mean, I complain about that all the time, but there's so many different Saber faces. It's the only time I think she's actually she's not even in events. That's my main problem with it, because like even Emiya shows up in like events and stuff. I just get pissed that she doesn't even have like cameos anywhere. Like not even a cameo ever. Like that's what pisses me off. Like she doesn't even get a cameo. The only time I think OG Artoria, who is the face of the fucking app, shows up in an event was when you come back from Summer 3. When you come back from Summer 3, she greets you and is like, "Welcome back, Master," and like that's it. That's it. Summer 1, but then it's like her summer form, so I don't know if we can count that, because at that point it's like a different unit. Yeah, in the Camelot flashback as well, she shows up in there. When Bedivere finally got to see her smile. It's not the other fairy's fault necessarily. You're just not a good fit. You're not a good fit for that village. What about Salisbury? No, wait, they're not. They're very hostile towards wind fairies with damaged wings there. How about Norwich? They say fairies and humans live side by side there. Oh, so there are still some humans here. I wondered if all humans were just dead, but maybe not. How about Norwich? They say fairies and humans live side by side there. And who knows, if you find a human who's a good fit for you, maybe you'll even find a new purpose too. Thank you, but I'd rather stay here. Even if I did find a new purpose, I still wouldn't have a name. I think I must be exhausted. Nothing ever goes right for me, no matter what I do or what help I receive. I must have been so despondent with myself that even I forgot the most important thing of all, my name. So, I don't need to go anywhere. Here, nobody will be angry at my old self. Here, nobody will blame me for being a terrible fairy who wasted her life unable to fulfill her purpose. But I'm really sad. Not because the other fairies in this village hate me, but because I can't remember my purpose anymore, or even my name. I see. I guess not having a name really is a terrible thing. In that case, what about this? I just came up with the idea now, but... Skipping dialogue, of course. God damn it, what happened? Thank you, Mash. This is the happiest I've ever been in my entire life. Oh, come on now, you're just being nice. I see. Then I'm happy that you're happy too. Still, don't forget, this is our little secret. If the villagers find out, we'll both get in trouble. I'm sure they'd say something like, even a village of outcasts has rules. Or Cornwall doesn't need any weird made-up customs.
That's true. You might not know by looking at him, but Halabaramia is actually used to be an aide to Lady Aurora. Even now, he still admires the elegant fairy way of life. I really love that about him. I feel the same way. He might act all high and mighty, but I could tell right away that he really cares about this village. Oh gosh, I didn't realize we'd be talking for so long. I'd better get back to my own village. I'll come again tomorrow, okay? In the meantime, enjoy your peaceful night's sleep. I will. Bye-bye, Mash. See you tomorrow. See ya tomorrow. Huh? What? Ow, what just happened? Why does my right eye hurt so much? Where's a puddle I can use for a mirror? There. Now what's going on with my eye? Ah! I see. So I've turned dark. I guess I'm done for now. Oh! That's what those things we fought on the beach were, because it's like the same shade of purple and black. It's like black and purple. And then she says, I've turned dark. And they were called like dark something. She's turning into one of those things. And just when something finally worked out for me too. Uh-oh. Depression begins. Remember what Oberon says? No. I remember he said not to tell anyone you're a human. That's about it. And then he said something about now that the Chaldeans are here, his like plan can finally start. And so I'm assuming, my assumptions at the moment, or my theory that I said earlier, was I think Oberon was probably part of that clan that got like destroyed where the village is now, this Cornwall village. They said 200 years ago they were like wiped out. And I wonder if Oberon was like part of that clan and maybe he wants to get revenge. And now that the Chaldeans are here, they can fuck things up so he can stick his head in there at some point. She's becoming an altar. I forgot about the points. 62.9k, damn. Depression, man.
今年もいよいよ夏が小さなことからコツコツと。
Alright, yeah, it doesn't look like we have any notes yet. The fog is still there. We haven't even discovered the island yet. Ugh. Still on section 1, Jesus. You still don't know anything yet about Oberon? Okay. Morning. I slept like a baby last night. Good morning. It may be a shame to not have a banquet, but there is an upside. We got to bed earlier. So, what would you like to do today? If you don't have anything particular in mind, I'd like to go outside the village again, myself. First, I need some food. I'm really hungry. I'm pretty hungry since we didn't have a banquet last night, so... Huh? You're hungry? Is that not a normal thing?
Oh good. Good morning, Lysander. I'm sorry we couldn't give you a welcome you deserved last night. Fortunately, we should be able to make up for it tonight, so I hope you are looking forward to it. Is something wrong? You don't seem like yourself.
I'm sorry, I didn't have anything to eat yesterday, so I'm really hungry. I'm okay, I just really need something to eat. Is there any food I could have?
Huh? You're hungry because you didn't have anything to eat? Haha, don't be ridiculous. Needing to eat? It's not like you're human or something. Wait, you're serious? You know, now that you mention it. Oh my, I can't believe it. I never thought such a thing could be possible.
Helibramia?
Uh-oh. Everyone, I have big news. Lysander is human. We have an unregistered human with us.
Huh? Come on, it's too early for this nonsense. There's no way a human would ever be here.
I'm not joking. Take a closer look. It's not like his wings were torn off. He never had them to begin with. Hurry, come quick. We can't let him go out into the woods. Oh my goodness, I feel terrible about this. If only I'd realized it sooner. Now I'm even more sorry we didn't give you the kind of welcome you deserve, Lysander. But don't worry, we're going to make up for that right now with a really, really fun welcome party. Haha, what a wonderful day this is. Let me see. Oh wow, you're right. Lysander really is human.
A human? A human, hooray! No wonder being around him made us so happy.
This is great. Now we'll never have to worry about turning into Moors.
Huh? Why do I get the sense I'm in trouble?
Oh no, I almost forgot. Be careful, Lysander, if you tell them you're hungry. I'm too late.
Are you human too? You are, aren't you? You don't have wings or command spells. How about the guy with the harp? Is he human? No, wait, he's a fairy.
That's right, he didn't eat anything, but who cares? Just put him with the others. It's easier that way.
Here, Lysander and Mash and Tristram, please let me show you the best spot in town. From now on, you'll be staying in a tent at the town square right in the middle of the village. There's so much to do, I don't know where to begin.
Welp, it's been half a day since we were packed into this tent without so much as a word of explanation. How's the food they've been bringing you every hour, Lysander?
It's really good, but I'm not hungry anymore. It's great, but there's too much of it. Still, at least they're being nice to us, I guess?
We're not allowed to go out, and there are fairies guarding outside the tent in shifts. This isn't a welcome party. We are prisoners. Do you know what happened to us, why this happened to us, Mash? Because Lysander is human. Thinking about it now, I was a little surprised myself to see how much you enjoyed that fruit. I should have realized it back then, but I haven't seen many humans either.
Are you human, Mash? Or are you a fairy?
I'm, not entirely sure. I think I'm a fairy, but I also feel like I'm kind of human-like at one point or another.
I wonder if she's like Morgan. Morgan's half fairy, half... Morgan is half fairy, half human, right? Or... it might be because Artoria has the dragon core, but we obviously know this is a Lostbelt. Things could have taken a different path, but that's my guess at the moment. Either the dragon core that she has in her heart, or she could be half Fae, just like Morgan was. Morgan was half Fae and half human in proper human history, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I'm a fairy, but I also feel like I've been called human-like at one point or another. But never mind that now. Right now, we need to focus on the situation at hand. You might think they are giving Lysander a warm reception right now, but it's only going to heat up as the time goes on. Really? Even more than this? Yes, really. You see, humans are very important sources of sustenance for the fairies. Just having a human nearby makes them happier, almost like a mental balm. But these days, the human population is carefully managed by the Queen, leaving lower-class fairies without any humans for themselves. In fact, the fairies of this village wound up here because they didn't have any humans. So, if nothing else, I'm sure they'll take good care of you, Lysander. But...
Yay, humans! Humans in the village! And not defective ones from the rebel army, of course made for the Queen. Real high-quality humans. This is great. We'll have to keep them safe so they don't get hurt. We'll have to figure out what they eat, too. They say you just can't give them nuts and fruit. Humans like meat, right? So we'll just have to go hunt some meat in the woods. Man, I'm so jealous of the guards. I can't wait until it's my turn. I just want to be near them. I want to make them laugh, make them uncomfortable, make them cry. I want to comb their hair and pull off their fingers and skin them alive.
Huh?
Too bad there's only two of them. No fair that Holobromia gets to decide who goes first. We'll never all get a piece of them that way. I just know I'm gonna miss out. Yeah, we should just chop them to pieces and share it with everyone. I'll take the left eye and you can have the right eye. Yeah, I'll take the right finger and you can take the middle one. Yay, that way everyone can each get a piece. Hey, what do you guys think you're doing? It's not your turn yet. Get back to your tents. And don't try anything with Lysander. You should have seen him on the athletic field. He used his head to score a goal. His head! I've never seen anyone play football like that. He's a really entertaining lad. As long as he's around, we're gonna have more fun than we've ever...
Motherfucker just got beheaded.
You talk too much, Doga. We don't need talkers. We can't help ourselves. There's only 2 of them. Only 2 of them. Let's chop them up and share them with everyone. Let's chop them up and share them with everyone. But we're the only ones who are gonna get a share. The Fang clan is gonna keep them all to ourselves. The Earth and Wind clans talk too much too. Let's get them before they get us.
Football in Britain is soccer. Yeah, I picked up on that. American football is the only place where we call football football. You know what I mean? I pick up on that. That's the privilege of growing up with the internet. I understand that only if you are in America, football is American football. Genocide time, Monka. What's that sound? Is that fighting outside the tent? I am not sure exactly why, but the fairies seem to be fighting amongst themselves. I suspect it has something to do with the different clans wanting to keep you all to themselves. The why isn't important right now. You're obviously not safe here. We should leave right now. But what about the guards? But where do we go? Let's head inland. Once we get through this village, we can make our way to the hilly area. From there, there's a highway, and once we get there, we can think about where to go next. But first, yeah, we should do something about the guards outside. Unfortunately, I doubt you and I alone will be any match for them. Remember, these fairies are very powerful. There's no way a human could... Oh? Oh, good. You're still okay. Thank goodness. I noticed something was off in the village this morning, so I've been keeping my eye on things so far. It's awful out there. First, everyone is yelling at each other, and now they're starting to fight. Halabramia was doing his best to calm everyone down, but I don't think it worked.
Hey, keep an eye on things near the tent. Don't let anyone near it. Don't let anyone near it. I know we killed all the Wind Clan bastards, but there's still some fangs out there. Ain't no way we're letting those veggie lovers take the humans away from us. We've got to divide them both up evenly among the Earth Clan.
Onfum.
It's no use, Lysander. They're not the fairies you knew anymore. They're being driven wild by their bloodlust. Come with me. I can get you through the weak stitching in the cloth where I snuck in. You do want to get out of the woods, right? Then please, trust me. I know a way inland. Now come on, hurry. Those are the Earth Clan fairies. They look nothing like they used to. Ah, how this saddens me. What do I see now but the devil? Ah, stop that, Tristram! You can't play your harp now! They'll hear us!
Hey, did you just hear something? Maybe one of the Wind Clan bastards survived. Kesley, Gum, go check it out. The rest of us will head to the tent. Crush their legs first. That'll keep them from running.
Oh crap, we've got to get out of here now. I'm so sorry. My fingers moved before I realized what I was doing. Anyway, yes, we need to get out of the village. I'll bring up the rear.
This way, everyone, please, follow me.
Ooh, different sprite.
Yes, this is it. Once you cross those 3 hills, you'll be far enough inland. Are you okay? I know we've been running nonstop.
I'm okay. Well, I'm managing.
Indeed, there were 2 fairies after us, but it seems we lost them after we crossed that first hill. They must have gotten lost in the fog. I guess all that time you spent living outside in the forest must have paid off. Thank you for showing us the right way. You've been a huge help. But are you sure about this? Now that you've helped us escape, doesn't that mean you can never go back to that village? Yeah, it does. But please do not worry about that, Mash. My home is safe now thanks to you. Now please, don't worry about me. You need to leave the forest as soon as possible. Go, quickly, before the villagers find you. I have to put more distance between you and them.
Are you okay? You're breathing really hard. And what's that mark on your face?
What mark? I can smell the wind now. It smells just like good, old Salisbury earth. Soon, we'll be out of the woods. Not much longer. Ah, beautiful Britain. You haven't changed a bit. You're just as I remember, from when I had a name. Almost there. Just a little more. I see a slope up ahead. That must be the last hill. Once we cross it, we'll be out of the woods. Thank you. We could never have made it this far without... What's wrong? Ah! Ah! Oh my gosh, are you okay? Are you hurt? Why don't we take a little... Ah! Shut up! Just shut up! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts so damn much! It's been hurting for all these hundreds of years I've spent alone. They kept forcing me to do the things I couldn't do. Hundreds of years of endless frustration. Nobody has ever helped me before. Nobody ever even noticed me before. So why did you have to be so kind to me now, when it's already too late? Idiots! You're idiots! Have you all really not figured it out yet? I tricked you! The only reason I brought you out here is so I could keep you all to myself. Why else would I be doing this? Why did I... No, I saw that coming. I was like, she's gonna... Before we reach the end of the forest, she's gonna turn into one of those things and we're gonna have to fucking put her down. Get ready, Tristram, Lysander. She's not a fairy anymore. She's Moors now. Just a thing that can no longer speak or listen. It's a dark sludge that fouls the world just by existing. It is Britain's curse, and it is death to all fairies. Oh, man. I saw that coming. As soon as she was helping us out, I knew we were gonna have to fucking kill her. And the same strength up against Fae. So they just go, and it's a berserker. They must just go berserk. They're fairies that just go berserk after a certain amount of time with no, after they lose their name or purpose. Oh, I can't stun it.
やります。まあ、もちろん。突破します。そこ、動かない。なんだ。覚悟しろ。こちらをね。白兵戦、行きます。
ではそろそろはい死をもって贖いを
Why would she have been saved if she just remembered her name? She doesn't know her name. She still doesn't know her name. Oh, why? Oh, because names have meaning in this world. Or could she have been saved? Yeah, if we actually got her real name or her purpose back, she might have been saved, yeah. But it's too late to know now.
望まれることを望まれたい。何のために？あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど
Oh, Tristan's third skill is a buff removal, not a stun? It just has the stun icon? Hey, what's up, Daryl? Just want to see you before I head to sleep. I'm just so done with this Lostbelt. I appreciate you stopping by, Daryl. Thank you. And I hope you have a good nap.
Hi. Yep.
Ow, dude. Critique of the King. Remove buffs and decrease critical rate for one enemy. Oh, okay. It's like the debuff logo. I got it confused with the stun logo.
Yep. 痛みの音嘆きの声エルノ切り刻む
Spoilers, don't look? Okay, I won't look.
おとなしくなさい
I don't think I
あ
saw
りがとうござ
anything.
います。皆さんのおかげです。
Hey, we got more bells. Let's go. I will take all the bells I can get. Someone definitely said a certain something or other. Okay. Spoiler where? I don't know. I didn't see it, but I'm not going to go up in chat and look it. I think we got her, but... Sag. Be careful, Lysander. She's not done yet. But she's not trying to attack us anymore. Is she trying to tell us something? Pardon me. What? Bruh. I hope you don't mind. I didn't want to make you three put her out of her misery. As I know the Moors well, I thought I should be the one to do what is necessary. That rapier strike came from behind us like the wind, and there's something familiar about them. Sorry about that. You're free now. May you find peace in your next life. No way! You're... Hey there, Max. Nice to meet you. Sorry it took so long to get here. Then again, I guess that's pretty confusing too, judging from the look on your face. Heh. A king doesn't typically introduce himself, but none of my attendants are here, so I suppose I don't have a choice. I am Oberon, a heroic spirit summoned here by humanity. I'm the one and only servant in all of this Lostbelt who's destined to help you. I don't believe that for a second. Most people know me as Oberon, the Fairy King. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? All right, final arrow of the first node, finally. Fucking 3 hours and 30 minutes in. Most people know me as Oberon, the Fairy King. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, remember. Oh, are we starting to remember? Hopefully. He seems like a nice guy. We can trust him. That's right. My name is Max, and yours is... Okay, if we get our memory back from him, the fucking fog is totally made by him, and I bet he is the king of this land that got trampled 200 years ago that they were telling in the fucking town. They were talking about how the village that they were living in used to be a kingdom 200 years ago. It was trampled out by the other clans. Out by the other clans, and the king put a curse on the land where his kingdom used to be, and that's what the fog is. The fog is a curse that gets rid of memories. So I'm assuming Oberon is totally that king, and I bet the reason why he's like gonna want to help us is because he wants to get revenge on all the other clans, I bet, for getting rid of his kingdom. And he's gonna help us out until a certain point and then try to take all of Britain for himself. Like, that's totally. Why do you suspect Oberon? No way. Don't sus the Oberon. That's right. And the fact that we got our memories back totally tells me that the fog is totally his doing, because he was in the fog talking to us. He was in the fog talking to us, and the fog wasn't affecting him at all. So it's like his thing is, or his ability is the fog. That's right. My name is Max, and yours is Tristram. You're not Tristram. It's... Indeed, you are Max, the master of Chaldea. And I am Tristan, the Knights of the Bewitched Bow and the Child of Sadness. At last, I finally remember everything. As for you, Mash, your name's not really Mash. Oberon? Not Merlin? Huh? Merlin? Oh, I'm sorry. You're just, not exactly who I was expecting. But you look so much like someone I was thinking about that it threw me off for a moment. Merlin sus. I also wanted to mention that Castoria's staff is Merlin's staff, right? And so I wonder if like Merlin was the one that trained her in magecraft instead of helping her become the ideal king. Sus. No, it's different. Oh, it is a different staff? It looks a lot like Merlin's staff, though. But you look so much like someone I was thinking about that it threw me off for a moment. At any rate, I remember who I am too now. My name is Castor. Altria. Castor. Altria. Hang on a second. Artoria Castor. Oh, but that's kind of a mouthful, isn't it? Really, Castor is just my name in the village I'm from, so please, call me Artoria. I'm relieved to see you've got your names back. Now we'd better hurry, or you'll get caught in that fog again. Go on, get going. See those trees over there? That's your goal. First, you should all see what Britain really looks like. After that, we'll have plenty to talk about. What Britain is really like. That's true, we need to get out of these woods. I agree. Let's go, Max. It's time you saw the Twilight Island, home of so many fairies. The utopia of wind, earth, and life, blessed by song and rain, the Isle of Britain. Hand-holding. There's the tree. That's the tree, right? Fucking knock that shit down. Oh, yo, there's us. What? We get a graphic for this? Whoa! That's sick. So pretty. We get to hold hands with Castoria again. Let's go. Bells! I need bells. Oh! Where have I heard this soundtrack before? It played somewhere else. Yeah, look, there's the fucking tree all the way up there. That must have been the Tree of Emptiness, huh? Right next to a kingdom. Is that a fucking honeycomb? Lots of kingdoms. There's a great pit right there, too. Whoa, what's going on over there? Monka. Don't worry, Max, this next one's a small node. Bullshit. Oh, it is. Oh, fragment 1. So this one's just like story context. It's not even a node yet, huh? Is that a giant nest too? What is that? A giant potato? Hey, yo. Giant potato. And there, that looks like a giant nest, dude. Is there a giant bird? Monka. It's like a scary... There's so much detail on the map. It's over there. Crystals. Look at all the different kingdoms. So pretty. Oh, this is a brand new OST? I thought I had heard it somewhere before. I could have swore. What's up, Fez? The Fae potato. It's a giant bean. The holy potato. Beans on toast. Oh, it's Castoria's NP theme. That's why it sounds familiar. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, I swear I've heard this OST before. Taking in the sights. Yeah, I wanted to look at all the details on the map. It's beautiful. It's all the stuff I got in the present box. Oh, give me that. 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 Leave those 10 ones in there. All right. Chat, I think it's officially time to open the Pocky. Oh, yeah. Bet your ass. The great potato of Britain. All right, we're officially done with the first node, dude. And where the hell are Mash and Da Vinci, yo? Oberon did something with them. I'm calling. Oberon was the only one that wasn't affected by the fog and all that. I bet Oberon fucking snuck them somewhere, bro. Oberon, the sus moth. I thought you were joking. It really is a giant potato. Yeah, look at that shit. That's a giant potato. Don't sus Oberon? Nah. I also, unfortunately, it's just because I don't consider future units that have come out on JP spoilers because FGO literally uses new units as advertising material for the game, so it's really hard to avoid new unit spoilers. So we don't consider units that have come out on JP already as spoilers in my community. And so also it's like nice to know like what units are coming so you can save up for them. And so I've already had Oberon's like ascension levels like spoiled for me. I don't know the context of it, but I have seen all of Oberon's like ascension levels, so I obviously know something's coming with him at some point. He is a little sussy. Oberon will help you out a ton in this Lostbelt. I don't doubt it, because my theory at the moment, they said that where this village is, the Cornwall Village, used to be a kingdom. Cornwall Village used to be a kingdom that was ruled by a king 200 years ago. The other clans, I believe they said the other clans and the other kingdoms all wiped this kingdom out. And it's after the kingdom was wiped out, the king of that kingdom cast a curse on the land around it, and that's what the fog is. So any who enter the fog lose their memories. And that's what happened to us. I bet, because not only did Oberon give us our memories back, but we also got a little bit of talk in the fog where he said something like, now that you Chaldeans are here, I can like finally start my plan, or something pertaining to that. And I'm betting you he's probably going to help us go against all the other fucking... I bet you Oberon's going to help us, if he is indeed that king, which I bet he is. We're going to go against like all the other clans maybe. And then like at the end of it all, he's going to turn on us because he wants to like take all of Britain for himself at that point. Maybe not, I don't know. We'll see. Because he obviously knows of us. He knows about us. Who's letting Max cook again? He said he was a proper human history. Yeah, I don't believe him. It's a fair assumption. He is a proper human history service. I don't believe it. I'm saying right now I don't believe it. I call bullshit. Of course he knows Chaldea. He's a proper human history servant. I call bullshit. I don't think he is. That's what I'm saying right now. I don't know. We'll keep going. I think he's from this fucking Lostbelt. Only time will tell. Yeah, we'll keep going. I love these starting notes. So pretty. He's a demonic spirit. Oh, the art. Meanwhile, several days after she got separated from Max, the girl managed to make it out of the nameless woods on her own, ahead of the others. Was it the difference in her innate servant abilities? Simply a stroke of good luck? Neither, in fact. She was simply swept along by Amour's current and unceremoniously spat out elsewhere. Mashu, she's not in Ortnax form. Mash! The outcome speaks for itself. Deprived of her strength, her equipment in pieces, she could only collapse by the highway. This is bad, very, very bad, if she stays here too long. Oh no.
See? What'd I tell you? I knew there'd be one or two around this time of year. Check it out, a premium wind fairy. This'll keep us fed for a whole winter.
She'll be easy pickings for the slave hunters who prey on fairies who wander out in the woods. Goblin Slayer, but an FGO. That's immediately what I thought too.
Oi, get a collar on her before she wakes up. I don't know who she is, but it won't matter once we sell her. We'll make a bundle and she'll get a nice warm bed and someone to, keep her company. Now that's what I call a win. Ah, a wolf! There's a wolf here!
It's what's the name of the dog Salter has? Not Lobo, no. Yeah, Cavil the Second. Yeah. Lobo was the big dog that showed up in that story. Yeah, this is Cavil the Third. Let's go. Grrr. But fortunately, fate had other plans for her. No wonder she's my favorite. That fluffy guy next to her is Sage Grim, the White Fang. Those thugs won't get near her, not with him around.
Oh crap, she's awake, and she looks really strong too. We're dead!
Who are you? No, wait, why was I collapsed on the ground?
Phew, she doesn't remember anything. Hey there, young lady. We just, we're a group of kindly caretakers. It's our job to help any fairies who collapse on the ground on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's what it is. We're here to help you. Now go on, get in our cart. It's the latest model from Norwich, and it's way better than walking.
One of us pulls while the other two smile. That way, you can relax, and only one has to work. But hey, don't worry. You're our valued guest. We'd never make you pull the cart. Now, what are we gonna call you? Say, what do you think of Anise Brothers? Doesn't that seem like a great... What do you think of Anise Brothers? Doesn't that seem like a great name for her? You mean we're not going to Urchin like usual? Well, I guess a little change of pace wouldn't hurt.
Oh, so they normally call people Urchin?
Sounds good. That sound good to you, Anise? Now go on and try to stand up. Here, hold on to me if you need to. Besides, you don't want to be laying on the ground too long, or that giant, odd, goggy caterpillar is gonna eat you right up.
Okay, thank you.
Whoa, what's with all that metal? She's got an iron shield, iron armor, and what's this? A canister? Damn, you think she's one of the Queen's Knights, seeing how she's got all these weapons? You guys sure this is a good idea? What if the Queen kills us? Ha! You're still a big scaredy cat, aren't you, Wag? Don't even worry about it. Even if she is one of the Queen's Knights, who cares? Doesn't matter if she can't remember anything.
Yeah, what's gonna happen when she doesn't even know her own name?
And if she doesn't have a place to call home, what's wrong with talking her into a new one? Has our merchandise, of course.
The three fairies exchange a knowing look and cackle. And so, she and all her things wound up on the cart with not a clue as who she is. The cart begins heading north towards Gloucester, beginning another separate journey. But all that aside... Hey, that wolf's still following us. What do we do, brothers?
You really want to mess with his, they say if you kill one, you'll become a Moors. Guess we'll just have to let him tag along too. Maybe we can sell him off along with the girl.
Don't worry. These fairies won't be having much luck as long as her intimidating furry friend is around. Anise is my favorite Kohai. Oh, it's Gloucester? Gotcha. Ever so closely to the giant potato. Salisbury. Section 2. Salisbury steak? Any of y'all play Fallout?
Beautiful, isn't it? This is the center of the British Lostbelt. See that super ominous castle-looking thing over there? That is Camelot. These days, Britain is divided into North and South regions, and Camelot sits between them. Most people live here, in the southern central area. The 4 main cities in the region are Salisbury, the great cathedral, Norwich, the nearest port town, Gloucester, the city of fashion, and Oxford, the great dining hall. Each city is run by the head of a fairy clan. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but do you know where Mash and Da Vinci are? Sorry to interrupt, but what about my other 2 companions? Huh? I see. So there were others from Chaldea with you. I'm very sorry, but you were the only one I managed to find. And as you can see, it's just me right now, so tracking you down was the best I could do. But that leads nicely to my next point. Can you tell me what this mash of yours looks like? As long as I know what she looks like, I can have Blanca look for her. Blanca? Who is that? Didn't you just say you were alone? Oh, right. Here, let me introduce you. Ah! Pretty cute, right? I talk with her a lot. I guess you could call her my friend? Anyway, she's very neat, very smart, and above all, she's a hard worker. If anyone can track down Mash, she can. Okay, now that that's settled, how about we start by sharing what we know with each other one a bit? You tell me your story, and I'll tell you mine.
And you know the rest.
I see, so you've conquered 5 Lostbelts so far, and while you weren't originally planning to come to Britain, you, Mash, Leonardo, and Tristan wound up coming here to investigate this collapse. But then after 4 of you landed here, you got separated in the Nameless Woods. That's unfortunate. No, I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful. I had no idea you weren't the only one lost. If I had been more attentive back then, maybe I could have tracked down Mash and Leonardo as well. But I was so excited about finding you that I forgot about everything else.
So then you were the one I saw at the beach when I lost consciousness. It's okay, that fog was so thick, it's a miracle you found anyone.
For the time being, there's one thing we can and should check. Mash is your contracted servant, right? Then you should have a magical energy connection with her. If it's still active, then we'll at least know she's alive, even if we don't know where she is. How about it? Can you check on that for us?
The connection is still active. She's alive. Well, that's a relief.
Great. Then all we have to do is find her now. And Leonardo's a servant too, right? Then I'm sure she's still alive and kicking as well. Fortunately, the fairies here can't tell the difference between their fellow Fae folk and servants. So as long as they're not human, they shouldn't be in much danger, so let's just stay calm and trust them to handle themselves. Next, Artoria, is there something you would like to say to me? No, not right now anyway. Honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything I just heard about Chaldea, proper human history, the Lostbelts, and so on. Although, I'm getting back to servants, heroic spirits? Is that like a human turning into a fairy after they die? And you said both you and Tristan are servants yourselves? That's right. If you want to know more about heroic spirits and servants, I'm sure Max there will be happy to fill you in on the way. Between a resident of this Lostbelt like you and Master from Between a resident of this Lostbelt, like you, and a master from proper human history who's a guest in this world, you two should be able to catch each other up on almost everything you want to know. On the way, you said. Does that mean you have a destination in mind, Oberon? I do indeed. When you're trying to track someone down, a big city is your best bet. Besides, you and Max both need to get used to the way things work here in this fairy Britain. So our next stop is Salisbury, the biggest city in the south. There we'll find food, clothing, shelter, everything we need, really. It's just about a full day's walk from here. I know you've been up all night, but do you think you can make that trek? Of course. We don't have time to sit around and rest. Now, let's not be so hasty. I know how you must feel, but like I said, now is the time to take it easy. Remember, Britain is a big place. If you keep pushing yourself so hard, you'll burn out before we find Mash. Don't worry, you can tell she's okay because you're her master, right? Well, my own intuition is telling me she's perfectly safe too, and I'm the Fairy King, so that really means something. So let's start with Salisbury and figure out the rest from there. Salisbury, huh? What should I do? It might be kind of dangerous to go back there now, but I also can't leave Max to fend for himself. Plus, I don't care what this Oberon guy says. He really seems a lot like Merlin. Would it be okay if I came along too, Max? I know I mistakenly went by Mash's name for a while there, but I want to know more about you and about, oh right, proper human history. Oh, sorry, I just assumed you were coming with us. Yeah, I completely forgot you weren't already part of the team. Right, of course not. Oh gosh, what am I even saying? Of course you wouldn't want a country bumpkin like me tagging a... Huh? You're shaking my hand again. Does that mean it's really okay? Of course. I'm glad you're with us, Artoria. Ah, yes. Now that's a lovely friendship. I was definitely on pins and needles back in Cornwall, but it seems not interfering was the right choice after all. In theatrical terms, I believe this is the part where we say, now that the actors are in place, the real story can begin. Monka. Chaldea alone won't be enough. The Child of Prophecy alone won't get there in time. So we'll need to both defeat the mighty Morgan. Castoria is more sus than Oberon here. Oberon was just talking to himself too. What do you mean? Nah. Always trust Castoria. She's helped me farm for a year. I have to trust her. Everyone is sus? Yeah, like I said, when we were first on the island, I told y'all how I did a little bit of research on fairy tales before doing this Lostbelt. And fairies, literally in fairy tales, fairies have the ability to pull someone out of reality into the Fae domain and then replace that human looking like the human and talking like the human. And then they would do fucked up shit like kill their entire family and then just plop that human back into place and just let them deal with the consequences. They did fucked up shit like that. So it is possible that, like, everyone around us could be like an actor, like he was saying. It's weird. That's really hardcore, like, holy yeah. All right, farming node time. Or should we Buster farm? It's not, I don't think it's as efficient. Whoops. I actually enjoy your streaming of FGO Story. When did you start? Like last year we did Camelot. Camelot was my first stream on Story. If you do
Explanation point. VODs? There's a link to my VODs channel, and if you go to the VODs channel on the main page, you can scroll down. There's like an FGO section, and I've got all the stories since Camelot in playlists, if you want to check those out at any point. Ah, the prophecy was true. That girl is our star of hope. She will be our salvation. She will be our path to forgiveness. She's our savior who drifted to our shores with a ship full of treasure. She's the one who will hear the voice of paradise and chant the promised name. Ah, dear Artoria. May you grow to the age of 16, healthy and strong. May the Queen's soldiers never find you. One day, you will go on a journey to ring the 6 bells and save all of Britain. A journey to welcome our true king. Gloucester, Salisbury, Oxford, Norwich, Orkney. We may not know where the 6th bell is, but we are confident you will find it. The staff of selection has chosen you. You are our fairy Britain's only hope. Now go on. Hurry, 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 hurry! Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have complete faith in you.
The village is done for. The executioner squads are here. Hold your breath, hold your head high, grip your staff tight. Now is the time to begin your journey, Artoria. Remember, no matter what anyone says, you are unquestionably the child of prophecy. You're the spitting image of her.
Sub to your YouTube, thank you. Appreciate that. Whoa, look at the background, looks so beautiful.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm so weak. I'm sorry I can't live up to your expectations. I'll do my best. I promise. As much as I can.
Are you sleeping already, Artoria? Hey, I get it. There aren't many things cozier than a campfire.
Huh? Oh no, was I asleep? Just remember Tristan playing his harp and then... Ah, how this saddens me. I was merely trying to soothe your exhaustion. But I cannot help but notice you don't seem to care for my music, my liege. I mean, maid, Artoria.
Even Tristan knows.
I'm sorry. I'm just not used to hearing music. But it really did help me fall asleep peacefully. I'd love if you played again when it's bedtime. Ouch, you wound me, maid Artoria. Artoria. No bard wants to be told his music puts people to sleep. Hey, can you blame her? We've been walking nonstop, nearly all day. We're all exhausted. That's why camping out here tonight before making our way to Salisbury tomorrow morning. Artoria, you can put up a bounded field to keep wild animals away, right? I hate to ask since I know you're sleepy, but would you mind? Oh, yes, of course. Okay, I'll be back soon. Now then. I know we told Artoria that proper human history is like a parallel world of Britain, but of course, that's not the whole truth, is it? The truth is, proper human history is the rightful historical timeline, and it's fundamentally incompatible with this world of fairy Britain. As Chaldea, you have to erase these Lostbelts to ensure humanity's future. And now you're trying to come up with a way to tell Artoria this without hurting her too badly.
Yeah, I know it's wrong to hide that, but...
I see. I suppose you have betrayed people of the 5 Lostbelts already. Damn. I usually pride myself on being an excellent conversationalist, but even I'm having trouble coming up with the right words to heal the wounds in your heart. So for now, the best I can do is offer up some words of consolation. It's okay, Max. This Lostbelt won't fall by your hand. Remember, it's falling apart on its own. If anything, I'd say you're doing it a favor.
A favor? Really?
Yes, indeed. Human history simply could not ever prosper in this version of Britain. It's a flawed world that was always destined for destruction. History took a dreadfully wrong turn here. The only problem is that it's threatening to take proper human history down with it when it's all gone to the pot. That's why guys like us from Proper Human History have to do whatever we can to save it. And that means defeating the one who's been ruling it from on high for 2,000 years. High Queen Morgan. Hold on, did you say Morgan, as in that Morgan? Yep, that Morgan. The same one who proved to be King Arthur's ultimate Achilles heel in Proper Human History, even after he united all of Britain. The extraordinary witch who lured King Arthur into countless traps so she could take Camelot for herself. And the mother of Mordred, the treacherous knight, the child of King Arthur who proved to be his downfall. She is the one who ultimately destroyed Britain, and here she's Fairy Britain's ruler, and she will bring it all to ruin. Let's see, I think you Chaldeans would probably refer to her as this Lostbelt's king? Queen Morgan, King Arthur's arch enemy, here in this Lostbelt. Anyway, based on everything you've told me, it sounds like Morgan's behind the outside world abnormality, so as long as you can defeat her, that should end the threat to Proper Human History. After that, you can just leave this place to fate. Whether it falls apart or pulls itself back together, you won't need to feel bad about it. Look, over there. What was it a Lostbelt needs to survive again? A tree of emptiness? Well, I'm guessing that world tree, the giant ash over there beyond the sea, is it. And as you can see, it's been dead for a long time, so this Lostbelt definitely hasn't got long left. So it's been dead for a long time? Was it ever on fire at any point? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, it was. It went up in flames not too long ago, then died out again, just as quickly as it started. I wonder what that was all about anyway. Anyway, I think that's enough talk for tonight. Don't want to overdo the info dump. So, even if you don't remember anything else we talked about tonight, at least remember this. Defeat High Queen Morgan, the ruler of Fairy Britain. Nice and simple, right? As for the rest, I'll tell you once we reach Salisbury. Once you see a Fae city for yourself, I think you'll have a much better handle of what life in Britain is like. Whoops, sorry to interrupt, but we've got monsters. Get ready to fight, Max. I'm sorry, I accidentally skipped a couple steps when I was making the bounded field. And I ended up summoning a pack of wild birds by mistake. Can you help me out, please? Heh, I never thought the day would come when my liege would beg for me to help. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting she's not the King Arthur I knew. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Oh, right, Tristan used to be. Even if she's not, I'm glad we have her around. Me too. It's such an honor that it practically makes me feel sorry for the other Knights of the Round Table. Here they come. Be careful, Max. Britain's beasts are not to be trifled with. Fourth wall breaking. Don't overdo the info dump. Alright, at least they're berserkers. Yeah, I should be able to two-turn this, I think. I have the true King Arthur. You're in the Max Discord finally? Let's go. You're using OG Saber in this Lostbelt? 3-turn, baby. I wanted to farm with Koi and Skya. Buster farming, baby. The meta is here. I know. Imagine we summoned OG Artoria. She's like, what is this? What has become of my Britain? Why are you flexing your coin on me? I'm sorry. Who did you get for your GSSR role? I got Morgan on both my accounts. Nice! That's really good.
I got I got some Muramasa coins in a USO. Morgan is now the what? Yeah, if she was summoned here. Congrats on your Koyon. Yeah, it only took to pity, and then she came right after the fucking pity as well. I got so fucking angry. I'm never rolling on coins, a Koyon Sky banner ever again. That shit pissed me off so much. Took me to pity. I had to get Koyon Sky in pity, and then the multi after pity, I got a second one. That's dude, I don't even know what to say. That just left me speechless. Koyon will dry you up first. Yeah, Koyon dried me up and then fucked me raw, dude, straight up. Yeah, the only reason I rolled again after pity too was because I wanted Canis. Fucking, I got Canis. I didn't. We went to pity as well without a single SSR. 900 Saint Quartz without a single SSR. Not a spook, not any. We had a bunch of 4 stars, and they weren't even the rate up ones either. We got a copy of Canis, 2 Astrayas. We got a copy of Canis, 2 Astrayas, and then 2 Marys for some reason. Life is not so Daijobu. Yeah, big L.
Yay, we won! Now we trounce them. No, we trounce them. Man, that feels so good. Ah, this makes me happy. That was the first battle I've won handily since we've been summoned.
True, we haven't had much luck with combat since we got here. Hey, Artoria, you are actually pretty competitive, huh?
No, it's nothing really. I'm just glad I was able to contribute. I see. So you're already strong enough to handle a murder of night crows without so much trouble, Very nice. That's even better than I was expecting. Tristan, your bow may not be particularly strong, but its range is exceptional.
Hold on.
Your bow may not be particularly strong, but its range is exceptional. You're clearly well suited for battles against large groups, but with you on our side, I bet we could win no matter With you on our side, I bet we could win no matter how outnumbered we may be. And as for you, Artoria, you're much more of a wild card than you look. Is that strange tool of yours handmade? A rare weapon like that will be very effective against an opponent who's never seen it before, especially as a distraction. And above all, your summons were fascinating, Max. Temporarily summoning heroic spirits to aid in battle, huh? I had no idea it was such a flexible and powerful way to fight.
That's interesting. That's the first time I think we've ever gotten context on, like, us actually summoning servants that aren't part of the story to battle. That's cool. There's actual lore to that now. So the main character can just do that, make temporary summons for battle. That's sick. Oh, did Shimosa do it? Oh, I must have forgot all about that. I wonder why they don't mention that more often than if it started in Shimosa. Yeah, we temporarily summoned the real King Arthur. You summoned shadow servants of the heroic spirit? Gotcha.
I had no idea it was such a flexible and powerful way to fight. Human magecraft doesn't tend to work very well against fairies, but summoning heroic spirits is definitely an exception. The only problem with it is how long you can last given the incredible demands on your stamina, magical energy, and sheer luck. Plus, it seems like the longer the battles last, the more of a toll it takes on you. But as long as you're careful about that, you should be able to handle anyone, fairy or not. Oh, wait a moment. Human magecraft! You can use magecraft, Max?
Sorry, there was a car that passed. Just barely thanks to my Mystic Code, but yeah, why is that surprising?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I was just a little taken back. You see, magecraft isn't really used much in Britain. Basically, fairies perform sacraments without any help of basic magecraft spells or mystic codes. So, magecraft is considered unnecessary at best and, only practiced by weirdos at worst. In fact, to be totally blunt, if you tell people you use magecraft here, they tend to look at you all funny and ask why you'd go through all that trouble. I see, you do have a point. Fairies simply have no need of magecraft. And since this Britain is a land dominated by fairies, that would mean magecraft is effectively worthless, huh?
So why do you use it then, Artoria?
Oh man, after everything I just said, you really went there, huh? Now, it was an honest question, Artoria. You know he didn't mean anything by it, right? Anyway, you don't have to answer if you'd rather not. As for you, Max, I'd suggest you wait for a better time before bringing this up again. Anyway, I think we might have gotten distracted from our main purpose. Now that we've got this nice camp set up, we should use it to get a good night's rest. I'm sure there's more you'd like to know about Max, Artoria, but why don't we save that for tomorrow? Fortunately, there are none of the Queen's soldiers, no Moors, and no rebel army to be found around here, and once we wake up in the morning, it's only an hour or so walk to Salisbury, where we'll be able to make a much more in-depth conversation. After all, you're going to have a fun discussion. If you're going to have a fun discussion, you should save it for a nice and relaxing place, right? Sussy Moth. And that's the gist of the world's history up until 2017. Wow, so other worlds really do exist. England, Scotland, Ireland. And you said there are other countries beyond the Isle too? Like France? In Italy? I can't even imagine so many different countries and cultures and people. It sounds like you come from a really wonderful world. Britain without fairies, huh? That sounds like a nice change of pace. Well, from where Max is sitting, I'd imagine he finds this Britain full of fairies to be quite the change of pace for him. I do have to correct you on one thing, though. It's not that there aren't any fairies at all in proper human history where Max comes from. While mystics have definitely faded since the AD era began, fairies are still around. Though, of course, there are far and fewer of them, and they don't really reveal themselves to humans as much. Heck, I'm a fairy heroic spirit myself. Come to think of it, Oberon, aren't you from... A Midsummer Night's Dream, right? Written by William Shakespeare, England's greatest playwright, it may as well be the most famous story about fairies. It's basically about a love, square between humans. But two of the most important characters are Oberon, the king of the fairies, and his queen, Titiana. In the story, Oberon wants Titiana to give him one of her pages. So he hatches a plan involving a potion that will cause the drinker to fall in love with the first living thing they see upon wakening. But two humans end up taking it by mistake, causing them to forget about the person they love and mistakenly believe they're fated to be in love with someone else. Well, without going into too much detail, it all wraps up nicely in the end. It's the sort of comedy of errors focused on love and miscommunication you see elsewhere. But unfortunately for me, it became so popular that it kept being retold for generations. Thanks to that, the word fairy is now synonymous with mischievous Puck and narrow-minded King Oberon. So at least in one sense, I might be the most famous fairy in the world. If you've ever read it before, you should give it a shot once you get back to Chaldea. It doesn't paint the most flattering picture of me, unfortunately, but never mind that. And just to be clear, I swear I wasn't trying to make trouble, okay? I'm just a plot device, really. Only there to be the romantic hijinks, get the romantic hijinks rolling. So, does that mean you're a fictional character, Oberon? Is that even possible for someone who's vaguely defined as that to become a servant? No, it isn't. While Shakespeare's Midsummer Night Dream is indeed how he is best known. Legends of Oberon, the fairy king, have existed in Europe since ancient times. Perhaps most notably, there's a poem about him from the 15th century, well before Shakespeare's time, where he is described as a king of fairies who can use magic to make any wish come true. Really? I didn't know about that one. The point is, the character was inspired by an existing model, and that model must have become the base for my servant form. Which came first? Who knows? Just another version of the chicken and the egg problem.
I see.
What about Titiana then? Oh, she's all Shakespeare. There are no legends in fairy history of anyone by that name. The name Titiana probably came from the Titans of Greek mythology. The Oberon in A Midsummer Night's Dream is pretty self-centered after all. You could never find a lady who would tolerate him, so Shakespeare had to make one up. But I digress, sorry for wasting your time. Salisbury is just up ahead, don't worry about the guards, I'll handle them. All you three have to do is stay quiet, it's okay. My face is basically a free pass into the city. Oh right, one more thing. Do not tell them your names. If they ask, and you can't avoid answering, make something up. We don't need anyone else finding out that you're human, and you never know who might be listening. Hold on. Isn't it dangerous to lie to fairies? I've heard their eyes can see through falsehoods. If so, shouldn't we try to avoid lying wherever possible? Oh, don't worry. The fairies here don't have powers like that. I don't know if they lost them thanks to all this prosperity, or if they threw them away in order to be prosperous, but either way, they definitely can't tell truth from lies anymore. The only way you can tell if you're dealing with a good person or not is when everything's said and done. How else could someone as evil as Morgan have stayed atop this world for so long?
It's Titania? Titania? So this is Salisbury. Wow. That really is a huge cathedral.
Ah, how this gladdens me. The air here is very different from Cornwall. There may be fairies everywhere we return to, but I don't sense anything dangerous about them. They all seem happy and full of cheer. Is there some sort of festival taking place here or something? No, this is just life in Salisbury. It's the only free city in all of Britain. There are about 200,000 people living in Salisbury. Some are wind, earth, and fang fairies. Some are fairies who emerge spontaneously from nature, and some are even independent humans.
Independent humans? Oh, this is the town they talked about where humans and fairies lived side by side.
Humans who have won their freedom and now belong to no one but Britain itself. I was hoping to tell you about that aspect of life here once things had settled down, but I guess it was bound to come up sooner or later. And since the Great Cathedral is here too, this seems to be a good place as any to get into it. You Chaldeans may have thought there were no humans in this Lostbelt, but strictly speaking, that's not true. Humans do exist here, they're just not on top of the hierarchy. Here, they used to be tools to enrich fairy society. In proper human history terms, they're essentially slaves. Didn't you think there was something strange about this city? It's wrong. Twisted, unseemingly.
Now that you mention it, the idea of a fairy city does seem wrong. You're right. It's more like a human city than a fairy one.
Exactly. Fairies are supposed to live in harmony with nature.
The architecture, the European architecture I love because it reminds me, I live in Washington State in the USA, for those who don't know. And there's a town called Leavenworth that is nicknamed the Christmas Town in Washington. Leavenworth. It's a city in Washington State. What's up, Darth Taxi? Yeah, we're enjoying it so far. That has this architecture here in Washington. See if I can find some images. Yeah, here we go. So this is Leavenworth. It's a city in Washington, like smack dab in the middle of the state. I've been there once or twice, and it's got the nickname Christmas Town because during Christmas, they light it all up and it looks fucking beautiful. That's like what it looks like during Christmas. I wish I could zoom in more, I can't, but yeah, they have the European architecture that this town in game currently has as well. It's a very beautiful, beautiful city. Scandinavian architecture, yeah, the architecture is very, very Gutentage. It's gorgeous, yeah. I love everyone. The tourism there is huge in Christmas because of the Christmas lights. They like literally decorate the entire town to where you'd like probably be able to see it from fucking space with all the lights they have going on. See if I can find other images. Yeah, like look at that. Very beautiful town. Look at the mountains too. That's the state I live in. That's Washington State. Pacific Northwest. The only thing I hate about this state is the cost of living. Everything else is fucking paradise, honestly. I love this state a lot. Beautiful. Look up. Copy. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this town. That looks straight out of it, too. That looks like a CSGO map, I know, dude. You gotta start getting ready for work. All right, Black Angel Rose. I hope you have a good time at work. Thanks for coming out and hanging. Who's Sasaki? Kyojiro? Same case as him? I don't know what that means. Yeah, England, the countryside cities in Europe for sure. Natural for me to live in places where you have a lot of these buildings around in Europe. Oh, really? That's sweet. Yeah, I need to fucking travel more, man. I don't have the money to at the moment, but I want to travel all over the world. Obviously Japan, because I'm a weeb. I'd love to visit China and see the Qin Shi Huang army, the stone army of Qin Shi Huang. Oh my god, I would love to see that. And then the Great Wall of China, obviously. Obviously lots of places in Europe. I'd love to go to Egypt and see the pyramids in person. There's so many places around the world I'd love to see before I die. Are the Warriors open to the public? I think so. I thought they were a tour. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought they were there for tourism. You can get a tour of the site, but it has to be scheduled, it looks like, which offers an in-depth insight of the culture, history, and archaeology of the site. The answer is yes, but it is very rushed. There are 3 ways you can do it: by flight, by speed train, or by overnight train. What? So you just pass it by a train? Yeah, it seems like you don't actually see it, like, I guess, like, in person to, like, take pictures or anything. You literally pass it by a bus or a train or some shit. What the fuck? King Arthur's grave would be huge, dude. I'd use if an Artoria unit comes out in the future, I'd use it as a catalyst. You imagine being there and fucking summoning for FGO? Shit would be so funny. There's no one in that grave either, to my knowledge, right? I think it's an empty grave. You know someone who summoned Castoria there last year? That's fucking awesome. Got her in the first multi. Oh, dude, the luck is real.
Exactly. Exactly, fairies are supposed to live in harmony with nature. Even when they form communities, it's always forest children and stone children gathering under the same great mother. They were always just the divided spirits of the planet who never possessed a culture of their own. But as you can see, Fairy Britain has become a place where fairies imitate human society. For about 14,000 years, fairies have raised humans like cattle. In that time, they used humans' innate creativity as entertainment, which in turn allowed them to flourish. Fairies live long lives, and they require no sustenance whatsoever. Since there's nothing they can't do, they never change, and they never try anything new. In contrast, humans have countless weaknesses. They live short lives, their injuries don't heal, they need food to survive, and they can easily be killed by wild beasts. So naturally, humans came up with all sorts of things that would allow them to survive and flourish in spite of those weaknesses. I'm guessing fairies found that kind of human thinking to be absolutely fascinating. It was almost like finding a shiny new toy. So they began keeping humans as livestock, followed by superficially copying their cultures within cities like this one. They completely ignored the sustenance left behind by human agriculture, architecture, and other various fields of study. Instead, only imitating it at the most basic superficial level. Anything they couldn't copy manually, they fudged with magical energy. That cathedral there is the worst offender. Fairies have no gods and no religion. There was no actual point in making the cathedral, they just thought it was fun. That's Fairy Britain's culture, and it's how they treat humans. So basically they ripped off human culture? So they kind of copied human culture? Well, yes, I guess you could put it that way. Still, as a fairy myself, I can understand how things got to this point. While they definitely took it too far, it makes sense that they'd like this in a world where humans are endangered. Both in proper human history and in this Lostbelt, humans and fairies' favorite source of luxury entertainment. Or humans are fairies' favorite form of luxury entertainment. This land came to be known as Fairy Britain when fairies began regulating humans at a societal level. It's also the key political policy of the High Queen Morgan, your enemy. Uh-huh, you guys are going to fight Morgan?
Yep, or at least that's the current plan. Isn't that right, Max? I still don't have a good handle on the situation here, but I do know we need to meet her. I don't know about fighting yet, but we need to at least meet this Lostbelt's king. But first, we need to find my other two compatriots.
Oh, right, we do, don't we? First things first and all that. Why don't we start with the pub? There are always people coming and going at pubs, and some of them may know something useful.
Artoria? Why did you stop? Is something wrong?
Max, you've helped me out a lot, and I really do appreciate it, but... Oh, what should I do? If he's going to fight High Queen Morgan, it'd only complicate things if I stuck around. I wanted to stay with him until he found Mash, but maybe it would be better to go our separate ways here.
So that's how it is.
By the way, Artoria, do you know what they do to humans in this city that they catch without their owners? They're captured as ranch escapees and sent up to the New Darlington. New Darlington? As in Darlington the National Slaughterhouse Theater?
National Slaughterhouse? Say what?
That's horrible, but wait, isn't Salisbury supposed to be a free city? The head of the Wind Clan runs this place, right? Surely they wouldn't do anything so horrid.
Not necessarily. Not even the head of the Wind Clan can defy the High Queen. So it would definitely be in our advantage to have as many trusted collaborators as we can with us. Max still doesn't know right from left here, and on top of that, he's human. Without an owner to watch over him, it'll just be the Nameless Woods all over again. I'd do it myself, but since I'm obviously noble, even royal, it would strain crudelity if I tried to claim a human of unknown origins as one of my attendants. But you, on the other hand, would be a perfect fit for Max. And don't worry, I'm not asking you to stay with him forever, just while we're in Salisbury. You'd prefer that over being alone too, right, Max?
I guess you're right. Being alone in Britain these days would make it more likely to attract suspicion from the authorities. But what about Tristan? Couldn't he pretend to be Max's owner? He probably could, but Tristan knows just a little about Fairy Britain as Max. It wouldn't take much questioning from one of the clan guards to expose that facade. I wouldn't go that route unless we had no other choice. But if I have a human attendant, that would mean I'd have to be an upper-class fairy, which would also make me Max's owner, and it would just be pretend. Or were you actually hoping to make him your pet? No, I couldn't. Pretend is fine. I'm still much too young for that.
What is going on right now?
Great, then it's settled. Max, Artoria is going to be your owner for a while. It'll be the safest way to travel here. Think you can play along?
Thanks for doing this, Artoria. Don't worry, I actually have some acting experience.
Okay, if you're sure you want to do this, then I'll do it. Besides, we've come this far together, so I certainly don't mind traveling together a little more. In fact, looking on the bright side, this is actually making one of my childhood dreams come true. Oh, what dream would that be? The same dream every fairy grows up in the country has, joining the ranks of the upper-class city folk.
Damn, bro. Even in an alternate timeline where fairies rule the world, they still have class systems. We're her little dog champ now. Pet play fetish moment. Oh no. Not even the fairies can escape capitalism. 7:30 a.m. on Monday, I'm working. Let's go, baby. Showing the character impressions just for a split second in conversations is important. You will notice when it happens a lot here. Pay attention to that. Gotcha. Pretending, huh? Sus.
Hey there, my good Salisburyans. How are you all this fine day? That's right, it is I, Oberon, the Fairy King of the Autumn Woods, the missionary of peace, flowers, and fairy tales, here to grace you all with my boisterous presence.
Hey, Oberon, glad to see you're doing well. Nice to have you back in Salisbury again. Just make sure you don't put up anything on your tab today, you hear?
Oberon, I knew you'd be coming in to drink. I knew coming to drink here today was a good idea. Oi, when you paying back the money I lent you?
I still have to thank you for your help the other day, Oberon. Your advice really got the trees in my backyard to settle down. I am still waiting for you to pay me back, though. Lovely, Oberon. You have some time to spare, right? You simply must attend our tea party today. I'm still waiting for you to pay me back, though.
Damn. Oberon owes everyone money.
There's the poor little prince with the 10,000-year tab. Don't worry, I'll cover this round. I am still waiting for you to pay me back, though.
Ha 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 ha! Will you all cut that out? Stop pointing out how popular I am. I'm here with some important friends today. Save the money talk for another time, all right? Ha 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 ha! We know. Don't worry, we're all just joking. What the fuck?
This is like one of those creepy scenes in the fucking, This is like one of those creepy scenes I've experienced in, what are they called? Fae King, more like the Debt King. Oberon is broke. We're joking, but for real, you have my money? Yeah. He said, oi.
We know. Don't worry, we're all just joking. You've enriched our lives way more than the Queen's banknotes ever could. We're happy to treat you.
You're in debt, Oberon? What was that about a 10,000-year tab?
So you're poor, even though you call yourself a king? Well, yes, my financials are a little lean right now. Bluntly, I'm flat broke. But what do you expect? When I was summoned to Fairy Britain, all I had on me was this cloak. I woke up in a forest piled high with dead leaves with literally nothing to my name. Usually in a situation like that, I'd be too bummed to do anything but wait for help from proper human history. But since I arrived first, I knew there were things I needed to take care of. Fairies thrive on what they find interesting, so I went around putting on shows in the various cities here. I sang songs, riled up crowds, told fairy tales, entertained housewives, and livened up the nights. Over time, the people of Britain came to know me as the regal fairy king of a fief nobody's heard of. Well, at least in the major cities anyway. Oh, so I didn't know about you because I'm from the countryside. Sorry about that. I'll try to branch out more from now on. Still, this was a hard-fought battle in its own right. Can you imagine what it was like for me to have to act like nobility without any actual capital? I can recall a few dozen times. I lied about my station so I would sing love songs to the beautiful woman I met at a tavern. And indeed, there is nothing quite so tense as that. As a fellow poet, Oberon, I have the greatest respect for what you've accomplished here. I don't suppose you'd be willing to give me a few extra in-depth lessons on how to roll fairy style, would you? If you'd really like to learn from me, I'd be glad to teach you what I know. Besides, with your music backing me up, I bet I'd be able to expand my clientele even more. Now I see, you're both scoundrels who can't be trusted around women. Anyway, where should we sit, Oberon? My favorite table is the round one in the back, on the raised floor. It's harder for other customers to see you there, and it gives you a full view of the whole pub. Now, how about we start with a toast of fruit water? Excuse me, cutie, are you the new server? Let the owner know we'll be using this table in the back, okay? And we'd also like to order 4 apple waters. Now wait just a second. You got it. I'll have them ready in just a moment. She has the roller skates. Huh? Huh? Da Vinci? Whoa, no way! Max, it's really you! So she just took up a part-time job while we were fucking separated? Entertaining housewives, Riz plus NTR. Part-time job in another world, new isekai. Alright, last node for section 2. Oh man, you'll never believe what happened to me. So after we got separated in the fog, I let my instincts lead me, and that brought me right back to the beach. Luckily, that beach was so far away from the foggy woods that I was able to follow the coastline east. Eventually, I caught sight of Salisbury here, and I figured out I'd be able to learn more about the populated city. Then, when I got here...
An angel far too good for this world just appeared on my pub's doorstep. She was very unsteady on her feet, but I could still see the fire deep within her blue eyes when she said, "What a lovely place. Would you let me work here for the rest of my life?"
I never said that. What I said was I'm looking for my companions, but first could I have a glass of water, remember?
Well, if you ever change your mind, you just let me know. You're welcome to work for me forever, you know.
Yes, I heard that the first 100 times, Mike. Now back behind the corner. I'll teach you to make cocktails later.
Da Vinci, my perfect angel.
Anyway, that's my story. I'm glad you're okay, Max. You too, Tristan. Although, it looks like you still haven't found Mash yet. I see. You must be the other servant Max told us about. It's an honor to meet a renowned genius like yourself, Leonardo da Vinci. Who are you? I'm guessing the fact that you know my name means you're a servant from proper human history? I am Oberon. Oberon the Fairy King, though I guess here it's more of an aspirational title. It's nice to meet you, Da Vinci. I'm Artoria Castor. I met Max in the Nameless Woods. To make a long story short, I'm going around with Max pretending to be his, owner. Seriously? That's hilarious! Thanks, Artoria. That must be a huge weight off of Max's shoulders. But hey, you're a British fairy too, right? You've probably got some idea of what it is they're doing here by now. But you're helping Max, so does that mean you're good with it? Well, more or less. Honestly, I didn't really get even half of what Max and Oberon told me. But I do know that Max was telling the truth. I wouldn't feel right about abandoning someone in trouble when it's within my ability to help them, and honestly, it kinda seemed like fun. Gotcha. Then it should be okay to speak frankly here. So, how did you end up here, Max? Wow, sounds like you guys had a hell of a time in that forest. I'm glad you made it out of there okay. Thanks for keeping him safe, Tristan. You too, Oberon and Artoria. So, we still don't know much about Britain. We have no idea where Mash is. But we do know that she's still alive, and Oberon is flat broke. Okay, now that we're all on the same page, we can figure out what to do next. You made the right call, Oberon. We shouldn't be wandering aimlessly around Britain right now. What we need to do is set up a base of operations here in Salisbury where we can gather information and tackle our problems one at a time. Our top priority right now is finding Mash, so we'll need to look for info on a girl wearing iron armor. While we do that, we should also learn more about Britain and the lives of the fairies who live in it.
So you want us to set up a base? Do you have a house or here or something? What did you have in mind for a base? Do you have a place you own here?
I sure do. This pub doubles as an inn. Well, technically, they just copied a man-made inn without knowing what it was for. So I taught Mike about inns and how to spend all the extra rooms he's got to make good use out of it. And as a little reward for my services, I got to take 3 of the second floor rooms for myself. I knew we'd eventually find each other and that we'd need a Chaldea frontline base when we did, so that's why I went ahead and made one. Wow, I'm impressed, Da Vinci, and I know Lancelot would be especially blown away by what you've done here. Is this Lancelot person also a young girl?
Monka. In one sense, you're not wrong.
This is great. I can already tell this Da Vinci friend of yours will be a great help. Alright, since...
Oh, the reason why MC said in one sense you're not wrong is because of MASH. Okay. I thought they meant Tristan or Lancelot's personality. But the reason why Artoria thinks that Lancelot's a little girl is because of Tamlin Lancelot. Funny Mimi. Why are we making fun of him when we're broke too? Because we have to, we have to cope with it.
All right, since it seems like you guys have things well in hand by now, I'm going to take my leave. I've actually got a lot of other things I still need to do. You're going off on your own, Oberon? Yep, I'm going to see what I can find out about this MASH girl. Not to mention, we also need more information about Britain as a whole. Now that you Chaldeans have come here, things are definitely going to change. And since we still don't have many allies on our side just yet, I want to make sure we know where things stand in every region. But we'll see you again soon, right? Of course, especially now that I know where I can find you all. Don't worry, the next time you see me, I'll have good news. In the meantime, I suggest you all get acclimated to Britain sooner than later.
Bye-bye, Oberon.
Well, damn, he sure didn't waste any time. I'm glad he's on our side, though, but he definitely dances the beat of his own drum, doesn't he? Indeed, and that colorful outfit of his speaks to me. It tells me he is, without a doubt, the same kind of poet as me. Ah, how this gladdens me. So, what should we do now? I could show you around Salisbury if you like. Thanks, but I think we should take a rest and take the day off. You all walked a long way to get here after all. Please, go ahead and make yourselves comfy in the rooms I mentioned. Max, you take a room to yourself. Tristan and I will share another. And Artoria, you can use the other room I set aside for MASH. Heh, I knew I was right not settling for just 2 rooms. Oh, I also put some magecraft barriers in the rooms, so we won't have to worry about anything being overheard.
I recognize that Da Vinci wink. Looks like we'll be continuing this conversation upstairs.
Really? I can have a whole room all to myself? For free? Hooray! I've always wanted my own room. I can't wait to get all comfy. Thank you, Da Vinci. Gosh, you, proper human history fairies are all so generous. This is great. And now she's gone, too. I know I didn't touch on this before, but she's pretty different from the Artoria we know, isn't she? Yes, she is, from what I've seen so far. We should consider her an entirely separate person from King Arthur, or Artoria Pendragon, the King of Britain in proper human history. Yep, which is one more thing I'd like to discuss up in your room, if you don't mind taking us up there. It's better if we discuss proper human history stuff among ourselves. You really can't be too careful around here.
What's weird in Break Submersion? I'm confused. Oh, with the Tamlin Lancelot shit? No matter how many times I read Altria, I will always say Artoria. Yep, I'm doing the same thing. I refuse to say Altria. Oh, that's cool. The background is unique too. I could have swore the background was going to be like the cabin background that we had in like summer, you know, the my room we had in summer 5 in like the cabin room that we had. I thought that's what we were going to get for the background, but no, we got our own unique background for this for LB6. Nice.
All right, let's begin by sharing what we've learned, starting with this version of Britain. You probably got a sense of this yourself on the way to Salisbury, but this Lostbelt is very different from all the others we've seen so far. It doesn't look at all like an alternate path for human history could have taken, especially since humans are the dominant species here. So far as I can tell, this world consists almost entirely of fairies. In Russia, a huge cold snap made it impossible for the human species to survive as they were, so they were forced to adapt and evolve. In Scandinavia, the Twilight of the Gods, aka Ragnarok, happened during the Age of Gods, and both gods and people alike were in sharp decline afterwards. China was ruled by a single Zenren, or one true human, and became the sole nation-state of the entire world. India was converging on itself through endless cycles of reincarnation, only for the whole world instead of individual people. And in Greece, humankind was completely dominated by gods who never died out. While all of them were dead ends, they were still all human worlds. No matter how different they may have been from our timeline, they still have had human societies that suited their environments in the year 2019. But that's not the case here. This is very much not a human world. For one thing, there is no world outside of Britain. It's not like the other Lostbelts where we just couldn't see the outside world thanks to the storm walls. There's just nothing in this world at all besides Britain. No other continents, and definitely no other nations. That sounds like a nightmare. No other countries besides Britain, chat? The British Empire truly did colonize the whole world. Damn you, Mushroom Man. I think they only messed up by revealing the true name when you ascend the units. Banner time and using Tamlin to advertise the banners have been fine, IMO. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have even picked up on the joke about MASH and Artoria saying is Lancelot a little girl unless I knew about Tamlin Lancelot, right? It would have went right over my head, and I probably would have forgotten about it, to be honest. There's just nothing in this world at all besides Britain. No other continents, and definitely no other nations.
That... a true nightmare.
So as long as we're here, the whole planet consists of nothing but the Isle of Britain and the sea. And that means...
it's basically another world with no relation to human history?
Yup, given what we know now, that's the only way to describe it. Over the last few days, I've been asking various fairies about what things are like between Britain and the other countries, but the very idea of other countries was alien to them. So that tells me there must be some strange circumstance that caused this place to become a fairy Britain. Figuring out what that is will be the key to beating, no, unraveling this Lostbelt. Hold on, if there aren't any other European countries here, does that mean every fairy in this land comes solely from the Isle of Britain? That's the great question, That is a great question, Tristan. If there are no other lands in this world, it follows that no fairy legends from those places would be imported here. But luckily, there's still a little thing called human history convergence. What that means is, as long as a fairy once existed on Earth, their existence will remain even in the form of history. What that means is, as long as a fairy once existed on Earth, their existence will remain even if their form and history are different. So even if this fairy Britain, we have fairies from various European legends showing up in different forms, basically the ecosystems are similar, even if the environments aren't. Since this is still the same planet Earth, there are inevitably going to be similar life forms, civilizations, and large-scale events. Similar life forms, huh? Yep, Fairy Britain may be nothing like the Britain we know, but despite all that, the two Britons have a surprisingly number of things in common. Things like city names, fairy names, even the names of this world's queen. Remember that huge castle to the north you saw on the way here? It belongs to High Queen Morgan, ruler of Fairy Britain. And it probably won't surprise you to learn that its name is Camelot. That's right, here, the same castle that symbolized British peace and proper human history, that was home to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, belongs to Morgan, the strongest, most despised witch in British history, and the one indirectly responsible for King Arthur's death and Britain's downfall. I did hear her name a few times on the way here, but man, Morgan the Witch, huh? Yep, as far as I've been able to find out, Morgan's ruled Fairy Britain for almost 2,000 years. There are 6 different fairy clans here: Wind, Earth, Fang, Mirror, Wing, and one other. King, right? They waged war with each other constantly for thousands of years until Morgan used evil magecraft to defeat them, subjugated half of the clans through force, and united all of Britain. Afterward, she gave the humans of this world a limited degree of freedom, made them build a foundation for civilization, and developed this imitation society over the course of the last 2,000 years. Morgan. So, even in this Lostbelt, she's still trying to... But, no. I suppose I shouldn't say that. I'm sure this Morgan is a different person from the one we know. So what exactly is her reign like? Since she calls her castle Camelot, does that mean it's fair and just in a way King Arthur would be proud of? No, it's pretty horrible. She has strict limits on the number of humans that can be born each year, and she rules the fairies with an iron fist. Every fairy that lives in urban areas is inscribed with Morgan's curse, command spells as part of their civic duty. Oh, that's why they recognize the command spells on us. So every fairy that lives in an urban area in any of these cities is inscribed with Morgan's curse. Her curse is command spells as a part of their civic duty. And she has strict limits on the number of humans that can be born each year, and rules with the fairies with an iron fist. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that she might be trying to... Morgan might be trying her best, because we know Morgan is half fae, half human. I wonder if she's trying to, make a prosperous land for fairies and humans, and that's just, like, fucking impossible to do, but she's trying her damn best. Similar to how Scotty in the Scandinavian Lostbelt was trying to make a prosperous world for humans and the giants, right? Or she was just doing... Scotty in Scandinavia was just trying her absolute best, right? and maybe Morgan's similar. Alright, so all the fairies that live in urban areas have Morgan's curse, which is command spells. And every year, fairies inscribed with these command spells are forced to donate some of their vitality, magical energy, essentially. They call it the existence tax. And any fairies who can't pay it, essentially who can't provide enough magical energy to satisfy Morgan, are killed right then and there. Apparently, when she first took the throne, Morgan told the fairies, "I offer neither absolution nor salvation. I demand only that you obey without question or hesitation. Show me your fealty in word and action, and I shall keep Britain safe." Any fairies who can't handle this state of affairs and become unable to work are either taken into Camelot and dealt with there, or they escape the cities and run away into lands no one else knows about. An annual existence tax. So that's why those fairies were there, the ones in the forest. Paying tax just like IRL. But what do they use that magical energy for? I don't think they've said yet. Such an oppressive regime is bound to spark opposition. But even so, Morgan has maintained her iron grip on Britain for 2,000 years. Yep, which just goes to show how powerful she must be. She takes half the soul of every fairy in Britain each year, and there's still no fairies able to even willing to stand up to her. That said, there are some positive sides to Morgan's reign. Remember those black things we fought near the shore? The fairies call them Moors, and they're one of the calamities that have been plaguing Fairy Britain since its inception. Occasionally, fairies lose their purpose, or their spark. They end up turning into those Moor creatures. Moors are essentially the fairies' natural predators. Just touching one is enough to infect a fairy, ultimately transforming them into Moors too. And before the Fae we met in the forest that got it on her eye, I was wondering if Castoria did anything to her. I think Castoria might have fucked with her. I can give magical energy any day of the week. Mana transfer when. Just touching one is enough to infect a fairy, ultimately transforming them into Moors. And Castoria touched her, remember that? Before she got the shit on her eye to transform? Monka. It's kind of like a disease that only affects fairies. And the Moors aren't the only calamity Britain has to regularly contend with. There are lots of others that pop up on a regular basis. And Morgan's, the High Queen's army is constantly fending them off. Morgan may be cold and ruthless, but she's also the sword that keeps Britain safe. The fairies may fear and hate her, but they also depend on her. And that's the current state of the Fairy Britain. Sounds like Morgan definitely is this Lostbelt's king then. Yep, that seems like a very safe assumption, which means she'd also have to be the one who used Rogue de Myliad. That spell was so powerful it reached Olympus from here. No one else could have cast it. Though, of course, that unfortunately also means Beryl Gut is involved with Morgan somehow. So I'd say that makes our chances of peaceful negotiation with her basically nil. I see. Then we have our own reasons for defeating her. Yep, although we might have a hard time getting to Camelot since apparently no one can enter it without her permission. That said, even Morgan's reign isn't perfect. In fact, there's no hope of going around Britain right now. As luck would have it, we showed up here at the exact right time, just as things were about to change. So what's this new hope? The Child of Prophecy. Specifically, a child whose existence was prophesied by the head of the now extinct Mirror Clan, right before they disappeared. From what I've heard, it went something like this. 16 years from now, a savior shall appear, guided by the staff of selection. The true king will take the throne. When the 6 bells ring out, the false queen will fall. Alongside Fae and humans, the savior will bring an end to the false history. So what do you think? Sounds vaguely familiar, right? It's got credibility out the wazoo too, since this Mirror Clan's prophecy have never been wrong. The High Queen's been trying to prevent this inevitability by rounding up every fairy who turned 16 this year. But the fact that this Child of Prophecy hunt is still going on proves that she still hasn't been caught. Suffice to say, between the Moors and the Child of Prophecy alone, the cracks are showing in the High Queen's reign. Okay, it's obviously Castoria, and it seems like Da Vinci even said, sounds familiar. Please tell me our characters at least understand that it's absolutely Castoria and we should be like protecting her since it seems like she's our only hope.
I hope they don't make the characters play stupid here.
Suffice to say, between the Moors and the Child of Prophecy alone, the cracks are showing in the Queen's reign. So if we play our cards right, we might be able to negotiate with Morgan after all. That said, finding Mash definitely comes first. For the time being, you should rest up and recover your strength. Then tomorrow we can start gathering information, quietly and casually of course, so as not to arouse suspicion.
Oh man, it feels like forever since I've laid down in a soft bed. The British Lostbelt. High Queen Morgan. Oh, that's cool. We get a main character monologue. I don't even think this has happened since like LB4. I feel like it didn't happen at all, and there was so much going in. There was so much going on in Lostbelt 5. I don't think we even had time to monologue, but in LB4 we monologued at one point, I think, in one of the towns at night, and then that was like right around the time we talked to... What's her name? The MC will speak later? We've been speaking this whole time, what do you mean? Callie or Durga is like the strongest servant right now, lore-wise. She, when I was looking, before Lostbelt 4, I did a lot of Hinduism research, and I believe Kali is like the god of death in Hinduism, and they're so badass how it's explained because like their left and right eye can tell the past and present, left and right eye, and then they have a third eye on their forehead, and it only opens up when they can look at someone and literally dictate their future. It's so fucking crazy. I was like, oh, that's so badass. Altria, Oberon. Oh shit, I said Altria. Mash, wherever you are, please be safe.
Okay, I think we could use some rest too. Servants might not need to sleep, but it's still tiring to be constantly watching out for threats, right? I mean, you never took your fingers off your bowstrings even once that entire time. Guess that's why you were a Knight of the Round Table, huh? Heh, just your noticing that suggests that I must need rest as well. But not just yet. But please, don't refrain from resting on my account, Da Vinci. You may be a servant too, but you're also a being living in here and now just like Max. So go on, get some sleep. Don't worry, it is my duty to protect you as well as him. Gotcha. Well, I guess I should have expected that kind of consideration from Tristan, the Child of Sadness, and the most handsome knight of all the Round Table. Okay then, I'll take you up on that. Honestly, I was pretty beat. By all means, but first I have just one request for you. I don't want to take too much of your time, but before you fall asleep, I was hoping you could tell me about the sixth singularity. Specifically, I would like to hear about the version of me who was summoned there, and what I was doing in the holy city of Camelot.
What was Tristan's gift in that singularity? I forgot, because it was Lancelot was the one that was a ruler, right? And then Mordred's was she could spam her NP. What was reversal exactly? Is she risen Tristan? Altria counter +1. No! Oh, he had Oh, the ruler one was Tristan? What did Lancelot have then? I thought that was Lancelot, to be honest. Oh, it fucked. Oh, okay. He was weak to Saber, strong to Lancers. Oh, okay. Messed with the affinity. Gotcha. So he was effectively a wait, what? Something that I like about this Lostbelt is that because there is no tree, we are looking to destroy it. We are even open to negotiate with the queen. Yeah, that is cool. All right, section 3, Aurora. Jesus Christ, look at those arrows. So they said over by, is that Camelot over there then? Over by the tree, I think they said? Or is it the one in the middle? It's not the one in the middle, that's something else. Oh, it is the pit? That's Camelot? The pit is Camelot? Sorry. I thought they said the big one over by the tree. There's some Monka-esque shit happening over there, too. Look at that. It's like a storm. They said it earlier. I know. I thought they said when we saw the tree, that's what it was. The big open screenshot we got where that was beautiful, where the main character and Artoria were down in the bottom right corner. That one where it showed the tree over on the left. They said we could see Camelot from there, and so I just assumed because the tree was in view, it was that one, but I guess not. It was just a wide, because we were like down here at that time, so from that angle, you could see the tree and that middle city, I guess. It moves? I didn't see that before. Yeah, there's some fucky wucky shit going over there. Look, there's like lightning too. Monka. All right, Aurora. We are 5 hours in. We'll probably, I don't even know if we'll, depending on how long this takes, we might not even finish this whole node before I hop off. I wanted to go for like 6 to 8 hours though, so we'll definitely keep going. I just don't know how long or how much reading is in this node.
Good morning, everyone. My gosh, that bed was just so comfortable. Glad to hear it. That makes all the trouble I went through to make the mattresses just right worth it. Fairy beds are just imitations of real beds, so the mattresses might as well have been boulders before I adjusted them. I'm here as well. If you like, I'd be happy to play a song to help you all wake up. Morning, everyone. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going.
3 sections in 6 hours is insane. What, like, that's fast or, like, slow? Or, oh, you're saying, like, just 3 sections in 6 hours is insane? Yeah. That's LB6 for you, I suppose. I already know this whole thing. Like, once I have this entire Lostbelt in a playlist on YouTube, and you add up how long all of the videos are, I guarantee you it'll be like almost 40 hours, some shit like that, 40 to 48 hours. It's going to be more than 24 because Lostbelt 5, those 2 sections were both like over 24 hours alone. And this one like matches like the entirety of Lostbelt 5, like all the, like if you're including Lostbelt 5.1 and 5.2, that like competes with the length of just Lostbelt 6 in total, which is fucking crazy.
Whoa there. I'm glad you're so fired up, but let's just take it easy, okay? Yes, none of the High Queen's soldiers are here in Salisbury, but she definitely has sympathizers here. So we just need to play it cool and casual, okay?
You're going out, Da Vinci?
Why does he call her that?
You're going out, Da Vinci, so you're not gonna wait tables with your beautiful roller skating today?
Well, sorry, I'm off to do some sightseeing, but don't worry, I'll help you out in the afternoon.
Oh, right. That was our deal, wasn't it? Hey, you there. I don't know which clan you're from, but you'd better not tire Da Vinci out, you hear?
Yeah. I don't know anything about LB7 other than what we know right now in NA, like where I am in the story. So keep story spoilers to a minimum. I said earlier before starting this Lostbelt that I still don't get what all the hype about LB6 is. Even right now, I still don't get what all the hype about LB6 is, because LB7 seems like it's gonna be the one where all the cool shit happens, because it's fucking... we know at the end of LB 5.2, at the end of Olympus, Rasputin said they were going to try to summon an ultimate one, which now that we've read notes, we know how crazy that is. We know Daebit is there, who is the only cryptor that was on Kishtaria Wodyme's terms, or like the only one that was on his level in terms of like power. We know that Daebit has summoned a grand servant. We don't know who it is, but we know Daebit has a grand servant, and we know that Rasputin and the foreign god are there. So like all the main story points seem like they're happening in LB7 right now, and we just like made this pit stop to LB6 because we have to, and we're trying to get Rogue Demiliad to use as a weapon against the foreign god, right? But like that's all I know. So like I still, even right now, do not understand like why LB6 is so hype. You like LB6 a lot? Yeah, I'm excited to find out. I'm just saying like nothing has been revealed that's like crazy to me yet. Huh.
Well, what's up, Max? Something on your mind?
I was just wondering what's up with the sky. I was just thinking that the sky looks awfully similar to how it did yesterday.
Oh, that? Yeah, I was surprised by that at first, too.
Oh, is this why in Castoria's NP in the Lostbelt, the sky is different?
The weather here never changes. It's got one sky pattern for a day, another for night, and that's it. It does supposedly rain here sometimes, but apparently it's just always cloudy here. No blue skies. Huh? Blue skies? Your Britain skies turn blue sometimes? Oh yes, when there are no clouds in the sky, it becomes a beautiful shade of blue as far as the eye can see, though that's not to say these skies aren't beautiful in their own right. So the same color as blue bells then? That's what your skies look like? Wow. Then your world must be very bright and beautiful. The kind of place where everyone always smiles and helps one another, no matter how hard life gets. Anyway, shall we be gathering information then? Oh, and I need to pretend to be Max's owner, right? Oh, then maybe I'll try acting like a big shot and going over to those restaurants I've heard so much about. Did you know they won't even let you into a Woodwoses without an attendant?
Monka. So, speaking of Woodwoses, I did research, of course, about the Fae and their legends. Woodwoses were essentially like wood people. They're essentially like Sasquatch in Britain. And when I was doing research, people in Discord probably heard me talk about it. I came across a video that was explaining Woodwoses, and I got... As I listened to the video, this guy was talking about like the Woodwoses and explaining what they are and how they're like Britain's Sasquatch essentially. And as he kept going, he was saying like, yeah, Woodwoses, they're actually... Don't worry about it, stare. This guy in this video starts going over how like Woodwoses, he's saying like, you know, they were just hairy forest people, right? So he's like, if you live in today's society, like hairy people could just shave themselves and they look like a normal human. So these Woodwoses are just hairy men that are out in the woods, and they could come out now that we have a more civilized world, and they can use things like shaving cream and products to be able to shave their bodies and look like a normal human. So these Woodwoses are living among us, and I'm telling you, these Woodwoses, they're ruling the world right now, and they are going to continue ruling the world and oppressing our people, just like, and then he starts reciting like shit in the Bible, and I was like, holy shit, this motherfucker's a Nazi. I was like, he's literally, he was straight up in this video reciting Nazi ideology. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, how did this go from me just trying to find out about Fae lore in real life to finding this guy is just reciting Nazi ideology and fucking on YouTube? That shit blew my mind. I was like, holy shit, that took a fucking turn. essentially what he was saying. It's the literally Nazi ideology about Jews. Like, that's what it was. Like, he was essentially saying that, like, these hairy people that used to live in the woods were taking over human society, and now they rule the world. If you ever hear anyone say that, like, Jews, like, are really wealthy and rule the world, that's Nazi ideology. Man was literally fucking... he was literally reciting Nazi ideology. That shit blew my fucking mind. Dude, yeah, he was straight up saying that shit. I still can't believe YouTube hasn't taken that shit down. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how much that's some QAnon shit. Yeah, straight up. It's straight up. Same with, like, if you listen to any of the shit flat worlders say, a lot of people who actually believe the world is flat, if you go down that rabbit hole far enough, you'll find, like, it's literally Nazi ideology as well. There are some people that believe the earth is flat and think that, like, Jews are hiding that from you. Like, straight up. But it is. Oh no. The fate rabbit hole is much bigger. Pulled a Saber Lily Artoria from the friend point summon. Let's go. She was like the first welfare unit, I think, right? So anyway, to continue the joke though, Kiko, I said the whole thing in Discord, the story I just told about the video I watched, and then Kiko responded to me like, and I was like, don't tell me the Woodwoses are actually ruling the world in LB6 or I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Did you know they won't even let you into a Woodwos's house without an attendant?
What have you found yourself in? It wasn't anything I found myself in. I was trying to research Fae mythology, essentially, in Britain. And so I found the video explaining the Woodwose, and I thought it was just going to be a nice video talking about, like, the Woodwose legend and all that. And it just went down a rabbit hole that went way too far. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Quote unquote research. Indiana Smash, appreciate the follow. Do you know what Serranos is? No. You're back and finished getting ready? Let's go. Good were Safs? You went too deep into the internet, Max? You have to come back? What do you mean? No, it's just one video talking about Woodwose, bro. At least I realized by the end of it, because, like, when he started saying that, like, the Woodwose were real and that they could shave themselves and become part of human society and, like, be normal, hidden as normal people, I was like, okay, dude, this is getting pretty weird. And then by the end of that, he was saying some shit like, we need to annihilate all of them, and then started, like, reciting, like, verses from the Bible. I was like, holy shit, this guy's a Nazi, dude. At least I realized it by the end of it. All right.
Hey, as long as there are a lot of fairies there, I'm good with whatever. Okay, so let's scope out the place while we pretend to just be taking a walk. We'll also want to keep our ears peeled for any juicy rumors and talk to people ourselves at times.
A Fang Clan fairy. Have I heard anything about a fairy in iron armor? What, you guys interested in joining the High Queen's army? Don't bother, nothing good will come from joining them now. This is the year Einzel prophesied about, remember? The child of prophecy will appear this year, and bring salvation to all. Who knows, maybe the High Queen will finally cut us a break on our taxes if she actually takes a few licks for once. Huh? You're not looking to join? You're looking for a lost companion? Afraid I can't help you out then.
Iron armor? You won't find anything like that here. You'll have to go to Norwich for iron. They ought to still be making those silly weapons up there, at least if Spriggan hasn't shut down the mine. What kind of weapons, you say? What else? Swords, spears, bows, axes? You know, the usual. I swear, I never thought I'd see the day fairies would use iron weapons of all things. What could the High Queen be thinking? Still, at least the Child of Prophecy should do something about all that. We just have to be patient a little longer.
Will you be playing until the first boss fight or until the end of this section? I was thinking until the end of this section because of how long it is. What section does the first boss fight happen, chat? Don't tell me anything about it, but because I'd like to remain spoiler free, but you can at least tell me what section the boss fight happens on to see how far we might have to go for it. There's always a part of me that loves those things existing just because they're fun to laugh at. Yeah, I definitely thought coming out of that, I was like, wait, hold on, dude. This shit it took such a left turn. It was just so fucking funny to me. Imagine a Japanese servant popping up in the Lostbelt. Section right now is at Aurora. 3 or 4, if I remember correctly. End of this section would be a good place to stop. Okay. Maybe we'll just go until the end of section 3 then.
Hey, have you guys heard about the latest about the Calamity Pool in Norwich? They say Norwich's sky is pitch black right now, even during daytime.
Is that that must be the city that's on the right side of the map that has the clouds and lightning surrounding it, huh?
They say Norwich's sky is pitch black right now, even during the daytime. There's no way they're going to last much longer there, not with such a calamity present. I mean, between all the iron, soot, noise, and humans there, they have no one to blame but themselves. But even so, I just can't help but worry. I mean, what are we going to do if Norwich refugees decide to come here to Salisbury? We have so much history here, and we've got too many Earth Clan fairies as it is. But Lady Aurora is so kind, I can't imagine her turning them away.
What's wrong with immigrants, huh? The bird-like fairy.
You're looking for something? Are you searching just in Salisbury, or all of Britain? Haha, if it's all of Britain, these fairies aren't gonna be of much help. It's so nice here in Salisbury that nobody ever wants to leave. If you want to know what's going on in other cities, you'll just have to visit them yourself. Oh, but you don't have wings, do you? Well, that rules that out. If the Moors get you, it's all over. Anyway, I wonder what tonight's festival is going to be about. I hope it's another play about the Child of Prophecy and the Evil Witch. I love the part where the High Queen and her Dog Knight finally get what's coming to them.
Dog Knight, you say? Coup? Can you imagine? Artoria is worn out. Da Vinci is fed up. Tristan is dejected. Ugh. Well, that was disappointing. Okay, so not much luck today, huh?
I mean, I wasn't really expecting to find a solid lead in just one day. But all anyone wanted to talk about was the Child of Prophecy. They barely even listened to what we had to say. Indeed, that last fairy even tried to get us to buy some questionable Child of Prophecy merchandise. I haven't seen a whole city so feverishly excited about something other than Christmas. A Child of Prophecy craze, Sounds like there's a lot of money to be made there.
And actually, like, this is probably this Lostbelt death is the furthest that we've come across, right? In terms of how it differs from humanity, and they still have capitalism here, dude. Nothing can escape the outer god's clutches. I guess it just goes to show how much people are counting on them. I wonder who this Child of Prophecy could be anyway. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, we should know it's Artoria at this point.
Yeah, there's only one thing these fairies wanted to talk about besides the Child of Prophecy, were the rumors going around about Norwich, the eastern port town. I gotta say, it's made me really curious about this Child of Prophecy too. I wonder what kind of fairy they are. If they really are planning to fight Morgan like the prophecy says, maybe we could even convince them to help us. What do you think? Should we try looking for this Child of Prophecy as well as Mash? Any fairy who can get the other fairies so excited must be incredibly strong and brave.
Good day, everyone. I'm back once again. Oh, not as many customers today, I see. It's Oberon! Over here, Oberon! Hey there! Having a little lunch after your morning walk around the city, huh? Anyway, it looks like you're all having fun. Hope you don't mind if I join you. I'm a passable fighter at best, but I'm a master of killing with compliments. Much more peaceful that way. Here, I'll show you. Before long, I'll be heaping
I'll be heaping so much praise on Artoria, she'll be begging for me for mercy. Huh? Artoria? Wait, why? Huh? You mean you haven't told them yet, Artoria? The child of prophecy everyone's on about. That's her. I just assumed you all knew since she's got King Arthur's name and all. Well, there it is, at least. I was like, how the fuck did the characters not figure it out? I mean, yeah, the thought did cross my mind once I heard your name was Artoria. But still, you, Artoria? Really? I mean, let's be real, you have less magical energy than most fairies, right? You might have better magical circuits than a human, but, well, since you're a fairy, I guess they'd be Age of Gods patterns. Anyway, they're still below the average for a fairy. Hell, even Mike there must be stronger than you, so how can you be the child of prophecy meant to defeat the High Queen? I had no idea. Mood. I know, you're right. It doesn't make any sense at all, does it? I'm sorry. I know it's not right for someone like me to be carrying around the staff of selection. Still, it's not like we know for certain that I'm the child of prophecy. There's a chance I might not be. Besides, I don't really have the guts to fight the High Queen, or the drive, or the determination. I don't belong to any of the clans either, and I have so little magical energy that I have to fudge it in with magecraft. I can't even get close to the bells I'm supposed to ring. I mean, I do plan to be the best I can in spite of all that, but let's just say it's a very uphill battle. Honestly, I still don't know why I was chosen. You don't think you can do this, Artoria? I don't know. All I can say is that if I really am the child of prophecy, then there must be some way for me to fight. It's why I was born and how I was raised. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm completely hopeless. The last time I came to Salisbury was to meet with the head of the Wind Clan, but I ended up deciding to try Manchester next time because nobody here would give me the time of day. I see. So that's why you didn't say anything sooner. Fairies can sense how much magical energy you've got at a glance, so I'm sure they only laughed at you when you told them you were the child of prophecy. I bet they also yelled at you and told you not to lie. They probably scolded you something fierce. They did, so I thought I'd start by convincing the head of the clan who I was, but they just turned me away at the gate. The head of the Wind Clan, huh? That'd be Aurora. Personally, I think you're pretty great as you are now, but I can see why you feel the need to boost your prestige. Well, if that's the only problem, I can take care of that right now. What do you mean by that, Oberon? I mean, I can get you a meeting with Aurora if you want. Da Vinci. There. See how easy we got in? Take a look. This is the heart of Salisbury, the home of its great bell. Esk Cathedral, the oldest and largest building in all of Fairy Britain. Now then, Aurora's room is on the top floor, so what say we start heading up? I've already sent word of our arrival, so we shouldn't have any trouble with the What? Hang on. Hi. Good day. Good day, King of the Autumn Woods. Your visit was sudden and unexpected, but we welcome you here, all the same. However, it seems I must remind you that this cathedral is holy ground where kings and queens are made. The esteemed site of the High Queen Morgan's coronation 2,000 years ago. As such, regardless of how much affection Lady Aurora may have for you, I cannot allow such lowly creatures as humans to enter, attendants or not. Guards to me, capture these unidentified fairies and that disgusting human. If the human submits, very well. However, should he attempt to resist or flee, dispose of him. That goes for Oberon too, of course. You needn't show him any leniency. We've received complaints about him from the pubs across the city demanding that he pay his tabs. My, this isn't how I expected things to go. Oberon! Maybe he's not actually as popular as he claims.
If those are your orders, Lady Coral, then we'll gladly comply. But are you sure about this? Lady Aurora's told us to let him through right away. She seemed thrilled about his visit.
Don't you talk back to me. You may have been chosen to be guards, but you're still mere humans. Know your place. Unless, of course, you'd rather I turned you into rabbits so you don't have to be humans anymore?
No, my lady. I'm very sorry about this, Lord Oberon. It really is nothing personal. We're just doing our jobs.
It seems we have no choice but to do battle, even though their hearts clearly aren't in it. Come, Max, let's show them how strong we truly are.
Oberon has the Riz. Damn, what's with all the commas? Holy shit. Time to summon the true King Arthur as a shadow servant. Ooh, background. Not using Castori in her story is fucked up for real. My Arjuna altar, my god Juna needs his skills leveled up. I have him, I don't have his skills leveled. Hopefully in this next in this upcoming lotto I'll be able to do it. Oh, Night Metal, let's go. I need those. For Tamlin Lancelot. Whoa. That felt like a new animation. Or one that's not used often, at least.
You see that, Coral? You see what Max and I are capable of? This is what happens when you look down on people for being human or having no money.
You had to throw that in there, huh?
Probably not a good time to point out that Oberon was just standing behind them, cheering. Very well, it would seem that human is indeed not your typical expendable worker. And Lady Aurora does love rare and unusual things. It's part of what makes her so strong. All right, just this once I'll grant you an audience with her, but don't let this go to your head. Rare and unusual things are only interesting the first time you see them. Once the novelty wears off, they become worthless. If I were you, I would try to make the most of this good fortune, as you won't have many other such chances in the future.
Don't mess with the broke boys. Whoa, mama. Holy shit, dude, they did crazy work on the NPCs in this Lostbelt.
Hello, Oberon. What delightful story do you have for me today? You know, so very many things, so I'm sure it must be something special. Whatever it is, I can't wait to hear it. I could use some cheer after all the unfortunate news recently.
She's sparkling. Whoa, she's beautiful. I didn't think it was possible to go blind from sheer splendor until today.
Why yes, I have two things for you today. One is something you absolutely must know. The other is a request for a small favor. But don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time at all. That said, could I first make a somewhat selfish request? You see, I'd like to keep what I'm about to tell you just between us. You don't mind keeping secrets, right? Oh my, you are a naughty one, aren't you? I don't usually care for scary stories. But a little thrill does sound like fun. Would you give us some privacy, Coral? Lady Aurora. It's all right. I know we can trust them, so it's only right I answer in kind. As you wish, but please don't hesitate to call for me if you should change your mind. You'll have to forgive Coral. She's a very proud girl, and she can be quite inflexible. She probably gave you a very harsh welcome again, didn't she? I'm just glad to see you're not hurt. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, friends of Oberon. I am Aurora, head of the Wind Clan and Lord of Salisbury. Now, what did you come to tell me today? Whoa, I guess it's no surprise that the whole mood just changed in here. Figure she didn't become head of the clan through her beauty alone. Well, you see, there's this stranded friend of ours we've not been able to find. So the thing is, we're having some trouble finding a companion of ours. Oh my, oh my, oh my. How many years has it been since a human spoke so frankly to me? Oh, how delightfully different. Tell me, what is your name? Are you a free citizen? What kind of pedigree do you... I'm so sorry. You already serve this fine young fairy, don't you? Oh goodness, how rude of me. Really, Aurora, you must do something about your tendency to take in every stray human you find. Otherwise, you'll eventually have every human in Britain living in Salisbury. And I'm sure you don't need any more resistance from your fellow clan members, seeing how you're the only one who favors coexistence. Yes, I know. You're right, of course. But when I saw those big puppy eyes of his begging me for help, well, I just couldn't resist. PTSD to fucking Lostbelt 5. Yeah, coexistence, literally LB5. What's my breed? Oh no, yeah, we're literally pets here. Good grief, well, this is exactly why I brought him to see you to begin with. Answer her. Remember what I told you before about Chaldea and the other... Wait, does pedigree mean breed? When she said that, I thought she just meant like dog food, dude. She asks what your breed is, and you're like, yes, please. Fucking WWE move. It's like, you ever seen Austin Powers where he's like writing on the note where he's like, where they say sex, male or female, and he just writes yes, please. Remember what I told you before about Chaldea and the other world called proper human history? Well, this boy here is a master of Chaldea, and the two behind him are servants, not fairies. Oberon? Don't worry, it's okay. Aurora here may be from Fairy Britain, but she thinks a lot like the fairies of proper human history. And while she'd never come out and say it, she's not happy with the state of things in Britain either, right? It's been 2,000 years now since Britain fell into Morgan's hands, and you've been here watching it unfold every step of the way. You think it's time for Morgan's reign to end, regardless of what form that end takes. I remember how your eyes sparkled with hope when I told you about the outside world. Max here has come from Britain solely to defeat Morgan. He's not even thinking about what happens afterwards. Suffice to say, he also thinks, or has no intention of ruling in Morgan's place once she's gone. Once the Chaldeans leave, whether British lives or dies will be for you and your fellow fairies to decide. Chaldea's definitely not going to care if you try to save what's left of it. They'll gladly stay out of your way. Morgan is their only concern, nothing more. So it would seem. While that girl in the back does seem very happy that you're telling me this boy here isn't denying anything you say. So you're travelers from another world, a Briton that went down the right path. It's still hard to believe, but maybe this too is Einzel's guidance at work. Either way, one thing is clear. Since we both have our own troubles, it's only right that we help one another. Max, was it? You have my permission to act in Salisbury however you see fit, even if your actions should be in opposition to the land of the Fae. If you're looking for a lost companion, then I'll lend you my eyes and fellow wind fairies to other cities. I can't contact my compatriots in Norwich at the moment, but I will have my wind fairies in Oxford, Glucester, New Darlington, and Camelot help in your search. You need only tell Coral what your companion looks like. I just hope my clan will be of assistance. Oh wow, thank you so much. That's great, but are you sure it's okay? You mean, for me to help Chaldea? I see you're both a kind and honest boy, Max. True, as a citizen of Fairy Britain, perhaps it is wrong of me to help you. But I'm more concerned with us Fae folk's way of life than I am with retaining this land itself. The High Queen is a great woman, certainly, but the path we are on now will not lead us anywhere good. All that said, I'd still like to keep our relationship on the down low for the time being. After all, you are the head of a clan. If Morgan finds out you've sided with Chaldea in proper human history, she may have the Wind Fairies killed. So this collaboration should be kept quiet, so we can deny knowing anything about each other in case things come to that. Oh, the Wind Fairy's dead, so not even you could defeat High Queen Morgan if you faced her directly? No, I couldn't. She could wipe us all out with one flick of her finger. I see. Gosh, she's really something, isn't she? Oh yes, she's a very special fairy. The only one who could hope to defeat her is the Child of Prophecy from Ainzel's last prediction. It's too bad this child has yet to reveal themselves, as I can only hope they come to save us as soon as possible.
Devious smile, Merlin Monka. Ah, he's gonna do it. He's really gonna do it.
How right you are, Aurora. I may very well be about to make your day. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Huh? What are you doing, Oberon? Please, stop! That's right. Artoria here is none other than the Star of Hope who hails from Tintagel. Born alongside the Staff of Selection that will bring Morgan to justice. She's the one, the only, Child of Prophecy. Go on now, don't be shy. Oberon!
Monka. Dude. I kind of get why Artoria said that Oberon had the same aura around him as Merlin now. Max, just tell me you don't like Oberon. I like him. I just think he's going to bite us in the ass by the end because not only have I seen his final ascension, but when he first saved us in the fog, it sounded like he had plans of his own. Like, he's helping us now, but I don't think that's going to last. I also don't buy that he's a servant of proper human history. I don't buy that at all. Max antagonizing Oberon? Excuse me. I also know that he's totally a proper why do I not think that? Because of I explained it earlier in the stream. We know that bottom left corner that we started in had all this fog, and they explained how the fog was there. They explained how the fog was there because there used to be a kingdom there that was wiped out, and the king, in their final moments, put a curse on the land, and that was all this fog that would make anyone who enters it forget their memories and become lost. And I was thinking, because Oberon was not affected by the fog, and Oberon was able to give us our memories back, I predicted that was Oberon. And I know he's our first pretender, just because I've been spoiled on the unit. I know he's our first pretender, and I'm curious if the pretender class also gives him that ability to pretend to be a servant from proper human history, if that makes sense. That's what I'm going with right now. Yeah, don't spoil me, obviously, chat. Let me theorize and figure it out on my own, but I'm just voicing my own thoughts right now to give you my own perspective as I go through the story.
You do have some delightful friends, Oberon. I'd love to be tackled to the ground like that myself sometime.
Huh?
Why, thank you. I can't say I expect such a direct method of silencing me either. Still, Artoria would never say anything if I hadn't put her on the spot like that.
She's kind of a late bloomer, you see, and she's still not confident about being the child of prophecy. So we were hoping you might be able to offer her your seal of approval, say, for example, maybe she could ring one of the bells mentioned in the prophecy? Wow, even I wouldn't have come up with that. Impressive.
No, that I'm afraid I cannot allow. While there is indeed a bell said to be the voice of this Wind Clan right above this room, I can only let her ring it once she has proven herself to me. Words alone will not suffice. She will need to demonstrate her abilities so there can be no question. You said your name was Artoria, yes? And it seems you do indeed have the Staff of Selection. I still don't understand what the Staff of Selection truly signifies. The only one who does is Einzel, the head of the Mirror Clan, and no one has ever seen any member of the Mirror Clan for years. All I can do is see for myself whether you have the makings of a king. And how exactly do you propose to do that? Oh my, what a lovely voice! And here I thought you may be mute. Very well then, out of respect for those delicate tones, I'll tell you my conditions. Artoria, Max, I would like you two to show me that there is still hope for our world. So here is my best test to see if Britain can still be changed. As you know, we fairies are plagued by a dark fate. Every 100 years a calamity befalls us, a curse that not even Morgan herself has been able to dispel. For the last few months, there has been a powerful Moors currently winding its way through Norwich, a calamity pool. If you two can rid Norwich of this calamity, then I will gladly give you access to the Salisbury Bell.
So we gotta go down to that town with the storm clouds around it and rid it of whatever curse is there. Interesting. That was only the first fucking arrow, dude. So she wants us to rid of the calamity. She wants us to get rid of the calamity in Norwich, huh? I didn't think she'd be the one to bring it up. What is the calamity of Norwich? I don't know much about these calamities either, since I've never seen one for myself, but I have heard plenty of stories. Apparently, they're a kind of natural disaster that befalls Fairy Britain every 100 years.
I've heard about these calamities too, but I've also already told Max about them. Norwich is a port town in eastern Britain, and apparently it's been showing signs that it will be home to the next calamity for a few months now. They say there's a ton of black soot rising into the air that's gathering above it like rain clouds. Aurora said she'd permit us to ring the bell as long as we can resolve this calamity, right? So we need to disperse these clouds of soot, huh? Unfortunately, I never learned any magecraft that could do that. Well, that's okay. Norwich is a tall order that I think we can forget about it for the time being. Right now, our top priority is finding Mash. And now that our Aurora is helping us do that, we should receive some word of her whereabouts in a few days. So all you guys need to do is wait in the inn until then. Then again, doing nothing might not be the best use of our time, Okay, I'll send you a list of things we can do to earn money and gather information later then. Later? Why later? Are you going off on your own again? Well, you know, I thought about what Coral said and I probably should see about paying my tabs before I start racking up more. Okay, that's all for now. I'll see you all again in about 3 days. What? There. That should get them to rest up in Salisbury at least a little more. Meanwhile, I've got my work cut out for me. First, I'll need to go find out what's going on in Norwich. Oh, welcome back, Blanca. How's the situation up north? How far have Knockna Rob's forces advanced? Huh? Another child of prophecy has shown up there. Huh? I definitely wasn't expecting that. Hansel didn't say anything about there being 2 of them in her prophecy. This puts Artoria in an even more precautious position. I thought I'd have more time. Knocknaria? Knockaria. Knocknaaria. Knocknaaria? Bruh. Yes, of course Artoria is the real child of prophecy. That much was never in doubt.
Knocknaria? Knocknaria? Knocknaria. Holy shit. So wait, what? There's 2 Child of Prophecies now? Yes, of course Artori is the real Child of Prophecy. That much was never in doubt. But it won't matter who the real one is. What matters will be who the fairies believe is the real one. Still, it's not all bad. Let's focus on the silver lining here. A false Child of Prophecy in the north is bound to draw Morgan's attention, which means Artoria and Max should be safe for now. That'll give me time to ensure they grow stronger. They're not ready for Norwich. They need to experience Britain for themselves, and to gain the power to adapt and conquer its challenges. Do we really have time for that, you say? You're a tough crowd, aren't you, Blanca? But you have to take your time with the opening act. That's how it was for us at first too, remember? It's interesting how he keeps talking. I mean, I know it's probably the fact that he's a pretender and how he keeps talking about the act and how everyone needs to play their parts as actors. Oberon was originally created. Obviously, there was an Oberon before that was the inspiration for it, but Oberon, this Oberon, is the character from... What the fuck is his name? Caster. Writer man. Shakespeare. Thank you, Kiko. He is a character from Shakespeare's play and story. And so he almost is acting like Shakespeare here, which I appreciate. Like, this is exactly like what Shakespeare says too, about everyone playing their parts and all that. And like Shakespeare's power is he can like literally write the story for like the Holy Grail War. That's what he was in Apocrypha, right? But you have to take your time with the opening act. That's how it was for us too, at first too, remember? A Midsummer Night's Dream, yeah, that's the story. Is something wrong, Artoria? Still thinking about that meeting? Oh no, I'm fine. I was just nervous since I'm not used to speaking with the head of an entire clan. Sorry, I've got a lot on my mind. I think I'm just going to turn in for the night. Let's meet up here again tomorrow morning, okay? Bye for now. Looks like we'll have to readjust our perceptions of her too. Come on, Max and Tristan, let's head back up to our room. We should talk about our next moves while it's still safe to do so. Okay, that's everything that's happened so far in a nice, tidy report. It's all yours now. Tiffany, did I say that right? Is it just Tiffany? Take it away, my little familiar. And I think she has like a little glass bird. I think I've seen the glass bird in some Da Vinci artworks, right? On like the first soundtrack with Da Vinci on it. There's like a little glass bird there. That's probably what she has. Similar to like Ilia's little birds in Magecraft. T-phone. Bye-bye, birdie. There, that takes care of our report to the Stormbirder. We should hear back from them in about 2 days. Now, let's get over everything we've learned so far. That said, our main topic isn't Morgan, but the Child of Prophecy who's supposedly going to defeat her, right? Yep, the truth is, we've been dropping our guard around her a little too much. At first, we thought it was just a coincidence that she shared a name with King Arthur and didn't think about it any further, but we can now say for certain that she is this Lostbelt's King Arthur. I'm sure I don't need to remind you two that Chaldea already confronted the legends about King Arthur in the 6th Singularity, but I still think it's worth our time to quickly refresh our memories of those legends, just so we're all on the same page. Yeah, we just did that in Garden of Avalon last stream. The legend of King Arthur takes place in the 5th century, a time when Britain was in great turmoil. It began with the collapse of the Continental Empire, with the empire no longer keeping Britain safe. It came under frequent attack of the Saxons, a foreign enemy who crossed the sea to attack British shores. At the time, Britain was an island nation ruled by many different clans, and those clans' kings. While there were always constant squabbles between the clans, there was also a war with the Picts up in the north where the clans' kings agreed to work together. But one king created an irreparable rift in the alliance, Vortigern.
He used the other clans for his own ends, with the goal of ultimately uniting all of Britain. His name was Vortigern. He was said to be an avatar of a white dragon born from Britain itself, made to bring it to ruin. Vortigern invited the Saxons to the Isle, throwing it up into chaos. London-Minium, the forces city that served at the heart of Britain during the Empire's reign, was destroyed. Vortigern then defeated and killed Uther Pendragon, the greatest king of all of Britain. They describe... Hang on, I wanted to point out. He was said to be the dragon of the avatar of a white dragon, but wasn't, I thought it was a black dragon, because wasn't Artoria the red dragon, and, Vortigern was the black dragon? Blue Eyes White Dragon? No, it's the white dragon? What's the black dragon? There's no black dragon? The other white ruin? You got it wrong? Sigurd time? I could have swore it was a black dragon, bro. Vortigern then defeated and killed Uther Pendragon, the greatest king in all of Britain. And so, Britain entered a dark age, a time where none of the island could escape its imminent destruction. However, hope still remained. King Uther's most trusted aide, Merlin, the great mage who had long kept Britain safe, told people that this too was all part of the prophecy. King Uther had already chosen his successor. They shall be the next king. Whoever draws the sword of selection from this stone shall be Britain's king. Many knights tried their hand at drawing the sword, but none of them succeeded. It was only once the knights had all left, convinced that the sword of selection was no more than a delusion, that a young squire of 15, a boy who had been raised without ever knowing he was King Uther's son, came and drew the sword from the stone with no one there to bear witness. That sword was Caliburn. And that boy did indeed go on to become the King of Britain, Arthur Pendragon, the knight among knights. Or, as we know her, Artoria Pendragon. After announcing himself as King Uther's successor, King Arthur assembled the lords of Britain and led them to the 12 magnificent victories against the Saxons. In doing so, he proved himself as an invincible king, the undefeated king of knights. But, unbeknownst to him, the Saxons weren't his only enemy. The greatest threat the king of knights faced came from within his own family. Vortigern, the avatar of the white dragon who defeated King Arthur's father, Uther, had brought Britain to its knees. Morgan, the fairy queen who declared it was Britain's very will that she become its ruler. Morgan's machinations succeeded in robbing the King of Knights of Caliburn, but the fairies gave him an even greater sword. Oh, that was never described in Garden of Avalon. So Morgan was the one that stole Caliburn, but the fairies were the one that gave him Excalibur. That sword was Excalibur, a sacred sword forged within the planet's inner sea. In the world of magecraft, it's considered a divine construct, an ultimate weapon meant to destroy that which threatens the very planet. In laying claim to the sacred sword, King Arthur became Britain's savior in both name and deed. After a climactic battle with Vortigern in the ruins of Londaminium, this fight was so badass in Garden of Avalon 2 because Vortigern was just an average old man, right? But when Arthur fought, when King Arthur and fucking Gorilla Man was with her too, who's Gorilla Man, the knight, with the other holy sword? Spacing on his name. Gawain, yeah. Gorilla Man. I just call him Gorilla Man. Gawain was with her, and that's probably one of my favorite parts in Garden of Avalon because they explain it so cool. I believe Excalibur, or one of the swords, maybe it was both their swords, I think he consumed both of them, but they both stab Vortigern. And in that moment, a giant black cloud like encapsulates them in the entire room. And where Vortigern was stands a giant dragon. And then they fight the dragon. That shit was badass. The way it was explained and written in Garden of Avalon was super sick.
The Gorilla of the Sun, yeah, and it was because something about the sun, or something about Gwain's sword, was able to weaken Vortigern enough for Artoria to deal the killing blow. Vortigern got tag teamed, yeah. It was pretty cool. I love that section in Garden of Avalon.
After a climactic battle with Vortigern in the ruins of Lendeminium, King Arthur, with the help of the fairies, built the towering White Castle of Camelot. Lords from all across the Isle came to Camelot to serve the King of Knights. They became the Knights of the Round Table, where all were treated as equals. It's a bit odd telling this story with Tristan here, but this is how the Knights of the Round Table were formed. Lancelot, the Knight of France, blessed by the Lady of the Lake. Gwain, the heir of Orkney, blessed by the sun. Tristan, nephew of the Duke of Cornwall and the Prince of Tragedy, you, are also said to be the symbol of the Romantic period. That's right, those are the proud Knights of the Round Table, my cherished friends who filled its 13 seats. Sturdy Percival, clever Kay, loyal Bedivere, earnest Gaheris, kind-hearted Gareth, Agravain the Enforcer, Palamedes the Duelist, Taciturn Mordred, and the greatest knight of all, chosen by the Holy Grail, Galahad the Revelation. Yeah, Galahad was only mentioned very briefly in Garden of Avalon, but it was like, at one point there was the quest for the Holy Grail during the 10 years of King Arthur's rule, and Galahad went out and found it. Galahad gets the Holy Grail and then selfishly just ascends to heaven with it. It was like, what? Galahad just dipped with the Holy Grail. I know, we need all the knights, dude, what the hell? In addition to King Arthur, the first seat, you could also count King Pellinore, King Arthur's trusted advisor, and Bors, the future 11th seat, for 15 in total. At any rate, those are the Knights of the Round Table I knew when they were at their peak. Yeah, the Knights of the Round Table's peak is also the happiest time in the legend of King Arthur. While other problems would present themselves in the quest for the Holy Grail and in the decisive battles against the Picts and the Saxons, it was the affair between Lancelot and Guinevere, King Arthur's queen, that changed things forever. Once their affair came to light, the Knights of the Round Table became shadows of their former selves. During an expedition to the Roman Empire, Mordred took advantage of King Arthur's absence and staged a rebellion. That was the beginning of what would later be known as King Arthur's final battle, the Battle of Camlan. It was the battle that King Arthur drew his final breath. Bedivere personally returned the sacred sword to the fairies, and the final chapter of ancient Britain's history was concluded. After that, King Arthur's body was brought to Avalon, the paradise at the world's end, by the fairies of the lake, as the future king who would one day return to life. And that's the quick and dirty version of the Legend of King Arthur. Thanks for listening! Oh wow, it's already nighttime. Yep, I think I got it. Bedivere returned the sword, yes. And when he didn't, created the fucking sixth singularity. Oh. Take a sip of water real quick. So, with that in mind, let's get back to the British Lostbelt. In proper human history, King Arthur drew the Sword of Selection while he was still an unknown boy, and amidst the hope, envy, admiration, and prejudice of the other knights, ascended to the throne as king. Meanwhile, here in Fairy Britain, Artoria may still be unknown and unrecognized, but even so, she wields the Staff of Selection, and she was traveling across Britain on her own as the Child of Prophecy. So, she's got the same name, the same face, and the same destiny. No way all that can be a coincidence. I thought that was so sad. I said that earlier. I was like, the thing that made me so sad in it, I ended up crying while reading Garden of Avalon and choking up on my words, was when I, at the dock with Merlin,
she didn't even know the definition of love and just used the word love as a sign of like a word that describes your greatest view of respect for someone. She didn't even understand the word love because her entire fucking life was chosen for her. Like, she never really got to make any choice. Like, you could argue pulling out the stone was her choice because Merlin even warns her at that point. Merlin warns her that pulling that sword will bring about the worst ending possible for her, and she still pulls it because she says, no, I saw many people smiling in the visions that you showed me. There's no way that was a mistake, and she pulls the sword anyway. So you could argue that's her choice, but you also have to understand that everything up to that point when she pulled the sword at 15 was still like kind of like groomed for her. Like she was manipulated into making that choice almost. So like, was it really her choice even then? Is really sad because like Merlin was manipulating her own dreams. She was given to a knight to be able to train with sword fighting, all knowing she knew her destiny in the future. And so it's a really sad tragedy. This story is so fucking good. I still haven't watched all of Violet Evergarden. I need to. I watched the first 6 or 7 episodes, I think. I need to watch all of it. That was like her one choice, yeah, but I would even make the argument that even though it was her choice that she made, she was like groomed up until that point to make that choice, though, is what's sad. Or why it's a tragedy in my eyes anyway. Rider spec on 0 hits harder now? Wait, what? Merlin did technically gave her the choice not to pick up the sword. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was and wasn't. Because Merlin did warn her and she still picked it up, but all of her dreams up until that point were also manipulated by Merlin to see the future of her becoming a king. So, yeah, who can say for certain, I guess. Oh, the writer's speech in 0. Yes, the Banquet of the Kings. That's what you were talking about. Yes. Yeah, it's like the illusion of choice. Yeah. Fucking us buying things under capitalism. The illusion of choice. All right.
So she has got the same name, the same face, and the same destiny. No way that can all be a coincidence. Which means Artoria Castor is the world's King Arthur. She's destined to be Britain's savior. Britain's savior, huh? But why now? King Arthur saved Britain in the 5th century, but this is 2019. If she really is Britain's savior, shouldn't she have known or shown up in the distant past? That's the question, isn't it? I'm not so sure why her story's taking place now in the present either, but I did overhear one interesting thing from the local fairies. Apparently, the Child of Prophecy is the reincarnation of Ask the Savior, and was sent to save Britain once again. Ask, as in the world tree from Norse mythology? I don't even know what that is. Yep, or at least, it's the same name. See, once Morgan began ruling Britain, she officially named this period of time the Era of the High Queen, and the timing lines up exactly with when proper human history changed to AD 2000 years ago. But while proper human history stopped in the year AD 2019, in this world, the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen is still unfolding. And the previous era, aka BC in proper human history terms, is called the Fae era. Furthermore, during the Fae era, there was apparently a fairy who saved Britain from the calamities countless times. Ask the Savior. Apparently, there are only a few fairies left who still remember her: Ector the Immortal Grand Duke, Waste Heat, Wryneck, Grimmer the Sage, and Todorot the First Knight. But they still speak of her legend in hushed tones, so if a savior showed up in this world before, that may mean the fairy Britain has a system for such things, something akin to the counterforce that the Isle itself uses to fight back when Britain is in danger. And if that's true, it would explain why Artoria was only born just now in this time. Plus, we're going up against the High Queen frickin' Morgan here, but who else but King Arthur would fight her? A savior reborn, huh? I wonder if Morgan really is still a bad guy in this Lostbelt. Anyway, that took longer than I expected, but now that we've gone over everything, I'm gonna make 2 suggestions. First, I think we should continue working with Artoria Caster. While we don't necessarily have to destroy this Lostbelt, it does seem pretty clear that we'll have to face High Queen Morgan at some point. And when we do, having the Child of Prophecy on our side can only work to our advantage. And second, I think we should keep our goal, including Chaldea's whole deal, to ourselves. It's fine to tell her about proper human history. Hell, it'd be impossible to communicate if we didn't. But we shouldn't reveal that we've eliminated 5 other Lostbelts to date. I know it's not the most honest move, but sometimes not laying all your cards on the table is the best way to go. Like I said before, there's something strange about this world, even for a Lostbelt, and there's still too much we don't know. So until we have a much better understanding of what's going on here, I want to keep our goal at stopping Britain from disappearing. Even if we eventually end up having to fight it after saving it. Okay, so we can't tell Artoria about any of this then? So we're gonna have to keep all this from Artoria? That's right. I'm sorry, Max. I know that it won't be easy for you, but for what it's worth, my intuition is telling me things aren't going to come to that. I have a feeling we're going to save Britain, stop this collapse from destroying our world, and go our separate ways with a smile, without ever having to do battle with Britain. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. Grimace shake? Oh, the way you pronounce that is just Ash, by the way? Okay. Yes, 2019 was such a good year. No COVID, no war, no Twitter meltdown. I wanted to check my room real quick, too. Do we have the background? Yeah, we do. Look at the story background.
エミヤ・オルタ。もうここまで来ると何が何だかわからねえな。ムズムズはしねえが座りが悪い。そもそも武器の扱いが雑すぎる。あれか、商業主義に走りすぎたってやつか。
Yes. Muramasa has to show up at some point too. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. Muramasa, at the end of Lostbelt 5.2, they sent Muramasa to Lostbelt 6 too, and we haven't even seen him yet. Oh. There's the note section now? Okay, let me check it out. Oh, notes, I see it right there, under terminal. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. The Fae era. The Fae era 4000 BC. The legend of Ash the Savior. Era of the High Queen. Era of the High Queen, first year, Morgan establishes the current order of Fairy Britain 2,000 years ago. Chaldea, that's so cool. I love that. Oh my god, what the hell? Nasu, what was Nasu cooking, bro? All right, how long have we been streaming? 6 hours now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let's do our best to finish this node, and then we'll call it there for the first part 1 of Lostbelt 6. All right, chat thought it was annoying how I was using OG Artoria for farming, so let's use arts. Who should we go for our arts DPS? Oh, bro, can I use Muramasa or is that cheating? Oh, don't look up. Was there spoilers? Okay. Okay, I won't look up then. Muramasa go Burr. John Archer? I wish I had John Archer. I don't have her. That summer I rolled specifically for BB in Summer 3. Because I thought she was hot. My bad, G. Summer BB took so much Saint Quartz too. That's why I have I have so many copies of fucking MHX. Look at this shit. Formation, Spirit Origin. I grailed her. There you are. I have her append skills. Look at that. Her append skills are 9, 10, 9. And she's a NP5. And then if we go to... where are the append skills? Enhance.
ようこそレオナルド
Append skills. Where the hell would she be? Oh, here you are. How can I see how many coins I have? Wait, does it say it?
そろそろ
Ah!
クエス
I probably should have just went to my room for the coins. Doesn't it say it right there? Wait. Yeah, 220. I still have 220 coins even after I unlocked all of her append skills. When I was rolling for BB, I got so many copies of MHXX and I only wanted BB,
次は
dude.
もっといい仕事をするからねじゃんじゃん私に頼ってくれた
Oh
ま
well, we saw it. Yeah, I should have went to my room. But I have so many coins. You level her appends, but not broken units like Juno? Junao? I don't even know who that is, Xerix. Oh, Arjuna Alter? Yeah. Well, dude, waifu over gameplay, man. I also didn't, I was planning on, like... What do I need for him? Is it just I think it's the Berserker fucking things. I was planning on leveling Morgan first because, literally just because she's a fucking saber face. Where is he? Yeah, I need Berserker gems. I probably have everything else I need for him. But I was saving the Berserker gems for Morgan, who still needs more, I think, too. Yeah, she needs the Berserker gems. Ugh. Gold gems are fucking hell for me, man. I hate farming for gold gems. The drop rate is so fucking low. That's why I'm planning to go ham on the next lottery right around the corner. Morgan Gobert. Yeah, this lotto will be very good for me. Hero proofs as well. Oh my god, I need so many hero proofs for a lot of my units. And then all the Artoria faces take hero proofs, I swear. Almost all of them take hero proofs. Yeah, lottos are the real gold gem farm, yep. How many boxes? I probably should set a goal for myself. The highest, last lotto, the Christmas lotto, was the highest I've ever farmed in a lotto, and it was only 69 boxes. I was planning only going to go to 50, and then I farmed 10 more to 60, and then chat was like, no, you gotta go to 69 just for the funny number, and so we farmed to 69. 69 boxes is the most I've ever done, so I'd like to break that record and go even further. So we could say 100, but I want to go even further than that. We could probably say maybe even 200. You have apples? Yep, I have quite a bit of apples, I think. Whoops. I've got 123 gold, 146 silver, and 121 bronze. Yeah, I'm planning on saving a lot of those for the lotto, of course. 700 boxes was my highest. It killed me though. Holy shit, dude. I think CAD usually farms like 150 to 200. You can hit that number? Okay. Yeah, maybe 200 will be our goal then. You are spending your farming AP on the Berserker days while they were up, all right? I can't remember what I've been spending my daily AP on recently. I think I was doing it on the Saber ones because I was trying to level up my Artoria currently, and she needs gold Saber gems. And then I also need a lot of Fangs, and Fangs aren't in the lotto. At least they're not in the box. I think you can farm Fangs some way, or maybe they're in this. Is there a store in Narrowfest? CAD usually does like 500 boxes? Holy shit. Yeah, I know Pocket Chalk and fucking... Dude, Toho goes so hard. Toho does like 2,000. I don't know how that's possible. Your Apple should be enough for 200 to 300 boxes. I think you just need the time. Yeah. I can help you with teams for sure. Yeah, we'll do that when we get there though. FGA Stinky. That's the bot thing, right? Wait, what was I just asking? I forgot what I was asking about. God damn it. I'm gonna pee real quick, chat. We've been at it for 6 hours. I need a bathroom break. New LB6 units make this lotto piss easy. Yep. I remember when I saw, I've been waiting for this lotto all year, right? Because I need a lotto badly. And I was praying all year that we'd get LB6 before that lottery, just for the units. I was like, I want a Buster Farm. I want a Buster Farm in the new lotto, because this is a 3-year-old lotto. It's a rerun. Narrowfest is a rerun of a lotto from 3 years ago, and we have arguably the strongest units to ever release in this game to farm the lotto with. It's going to be very fun. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go pee real quick. All right, I'm back. All right, shall we get into it? All right, Muramasa farming. I put a decent amount of effort into Muramasa. I'm trying to, he's my second, Jolter was the first unit. I 2000 gold FO'd, and Muramasa's the second one. You can see right there, we're at 1700 currently. He's almost there to 2000. And I think after that GSSR, I got my NP6 copy of him. He gave me a USO and more coins. I think that is my, that's my sign that I should probably 120 him next after Jolter. because I have enough coins to do it. I think I left his third append locked too, because I didn't do that with Jalter because I'm an idiot. And so I need to get Jalter to bond 12 before I can actually give her the 2 other grails. She's at 116 currently. Whereas Muramasa, I should be able to just take him right there because I left his third append skill locked. He has his first and second unlocked though. What's up, Psycho? How you doing? Yeah, there is a hunting quest in August that has fangs, by the way. I do know that. I've had that on my schedule because I need fangs badly. How many copies of Jalter did I pull? 6. So I need to get to... I unlocked all of her appends because I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have done that. I should have left the third locked. But, so I need to get her to bond. She's level 116 currently, and I need more coins to feed her the other 2 grails. And so she's currently bond 10. I need to get her to bond 12 for the extra coins. Yeah.
Morning, everyone. Hope you don't mind that I had breakfast before you. You've got to try this bread. It's so soft and yummy. Apparently they make it from... Oh, right, wheat.
Hey, you're in a really good morning this morning, huh, Artoria? Is using wheat for bread that unusual here?
Seems that way. Too bad since they have the highest quality of wheat I've ever seen, even compared to proper human history.
That's right, Da Vinci taught me how to make it. I had no idea you could use flour like that. All this time I've practically been sitting on a gold mine.
So, this fairy lives in a grand building, but he is ignorant of the true value of flour. It seems there are significant knowledge gaps between individual fairies. Or rather... Yep, there are basically 2 types of fairies. Those who only superficially copy human civilization, and those who are interested in its inner workings. Most fairies are copiers who are satisfied with just playing pretend.
Oh.
The thing about fairies is, they can do anything without human technology, so they don't have to know how it works. You know how when cars get more reliable, there's less need to drive or repair them? And so over time, there are fewer drivers who know how their cars works. It's a lot like that.
Damn, you calling me out right now.
Whenever fairies feel like bread, they can just create some of their own magical energy. From their own magical energy, easy peasy. But the bread they create that way is just an imitation of bread that they've had before. It's like being 3D printed. Basically, fairies can't experience culture without some kind of originating data to work from. Even Mike here just used to be a typical copier. It was only when I started working here that he began caring about the details.
It's true. I was a real dull fairy until I met Da Vinci. But now, every day is more fun than the last. I love being alive. I used to think preserving humans was a waste of time, but not anymore. Lady Aurora was right. We need humans if we're going to enjoy our lives. If there's one thing humans are good at, it's making technology. They come up with all sorts of fascinating things you just don't see in nature. Sure, some of those things aren't fun or tasty like iron or gunpowder. But I've come to think of humans as our equals now. Heck, I'd even say I respect them. But the last owner left this pub to me. I thought it was going to be nothing but pain in the neck, but now I know better. We need something to live for, something we want to do for our own sakes, not just fulfill our purpose.
Damn. Da Vinci teaching Pub Fairy Mike about philosophy, human philosophy. Human philosophy?
There's no way I'm ever going back to just a plain old living again.
Well, there you have it. In general, fairies are really pure of heart, or to put it another way, really easily influenced.
That's not true, Da Vinci. It's all because of you. Not even Lady Aurora ever got me to change my mind like this.
Okay, Mike. In that case, maybe you could learn how to say my name properly already.
What do you mean? I am saying it properly. Oh, right. I've also got a message from you guys from Overon. He says to tell you to come to Salisbury Fields for an important learning experience.
Huh? A learning experience?
I think I know where this is going. Sounds like we got a job to do. Battle time already? Pretend? Like pretender, monka.
まあもう仕方ねえ。七度ばかり
早
ぶっ
時です
だけか。
カルウェン今のうちに準備
石
ここ
はいらねえ。
にかけて
木をよこしな。
圧倒します
そこに至るはあまたの剣さん。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦士の刃。知ったら成仏していきな。
God, dude, Muramasa's NP, the first time he used that shit in Shimosa, still one of the most hype moments in the entire game for me. I have my own headcanon about the moment too, that like, Jack gets mad whenever I mention.
早時ですカルウェン早時ですカルウェン黄昏の時
まったく
再び
贅沢ないつさ出番か。そこに至るはあまたの剣さん。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦士の刃。知ったら成仏していきな。
Amours? Can't tell what's my favorite moment. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones.
白兵戦行きます
投影開始。丹蔵出番か。下がってな。神髄解明感染ルール収束丹蔵技法臨界。これが俺のつぶかい村正だ。
Edge.
鐘の音が聞こえる
A bell! Let's go. We got a bell drop.
So that's how you're supposed to get rid of those pesky birds. I had no idea. I kept just asking them nicely if they would leave, but they wouldn't listen. Fields are delicate things. At times, they require bolder tactics. But I also understand and respect your kind inclination to not hurt the birds if you don't have to. So I suggest leaving a straw likeness of yourself in your field. It will help to deter such behavior. Always telling them to make a scarecrow. This way, the birds will mistake that likeness for you and start by attacking that. Which should buy you enough time to do, well, something. Oh my, really? I never would have thought of that. Are you some kind of genius? Well, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to use scarecrows.
Was Tristan always like that? Pretty much. He might seem like he's got his head on straight, but most of the time, it's actually up there in the clouds. Still, he can be the perfect knight, at least as long as he has someone to keep him on track. Anyway, the caveat that they're also fairy-made imitations of human society aside, what did you think of Salisbury Fields?
They're very spacious. They look completely real.
True. Regardless of how they got there, the fields themselves are the genuine article. Apparently, agriculture has been a big deal up in the North Britain for a long time now, but it never was too popular in the South. It wasn't until Aurora stepped into Salisbury that they finally got serious about it. I've seen small fields back in my village, but I've never seen any so big and open before. I wonder why they weren't more popular up until now. Well, we always had to abandon them whenever more Moors showed up. There aren't many Moors in the north, so there was nothing stopping them from making the fields up there. But here in the south, we see Moors all the time, so the only ones who could venture outside the city are really strong fairies. The Fang clan apparently hold them off for a little while by telling themselves that death and war are intertwined. But for weaker fairies like me, without any astrality, general knowledge of other worlds, we can't even touch the Moors without putting ourselves at risk. And even if Moors weren't a problem, we'd still have to remake the fields every day, hundreds of years anyway.
Wait, what?
And even if the Moors weren't a problem, we'd still have to remake the fields every 100 years anyway. You're talking about calamities, aren't you? Are you scared of them too, even though you all live forever? Of course we are! The only fairies who can survive a calamity are the ones allowed to live in Camelot. All the rest of us can do is suffer and disappear. There's not a fairy in all of Britain who doesn't fear the calamities. I'm not even sure how much longer Lady Aurora can hold on to her glow, not after what happened in Norwich. Make no mistake, now that a calamity has come for Norwich, Salisbury has to be next. And when it does, not even a Lady Aurora will survive.
So why doesn't Lady Aurora run away to Camelot? What exactly do these calamities consist of?
Well, she could, but none of the other fairies who live in Salisbury would be allowed to join her there. So she said that if her citizens couldn't come to Camelot with her, then she wouldn't be going either. Of course, the High Queen didn't like that. So now Lady Aurora is also banned from Camelot. I see. So you also have your grievances with the High Queen. You know, there have been a lot of anti-queen movements popping up around the country. If you want to protest her decisions, maybe you could join one of those? Huh? No, I'm not that upset about it. Besides, I can't even imagine defying her. I might be afraid of the calamities, but I'm even more afraid of the Queen's army. There's more to the Queen's power than just having a bunch of magical energy to cover all of Britain, after all. She also has a troop of highly trained fairy soldiers, as well as the knights under her protection who command them. Tristan of the Bewitched Bow, Gawain of the Sun, and Lancelot, the Light of the Lake. As long as those three Tam Lin are around, nobody can hope to defy the Queen. Huh? Huh?
Nani?
I wonder why they're all shocked.
Munkahum. Okay, if someone's spoiling shit, I just won't look up. Max looking at chat. I'm like, what's going on? At least y'all bury it with anytime someone spoils something in chat, at least y'all bury it before I can see it.
Emergency meeting, now! We need to talk about the three Tam Lin that have apparently been seen serving the High Queen Morgan this whole time. Also, you already knew about them, Artoria? Well, sure. Everybody in Fairy Britain does. Why? Are they a problem?
Oh, yes. This is as shocking as Sir Bedivere when he first wakes up. Artoria, can you please tell us everything you know about them?
Okay. I guess I can cover the basics easily enough. It's stuff every fairy in Britain knows. The three Tam Lin are fairy High Queen Morgan has bestowed with names from otherworldly knights. They're the most powerful beings in Fairy Britain, exceeded in magical energy only by the Queen herself. They're also impervious to Moor's corruption, so they're ones who can handle them whenever a group of Moors shows up. Huh. Come to think of it, they're known as the Guardians of Britain, sworn to the service of the High Queen. The Knights of the Round Table.
A fairy round table? Does Morgan actually like King Arthur or something?
No, I suspect it's a little more than a sly dig. Morgan always had a gift for those. Of course, that assumes that Morgan from this Lostbelt has the same personality as the one I know. Why? Do you all have some sort of attachment to the phrase round table or something? We are just talking about the circular table, right? Well, I don't see any way around it. We're just gonna have to tell her about what happened in proper human history. Artoria, our world also has a version of Morgan. Though in our case, it was during the 5th century, about 1600 years ago. There was also a certain king who defeated her, thereby uniting Britain and ushering in an age of peace. That king was known as Arthur, but her true name was Artoria Pendragon. Hey, that's my name! Quite a coincidence. It's not just a coincidence, you two are likely the same person. What I'm about to say may shock you, but try not to freak out. In our world, you were Britain's great unifier, a king loved and respected by countless knights across the land. That's right, you were the ideal king, chosen by the sword of selection and trained by Merlin himself. You did pretend to be a man during your reign, but aside from that, you were quite the picture of integrity. As King Arthur, you commanded many lords from all across Britain. Think of them as equivalent to the fairies Britain's 6 clans. And from those lords, you chose the finest knights to be your Knights of the Round Table, a group of warriors with no equal. In fact, full disclosure, Sir Tristan there is one of them. So from our perspective, knowing that the Knights of the Round Table serve Morgan here is like learning that a group of heroes you always looked up to are now working for the baddest of the bad guys. Can you blame us for being surprised? Are you listening to me, Artoria?
She just turned to stone. Crap, she's shocked up and froze. I know how you must feel, Artoria, but hang in there. Yeah, having the 2 Tristans fight each other would be cool.
Wow. I guess I really am the child of prophecy then. A part of me always thought that maybe this was all just a big misunderstanding, but now I'm a little more willing to believe it. I mean, Grandfather always did say I was born at the same time as the Staff of Selection. Maybe I really can do this after all. In fact, maybe I'll take a page from this Pendragon person's example and save all of Britain too. Plus, we even have the Knights of the Round Table here. You know, when I first heard you shared a name with that Tristan, I thought you must be a pretty bloodthirsty guy. But now I know you were actually a Knight of the Round Table yourself. That's so cool!
While I'm certainly glad to hear that you speak so highly of me, what do you mean bloodthirsty? Don't tell me that the Tristan here is...
She's said to be the cruelest, most short-tempered, and wantonly violent of the...
Wantonly?
Wantonly violent of all of the fairy Knights of the Round Table. Her nicknames are the Fairy Killer and Tristan of the Bloody Heel. They say she's killed almost 400,000 fairies in the 100 years since she was appointed to Tamlin. But you're nothing like her, Tristan. Seeing you fight besides masks is kind of like, well, watching a flower dancing in a storm. You always maintain your composure and strive to be gallant and do your best no matter what the circumstances. There aren't many people like that in Fairy Britain. So the fact that you're putting your trust in me, even though we're from different worlds, is really encouraging.
That's... yes. Indeed, that is how I try to conduct myself.
That said, I guess there really is more to being a Tamlin than just a title, huh? Hang on. You said that in your world? Tamlin Tristan was appointed 100 years ago after Tristan from Proper Human History. Long after Tristan from Proper Human History. So if this Tristan is the original, that would make Tamlin an imitation. But that would mean, has Morgan known about Proper Human History for more than 100 years?
What does it all mean?
Well, I wasn't planning to tell Artoria about King Arthur like this, but I think we should still be fine. Plus, we gotta find out about the Tamlin. Really, if we'd run into one of them without any foreknowledge, I think we might have actually died from shock. Anyway, while this Lostbelt's Tristan and Gawain might not look like the others, we know. The fact that they share a name must mean that they have many of the same traits as well. So we can expect this Sir Tristan to use Failnaught and Sir Lancelot to wield Arundite. For sure. Say, where is Tristan anyway? Speaking of Tristan, where'd he go? He's in Artoria's room. Said he had something he wanted to talk to her about. The white dragon who tried to destroy Britain back when it was still known as the Isle of Ancient Sacraments. Vortigern, the cowardly king. The fury of Britain and the personification of its desire to reject the age of humanity. And then there was the avatar of the red dragon, born and raised in stark contrast to Vortigern. Artoria Pendragon. The king who protected the people of Britain, preserved its kingdom, and established the human world. While fairies in Sacrament may have faded away from Britain as a result, her efforts did succeed at preserving British culture and passing it on to later generations. Strength isn't what made Artoria king. She became king because she fought for Britain's future. That's also why her knights agreed to set aside their differences and join her at the round table.
That's right, we all saw hope in our king. She was also cool-headed in battle, fair and impartial in politics. And above all, she truly loved all of Britain. Even with her small stature, she would face down enemies many times her size and strength without fear or injury.
She, sounds like a really amazing king.
Indeed, she was. I've never known anyone braver or more disciplined, or more proud. That said, even she didn't start out as the perfect king. After she drew the Sword of Selection, she trained with Merlin and Sir Kay day in and day out for After she drew the Sword of Selection, she trained with Merlin and Sir Kay day and night for years on end. And that is why you needn't try to rush things now, Artoria. It's not a matter of you sharing a name with King Arthur, it is a matter of you sharing her vision. So please, have confidence in yourself. I know you can do this. Da Vinci.
King Arthur, a truly accomplished version of me from another world? Man, that's amazing. She must have worked really hard.
Da Vinci. What's up, Mad Haters?
I'm back! You should have seen me out there, Mike. I somehow managed to complete 3 tough Oberon quests all in a row!
Wow, sounds amazing, like you're getting kind of desperate. Why don't you have some apple water? On the house.
Thanks, Mike. That's so considerate of you. You're really getting the hang of this pub owner thing.
Cut it out, Da Vinci. It's all thanks to you, my perfect angel.
First, we arbitrated a dispute between the Wind Fairy and the Earth Fairy over who had the right of sunlight on a main road. Then we had to run a safety check on the mysterious items, which turned out to be a bunch of bouquets that had been sent to the head of the Wind Clan. And finally, we had to subdue an out-of-control Wind Fairy who had been unlucky in love for the past 30 years and wanted to have a romance with a human. Surprisingly, none of this was all easy, but that does make completing them all the more satisfying. I was a little nervous at first too, but everything worked out great. It was great to see everyone so happy. Thanks for the follow, you two.
Da Vinci. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You there, the human, Max, was it? You've got a guest up in your room, and trust me, she's not the kind of fairy you want to keep waiting.
A guest? To see Max?
Mash?
So, this is a human bedroom, It's not so different from ours. No, that's not right. We wouldn't even have our rooms like this if not for humans. Really, we're the ones who should be thanking them.
I'm coming in. Pardon me.
So, you're back, human. You did well with the farm incident yesterday. As a Wind Fairy myself, you have my thanks.
No problem. So, is that all you wanted to say, or...?
We may have received word of your missing companion. Every human captured in South Britain is taken to a ranch out west, and a new human was brought there 3 days ago. It may be the one you've been searching for. If you wish to go rescue it, I'll arrange for a guide to show you the way. Tonight, I'll have a few soldiers stationed outside of Salisbury. You are to rendezvous with them and finish your rescue before the night is over. I also have a message for you from Lady Aurora. She said, I hope you find your friend there. That's great. Wow. Thanks, Coral. Don't thank me. Thank Lady Aurora. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to my post. I don't know what it is that brought you here, and I know I'm in no position to offer advice, but you should know that the ranch belongs to the High Queen, and that it is very well guarded. So, that's the scoop. Wow, when you said it'd take 2 or 3 days, I didn't expect them to actually come that fast. Impressive. So this human was brought in 3 days ago, huh? Then we don't have a moment to waste. I don't know what kind of facility this ranch is, but now is not the time for cowardice. I agree. Oberon might not be back yet, but seeing as we have a guide, I'm sure he'd be fine with it. So what are you two gonna do? What are you gonna do, Artoria? This matter really only concerns us, so we'd understand if you want to stay behind. I'd be glad to help. Plus, I'm dying to find out what the real Mash is like since I inadvertently used her name for a while. And besides, I'm feeling a lot more confident after these last few days. Be it infiltration, lockpicking, or brewing up sleep potions, I'm sure I can handle it just fine with my Merlin Magecraft. Okay, then let's get going. Great. You'll have to tell me more about this Merlin Magecraft later, though. It would seem those soldiers are our guides. This is quite a surprise. I thought those soldiers would be fairies, not humans. Oh yeah, most of Salisbury's soldiers are actually human. They may not hold a candle to fairies when it comes to sheer combat ability, but they have no problem with using weapons, and above all, the Moors don't pose any immediate threat to them. So yeah, human soldiers are basically fairies. So human soldiers are basically the fairies' Moors countermeasure. Most of the clans treat them as disposable tools, though, but Aurora sees them as valuable human soldiers, even appointing the more talented one to serve as her personal guards. Remember the ones we saw protecting the Great Cathedral? The fact that they were so strong is proof of Aurora's given those humans various rights. Artoria, are you feeling okay? Oh, I'm just a little nervous. I've never been around so many humans before. It doesn't make sense, does it? I mean, I'm obviously fine with you.
Quiet. They've noticed us too. Hey, you there, suspicious-looking ones. You the outsiders Coral told us about? I can't believe you actually showed up. Why now of all times? This is exactly the sort of pain in the ass I don't need. Oh well, if this is what Lady Aurora wants, then fine. Follow us. We'll show you the way to the ranch. Be warned though, it's a 2-hour walk, so you better have everything ready to go. You do, don't you?
Of course, thanks for doing this, yep. Thanks for showing us the way.
Man, you guys are dressed in the weirdest clothes I've ever seen. Lady Aurora sure does love her novelties, doesn't she?
I'm not very happy to see us, are they? They probably think of us as a bunch of annoying pests moving in on their beloved Lady Aurora. Even so, that doesn't change the fact that they're helping us. We should be grateful to them for that. Come on, Max. I'm afraid we won't be able to talk for a while now, but at least that should help make good time. What? Help us make good time.
We're here. This is the West Human Ranch.
Human Ranch? Not Human City? Yeah, I kind of picked up on that too. They said they take all the unidentified humans to the Human Ranch. I think we can all assume what that means. Human Ranch, not Human City?
That's right. We used to live here too. We were assigned to a horrid fairy who robbed us of everything we had, down to our dignity, before throwing us away like so much trash. Us stray humans had nowhere to go until Lady Aurora took us in. We became soldiers so that we could win the freedom Lady Aurora showed us was possible. We support overthrowing the Queen, too. But we're nothing like the trendy rebel army who's counting on the so-called Child of Prophecy to bail them out.
Rebel Army. I've heard them mentioned before. Does that mean there's an anti-Queen movement outside of Salisbury, too?
Yup. The Rebel Army's situated in the old castle ruins, out east. They claim to want to free all of Britain, and they even have the gall to call themselves the Round Table. Still, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. They're led by a human who actually survived against Lancelot in a joust in Camelot. Morgan herself offered him as a reward, saying that he'd proved himself equal to a Tam Lin. Let's see, I think his name was Percival of the White Light, the man who reached the limits of a human ability. Let's go! Morgan was so impressed with him that she commanded him to join her forces in Camelot, even though he's human. But instead he refused her command and formed the rebel army. Hey, that's enough. It's too dangerous to stay here any longer. If anyone sees us here, Lady Aurora's the one who will pay the price. Let's just ditch these backwater ferries and head back to Salisbury already.
I take it that means you guys were only here to show us the way? And that sneaking into the front ranch and looking for our companion is entirely our job?
You're damn right it is. Hell, you should be thanking us for even taking you this far. The Wind Clan might be good at everything, but they don't have the right of temperament for combat. If Morgan ever thinks they're rebelling against her, Lady Aurora's as good as dead, along with all of Salisbury. Even knowing all that, Lady Aurora still asked us to help you. So you listen to me. Whatever you do, don't you dare mention Salisbury if you get caught. Got that? You better not bite the hand that fed you. Not if you lot have any pride at all at being a human.
Okay, let's discuss our next move. I just finished analyzing the ranch's interior structure. From what I can tell, there are 6 big factories in the middle of the complex and about 30 smaller ones. I didn't sense any heat sources in the big factories, so those are probably shut down. But the small factories have lots of heat signals. There seems to be about 60 humans here. What do you think, Max? If we scale the castle walls, we could probably sneak inside without the guards spotting us. Wow, you're really efficient. Are you mad about something? Oh, no, not at all. I was just concentrating on seeing what things are like inside. Now let's forget about those whiners who ran off and focus on finding Mash. You still have your connection to Mash through your contract, Max. Can you sense anything? If you can, that'd be the fastest and easiest way to find her. Maybe? I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. Maybe, maybe not. Then there are probably too many crossed lines to say for sure. Honestly, I'm feeling the same thing. There are just way too many contracts going around Fairy Britain. Maybe whenever a fairy takes possession of a human, they form a bond that's similar to a servant contract? If I'm right about that, the only way we'll know whether Mash is here is if we see for ourselves. Tristan, do you think you can carry Max and Artoria up that castle wall? Oh, don't worry about me. I'll get up there with my roller skates. Huh?
Of course. It will be the
quietest and most graceful liar work you'll ever see. Both of you over here, please. Then I'll lead the way. The western wall is the most lightly guarded one right now, so let's go over there. It looks just like a town on the inside, too. I don't see anyone else around, though. Artoria, I assume those large factories you spoke of earlier are those complexes and the smaller ones are those homes? That's right. Humans kept at ranches like these are shipped out with their creativity intact. So they should be confined in houses rather than pens. Just ignore the large factories. We won't find Mash there. It's not birthing season yet, so there shouldn't be anything inside of them. Artoria, behind you! There's something here! A surveillance familiar. It must have been disguised as a street lamp. I can't believe I messed up again. I'm sorry, everyone, but we need to take it out now before it calls in reinforcements. Bum bum bum.
もう仕方ねえ。七度ばかりぶった切るか。
Endurance battle time.
石はいらねえ。火をよこしな。神髄解明完成ルール収束鍛造技法委員会これが俺のつむかり村正だ。
ここでまっすぐ
Wait a second. When the hell did they update the face cards actually working after units were killed? What the hell? That's new.
鍛造無限のごとくってな。
何のために？
出番か。
It's a special rule for some fights.
真髄解明、完成ルール収束、鍛造技法委員会。これが俺のつむかい村正だ。
It's only for endurance battles. That makes sense.
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。
Thank you.
一瞬で下がってな。真髄解明、完成ルール収束、鍛造技法委員会。これが俺のつむかい村正だ。悪いな、失うか。この一振りで仕事をする。
Nice.
今回はうまくいきました。
What? The human farm.
Ah, damn it. They just keep coming. There must be a fairy close by making more of them or something. Can you find them, Max? I'd do it myself, but I've got my hands full with these familiars.
I'm on it. Okay, Max, stay calm and look closely. Aha! There it is. There's something hiding in that building's shadow.
You are correct. There is no sound at all coming from there. I suppose they think they've hidden themselves perfectly. But nothing can stand between my symphony and my enemy. How do you like your midsection cut into quarters?
Armored fairy? What the fuck?
You, what are you people? Whatever you just did was neither human nor fairy. You're obviously not Moors, and you're not with the Round Table Army. Are you the child of prophecy then? Ha 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 ha! This is great. Things are finally going my way. I am Knight Grant. No mere child of prophecy's magecraft can ever hope to match our High Queen. High Queen Morgan herself bestowed this armor upon me. It will take more than a few swings of a sword to shatter it.
Huh? Who is that in there? Whoever they are, they're no ordinary fairy. Please be careful, everyone. I'm guessing this is one of the Tam Lin we heard about.
Monka. This could be the last stretch for they. I recommend finishing the section.
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります。今のうちに準備はもちろん。
真髄解明、完成ルール収束、鍛造技法委員会。これが俺のつむかい村正だ。
ここでまっすぐ。
Oh damn, we didn't kill him.
負けないぞ。
下がってな。
負けないぞ。突破します。突破します。
あ、出番か。
Whoa! Look at that motherfucker. Grant the Knight. Ooh, the battle music.
しっかり見たぜ。鍛造で下がってな。真髄解明完成に
Same vibes as Rick the Door Technician.
これが俺のつむかい村正だ。俺の名が失う。一流
Don't you dare think this armor's gonna break. You got a guts. Ominous footsteps. Uh-oh. Howie. Hey, yo, leave him alone. Holy shit.
鍛造無限のごとく
ですから
出番か。真髄解明完成に収束鍛造技法臨界
The caster class is indeed made up of casters.
あれはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
Oh, he has another guts, damn it. One more. Nice.
ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
Let's go. We got Scale of Fantasy. Grant is that guy for real. Gah! I was closing my window.
I can't believe it. A knight of Camelot falling to such insignificant whelps.
He's not moving anymore. Did we get him?
I did it! I really won! That Tam Lin was super duper strong, but I still managed to beat him! And I couldn't have done it without all of you! I'm afraid that was almost certainly just an ordinary knight. For one thing, there was no Grant among the Knights of the Round Table, and for another, look over there.
Uh-oh.
Oh crap! 3 more knights, each with the same incredible magical energy as the last one! And we were just barely a match for him alone. There's no way we can take on 3! Come on, Max, let's get out of here for now.
But what about MASH? There! We're through the gates! Squads 1 and 3 will take out Morgan's soldiers at the front. Squad 2, take control of the factories. Get our comrades out before they're disposed of. Revolution!
Reinforcements from the castle gates? Damn it! So the child of prophecy was just a decoy. First, we need to take back the gates, and be careful, these soldiers are from the London Medium Rebel Army. Don't underestimate them. Some of them are armed with iron weapons laced with Moor's poison.
Viva la revolution! Well, now, I wasn't expecting reinforcements. That must be the rebel army we learned about earlier. Individually, they may not be as strong as the fairies, but quantity is quality all on its own. At this point, it's only a matter of time until they defeat those 3 fairy knights. So it would seem. Man, that was too close for comfort. Still, once the rebels are done with the fairies, we can't be sure they won't turn their swords on us. Come on, Max, let's go look for MASH while everyone's occupied. We should save making contact with the rebel army for after. Can you show us where to go, Artoria? Right, of course, don't worry. I'm a great lockpicker. And besides, Da Vinci is right. We can't be sure the rebel army will see us as allies. So let's just find MASH and get out of here before anyone else sees us. Artoria is a great lockpicker, huh? She'd been playing Skyrim. Oh, that was the end. Okay, last node. We're fighting a saber here, huh? Merlin Magecraft lockpicking. Well, damn. I should have figured the locks on the Queen's own facilities would be really tough nuts to crack. True, the Round Table Army did manage to open the other 29 houses in the time it took for us to open one. Oh, man. I love Artoria in this shit, dude. She's such, like... She's such a fucking klutz airhead, man. I love her. I can't even claim credit for this one since Round Table Army ended up opening it too. Now, cheer up, Artoria. I mean, as a tech genius myself, I definitely get how you feel. But the important thing is that all the humans being kept in those houses were freed. Yeah, it's too bad we didn't find MASH, but that doesn't mean this was all a waste. At least now, we know she wasn't captured, and really, isn't that way better? Yeah, you're right. Wherever MASH is, I'm sure she's okay. Okay, everyone, this way, please. Don't worry, we have plenty of food and jackets to go around. We'll be on our way as soon as we've gotten everyone's names and checked you all for injuries. Also, if anyone knows about any of the other humans being kept here, please let us know. I can't believe it. It's an army of humans. An army of humans defeated the Queen's soldiers. Then the rumors of the Round Table Army were true. We don't have to do what they say anymore. We can go outside now? Really? But the knights said the outside was so dangerous that humans could die instantly and that we should stay here and study until we grow up. 2 years. 2 years since I last got to go outside. I have to hurry back to Glucester. I got separated from someone there, someone I care about deeply. That poor child. I only hope she was able to get by without me. I must say, I am very impressed by this Round Table Army's leadership. Whoops, that's not Tristan's voice. I must say, I am very impressed by this Round Table Army's leadership. They even took the knights they defeated into custody, sparing their lives instead of killing them. They are a properly disciplined army, not a lawless mob of killers. So it was Percival, the strongest of all human knights, who formed the Round Table Army. How this gladdens me. Well, I'm sure he isn't the same Sir Percival I knew. This other one is certainly doing his namesake proud. Oh, it's you guys. Thanks for your assistance earlier. It was a big help. We've been investigating this ranch closely for the past few months, so we knew its security would be the lightest today, but we definitely didn't know we wouldn't be the only ones making a move. I was especially surprised to see just how the 4 of you managed to take out one of Morgan's knights. We were all prepared to lose up to...
We were all prepared to lose up to 20% of our soldiers, but thanks to you guys, we got off with no more than a handful of casualties. So which of the cities Rebel are you from? Rebel Army are you from? I don't think I've seen you around the south before. Are you from the north then? I'd heard there was some trouble up in Sheffield. Maybe that's where you're from?
Artoria?
I'm sorry. Are you people really?
Oh, I see. I forget that we're still the only ones who don't distinguish people between fairies and humans in our head counts. Sorry if I offended you when I counted all 4 of you in as the same.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. Is everyone in the Round Table Army like you?
Ha! I don't know about that. We all have our own goals and our own ways of thinking. But one thing we all have in common is our faith in our commander. We all agree that Percival's ideals are worth fighting for. He's always talking about how the Child of Prophecy will appear one day, and how he wants to assemble as many like-minded allies as he can in the meantime. He says that way, when the Child of Prophecy finally does appear, there'll be a firm anti-Queen foundation in place to help take some of the heavy burden off their shoulders, but enough yammering for me. It looks like they're done with roll call, so we're going to start escorting some of the people to Londyminium. Want to come with us? We're always looking for more strong warriors like yourselves.
I'm sorry, but we have to pass for now. We would, but there's something else we have to do first.
That's right. We really appreciate the invitation, but we're actually trying to find a missing person right now.
Well, gotcha. That's too bad, but I can understand. You all take care then. Hope you're able to find this missing person of yours soon.
I guess that's that then, but you made the right call, Max. Honestly, I'm impressed you were able to turn him down.
Well, I could tell Artoria wasn't too keen on it, so...
While I would like to learn more about this Round Table Army, finding MASH absolutely comes first. It's just not the right time to join forces with them just yet. Exactly. I knew one of the original Knights of the Round Table would understand. You're a real gentleman's gentleman. Heh. Well, I am Tristan, Child of Sadness, not a knight who lives and dies on chivalry alone. That said, if Sir Bedivere were here too, I may have been forced to make a difficult decision. Max, get back!
Uh-oh.
So you attacked when security was at its lightest, huh? Devious of you, I'll give you that. But it won't win you the day. That's exactly the pathetic sort of conviction I expect from humans. If you thieves are gonna scuttle around in the shadows, you can't complain if you end up crushed under someone's boot. What's going on with this magical energy signal? I can't even get a reading on it.
What the Is that the knight that keeps those creatures tied up in chains? Is that knight keeping those creatures tied up in chains? That fire just took out most of the Round Table Army.
Huh? Squad 2, Squad 3, are you alright? Damn it, how many soldiers did we just lose? Are we the only ones who survived? That wall of flame, it can't be.
So a few yet live. That flame would have consumed you all if it had been an open field. But this ranch belongs to High Queen Morgan herself. I can't raze it to the ground. So I'll crush the rest of you with my own horns. Go on, humans. Try to fight back. Show me you're truly brave, and I'll be merciful. Show me you're cowards, and you'll have nothing from me.
Oh, this can't be happening. What is she doing here? That greatsword wreathed in black flame, silver white armor, fairy-eating black dogs. It's Tamlin Gwaine. Why's the queen's right-hand woman here? You.
Hey, yo.
If you refuse to take up your swords, then you aren't worthy to cross horns with me.
We've captured all the escaped humans, Lady Gwaine. We'll soon have the rest of these thieves captured as well. It'll be easy. We have 3 fairies for every human.
No need for that. They're my quarry. I'll handle this myself. I felt this same power from Gwaine in the Holy City. I can't let her overwhelm me. I have to try talking to her. So, you do have some backbone. Good. You're actually making me work up an appetite. Don't bother telling me who you are. I couldn't care less. The High Queen's told me all about you, boy. You must be the master from proper human history. Oh, spare me the surprise. The High Queen has told the Tamlin about the outside world you call proper human history. She also commanded us to capture you alive if the opportunity presented itself. Capture you, huh? How unlike her. Listen well, you shameless intruders. You uppity primates have a lot of nerve barging into fairy Britain like you own it. Tell me, in your world, it's considered courteous to welcome visitors from afar, right? Very well then, take up your swords, and I'll give you the welcome you want. I am Gwaine, Knight of the Fairy Round Table, sworn to protect Britain. Now with this name bestowed upon me by the High Queen, I shall destroy you without mercy. Uh-oh. Surely this isn't gonna be like the Gwaine fight from Camelot, right, chat? Clueless. Oh no. All right, give me a good Merlin. It's worse. It's not like Gwaine at Camelot. It's a lot worse than that, actually. Oh no, dude. All right. Again, chat. Just to reiterate this, I say this at the start of every boss fight normally. Don't give me clues or hints to what the mechanics of the fight are unless I ask. Let me try to experience it first and try to figure it out for myself what the mechanics are. There we go. It's at least a 20-30. And since it's a saber, we might as well go with Orion there and give him the good old Honey Lake. Gwaine ain't no gentleman, that I can tell. Don't worry, there's no mechanics. She's just gonna fuck you up. Oh no, man. Endurance battle. Oh, okay. So this isn't even the one we need to fight. Holy shit, she put a target focus on Merlin? Gain resistance to all attacks, foul weather. Class affinity change when attacking. Change class affinity when you attack to be the same as Berserker. Bonus effects when defeated. Increase your attack when the enemy is defeated. Oh, when an enemy is defeated. Triggers each turn, increase target focus. Apply target focus to a single enemy at the end of each turn. My magical energy is being drained? What? Hey, yo.
What do you mean by that? She can drain me all day. What? Oh my god! Bro. Might as well use that. He's dead. We actually only have one command spell. What the fuck? Oh, no crit? Hey, yo, bro. You can use the command spells, you just have to use them before she munches them away? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, Merlin's dead, that's alright. I used all of his skills. Oh! No. She not using her actual NP, huh? Yeah, she didn't even use her NP. It's just her, like, extra attack, I guess. Oh god, strong ether. Oh, come on, it's gonna be so close. Jesus, she's tanky. Fucking Christ. Mashu! Oh. Come on, let me break a bar, man. I was so close. She left us dry. My mind is... Whoops. My mind is fading. No, I'm not done yet. I can't give up yet. Matate! Huh.
Stay with me, Max. Oh no, he's seriously drained. I don't know how he's doing it, but that Tam Lin is somehow eating his command spells. I've never felt feedback quite like this before. It's still completely pathetic, but there's something more to it. You there, that look. It's not fear or despair, it's hatred? Good, you figured out that much at least. It's been a while, hasn't it? I could have gone my entire life without seeing you again and been happy. Oh well. You know her, Artoria? I don't know you. Oh my. This is straight up the fucking... Gwaine must have been the one that burned down her village, huh? Because we saw that in the memory. Her village was burning and she had to get away. What is the thing from the Avengers Endgame where he says, I don't even know who you are. And what did she say in response? I don't even know who you are. She say you will or some shit? I can't remember. But you will? Oh, okay, yeah. Castoria, you will. I don't know you. I don't remember ever seeing a pipsqueak like you before. Are you some weed I stepped on or something? Either way, don't talk to me again unless you're grown more. It's literally a pain in the neck, looking down to talk to you. Not that a runt like you... Not like a runt like you is even gonna do much growing. Why you? Why Ayata? But enough talk. You intruders will get no mercy from me. I have no more time to waste on you. Die now, humans and servants alike. Huh? A bowstring? Indeed. A bewitched, unbreakable bowstring I can wield however I wish, to be more specific. You'll never be able to get past it no matter how strong you are. So it would seem. Is this one of the Wing Clan's threads? I'm surprised there weren't any left. But so what? You don't actually think you can defeat me with this, do you? Defeat you? No. Detain you? Yes. Da Vinci, Artoria, take Max and get him out of this town. I'll hold Gwaine here and ensure she doesn't come after you. You got it. Honestly, it's not gonna be easy, but I'll make sure he gets out of here no matter what. Come on, Max. I'll carry you on my mechanical arms. Stand up, Artoria. I'll carry you too if I could, but I'm afraid I just can't. Huh? But what about you, Tristan? Don't worry about me. It would seem this is where I die. Huh? You're not serious, right? You can't just throw away your life like that. Besides, you're too injured to... It's all right. Besides, this isn't the first time I've faced down Sir Gwaine like this. Besides, I've already thought of a trump card I can use against her if it all works out. I should be able to catch up to you soon enough. That said, I'm afraid I can't use it with all of you here. Go on, my king. Please, hurry. You are still at the beginning of your journey. Okay, I'm ready. Come on, follow me. If you can't keep up, I'm going to leave you all behind. You get that, right? Hey, Cessus with the raid. Thank you so much. How are y'all doing? We are finishing up the last note. Maybe we'll go one more note. I don't know. I was planning to finish after this note, and we're at the very end of it. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I appreciate it. I hope your stream was good. Let me guess. You've decided to sacrifice yourself to let your companions escape. Oh, come now. That should have gone without saying. You really are Sir Gwaine. Your body is strong and hard like a rock, but then, so is your head. Tell me something. Are all servants like you? Pawns who are willing to throw away their lives for their master because they neither fear death nor know what it is to truly live? I don't know if I'd put it that way. Even servants hope to avoid death. In fact, I'd say we fear death even more than we did when we were alive. For we heroic spirits know all too well how miraculous it is to be summoned. We know that this opportunity will never come again. We know how rare it is to be granted dreams even after death. Most of all, we know what dying feels like. We know how painful and how bitter and how sad it can truly be.
You may think that we can bear it because we've experienced it before, but you would be wrong. Death is something living things can only bear once. To suffer the pain of my own death over and over, or to make others grieve my passing several times, is simply more than I can take. If I may confide, I'm hoping you'll let me escape with my life. Whether you live or die is neither up to you. The only one I mean to kill is your master. If you're willing to stand down, I'm willing to let you go. It would be shame to waste this impressive technique of yours. Even if your master were dead, you could still live a good life here in Fairy Britain. No, Tamlin Gwaine, I could not. That is why I am going to stop you. It is the least I can do to repay the debt I owe to the one who trusted in my knighthood, even when I was fighting against him in a moment of weakness. I know nothing of your life or circumstances, and I confess I do not care a whit about your idea of justice. My only interest is in using this life of mine for the one I love, no matter what it takes. Oh! You tied my whole body up in string? When did you do that? But so what? If you think a mere human can hold me down, you're... What is this? How is this even possible? How did you put up these strings all over my town without magical energy? I never even saw you move your hands. Oh! Indeed, these restraints rely on my weight, not strength. The mass of this very town, this culmination of human technology, is what holds you in place. Thanks to our earlier battle, I know very well how strong you are, and I know you cannot break these restraints with brute force alone. I may no longer have the fingers on my right hand, but I still have my mouth. Now, otherworldly knight, prepare to face the full force of my airstrike. Wait, what does he mean he doesn't have the fingers on his right hand? Did he play the fucking harp so hard that his fucking fingers burned off? Or what's going on with the sprite there? He literally has no hand? How'd that happen? He lost his arm? When? How? What? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Did he just play? He played the harp so fucking hard his hand fell off. That is a nasty ass sprite. Now, otherworldly knight, prepare to face the full force of my airstrike. What? You say it's lowly human technology that holds me in place? That does it. You deserve to die a miserable death after all, servant. I'm going to dash any hopes you had of this pathetic trick working. Oh, what the fuck? He got his arm back, chat. What the fuck? Huh? True form. No! Tristan! He didn't even get to say his last words, dude. His last words were his noble phantasm.
Are you hurt, Lady Gwaine? And what are you going to do about the ranch?
Don't worry about it. I'll take full responsibility when reporting to Her Majesty. Now, gather the fastest runners and go after that human and servant who managed to escape. You should be able to catch up to them quicker than me right now. I'll join afterwards, don't worry. I'm not just saying it like that idiot knight did a moment ago. Once you catch up, surround and restrain them, but don't kill them until I get there.
Yes, Lady Gwaine, consider it done.
That hurt more than I expected. My whole body still feels a little numb. I should have asked that man's name. He deserved that much before I killed him. Hold on. What was that, Whiny? Wow! What the hell? What was that sound?
Sorry, I'll explain later. Right now, we need to get away from the fairies chasing us. Can you stand? Can you run? Okay, I'm gonna put you down now. Run for it! How can Earth Clan fairies be so fast? They're almost on us, Da Vinci. Ah, damn it, right after Tristan managed to buy us some time, too. But what can we do? There's nowhere to hide out. Huh? What's that sound? Oh good, I made it. I heard you guys were in trouble, so I figured, hey, Fairy Knight King Oberon to the rescue. You guys know what carriages are, right? Great, then get in. I'll catch you up later. Huh? A carriage? As in a carriage? The kind only the clan heads are allowed to use? What? What the fuck?
That's right. Two.
What the fuck is Red Hair doing here? Give him an apple.
That's right. Tools that exploit animals are prohibited by British law. But there are some fairies out there who voluntarily provide such labor themselves. My name is Redrabit, the Fae Horse. I'm a Fang Clan fairy who's always been fascinated with carriage culture. I usually serve Lady Aurora, but just this once, I agreed to serve Lord Oberon as well. Something tells me that this is fate at work, so why not sit back and see how the carriage ride could be?
So, it's a carriage, but with a fairy for the horsepower? Red Rabbit?
There's a whole lot I'd like to comment on here, but for now, I'll just say great timing, Oberon. Come on, guys, get on. Those soldiers will never catch us now.
It's not Red Hair, it's Red Rabbit. So I'm assuming that's like a placeholder, just like y'all were explaining to me in 5.5 that Fox Girl wasn't Fox Girl in fucking Shamosa. She was like literally just a stand-in fucking sprite.
Clever of them. Do you know who that carriage belongs to?
No, my lady. One of our soldiers used to build carriages, but he said he didn't recognize the design. He thinks one of the clans must have made it without the High Queen's permission. I'm so sorry we couldn't be of more help.
No matter. Call the soldiers back. We're returning to Camelot.
Are you sure, my lady?
I don't have time to go around chasing after rats. No, scratch that. They're not even rats. Britain is the High Queen's garden, and no garden is entirely free of pests. I just let my temper get the better of me this time. Next time we meet, I'll grind them beneath my boot. Assuming I ever do meet them again, of course. We have someone much better at squashing bugs in any case.
Oh, you mean Fair Lancelot, the strongest Tamlin in all of Britain. She'll crush those bugs in no time, no matter where they try to hide.
Why are you talking about... What, they're whispering. Why are you talking about Lady Lancelot in front of Lady Gwaine, you idiot? Have you got a death wish?
Forgive me, Lady Gwaine. I mean no disrespect. You are, of course, the strongest of the Tamlet.
It's all right. You're correct. She is the strongest. But watch your tongue next time. She's not the strongest of the Tamlin. She's the strongest creature in all of Fairy Britain. She isn't even the same category as us. Do remember that.
Yes, my lady. I'll never forget it again.
Good. Now bring the captured humans here so I can deal with them before we leave.
Please, wait. You've got it all wrong. This wasn't our fault. Those soldiers opened up the doors without asking. I told them we didn't want to go. Please, don't kill me. I'll never hope for freedom again. I still have 10 years left. Doesn't that make me a valuable slave? Please, just spare me.
Know your place, dog. Any human who so much as thinks about running away is worthless, even as a slave. This new form suits you much better. By the time I'm done breaking you in, maybe you'll even be ready to rejoin your fellow human slaves.
Monka.
Break me, mommy. Central Plains. They said that their base was over in the east too. I wonder where that's at. It must be maybe the crystals over there. Because it's not that, right? That's got their own shit fucking going on right now. It must be, I bet, maybe over there? Yeah, this little town over here, that's got to be their base. The current rebel army, I bet. Rip Tristan, man. Yeah, that's a good place to stop. And then this, what was the, what were these fragments? That's about MASH, right? The fragments are MASH's story. So next stream we'll start off with Mashu. Seeing what Mashu's up to now. Do we do our daily disappointment? Have I done it yet? I might have already done it. Yeah, I did my daily disappointment. I would really like Canis. That's what I'm mainly trying to get. Man, why do archers always get the cool sacrifice moments? Old man Lee. I know, I don't think I have a U. I do kind of want you. Or do I? Maybe I do. I think I actually have summoned her before. She's limited too, right? I can't remember. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm thinking of Summer U. Let me look. I definitely have it leveled, or if I have her. Yeah, never mind. I don't have her. I thought I had her, but I must have just been thinking of, I can't wait to see what her summon dialogue is, dude, if I get her. Her summon dialogue is like, what? You summoned me? Of all the people to summon me. Python, she's hot. She is very pretty. 1 paid quartz. And Lee is also story locked. Yeah, so I could take either of them. I'd like you. She's cute. Servant? Writer. Mandracardo, my best friendo. All right, that's that. Imagine getting NP3 Koyan, dude. After hitting pity too. I'm already so angry about that, dude. You have no idea. We hit pity on Koyan, and then she literally comes the next multi. That cannot tell you how fucking angry that makes me. It's very on brand. I got the lore accurate Koyan Skya in my Chaldea, that's for sure. All right, well, that was a fantastic first stream. I'm definitely interested in more of the Lostbelt. I have to say, I still don't understand why story-wise this Lostbelt is so hyped up. Like nothing, even though it's interesting, I don't see Lostbelt 7 still seems more interesting to me than this Lostbelt. Drying you up before appearing? Yeah, literally. Oh yeah, we have the notes in the corner. Did anything new happen? I don't think so. Yeah, nothing new. We did check this out earlier. That is cool. How I love how there's the notes here up in the corner. We're still in Act 1. I know. We're still not even. I think Section 9 is the end of Part 1, 6.1, right? Like, goddamn. LB6 is such a giant lore galore. Oh boy, yeah. We're still in the beginning. We just finished section 3. I feel like Tristan dying there is definitely a good place to stop though. F in the chat for my boy Tristan. You haven't seen anything yet? Yeah, obviously not, because everyone says Lostbelt 6 is the best story chapter, even better than LB7 is what I've heard the JP players say. I just don't know what it is yet, because like I haven't experienced like literally anything yet. But story-wise, I was saying before starting this that LB7, I'm mostly hyped because the foreign god is there, Rasputin is there, David has a grand servant and he's there, and David is also the only cryptor that was on par with the power level of Wodime is what they said. And then also they're summoning a fucking ultimate one to be the vessel for the foreign god. That sounds fucking insane, right? Going into LB7, knowing all of that shit, that sounds way more exciting than what's going on here in LB6. But like y'all said, we haven't experienced anything yet, so it's obviously gonna get way crazier. LB6 has Morgan. That evens it out. I still don't know Morgan's power. I mean, obviously, she's insanely powerful. She was able to do fucking, we're assuming she has Rogue Demiliad, and she was able to bring down Rogue Demiliad in LB5, right? And we also know Rogue Demiliad is, like, my hypothesis at the moment is that Rogue Demiliad works in the same way as a Tree of Emptiness, the way they described it in Garden of Avalon. And so that's really interesting, and I hope we get more lore there, because that shit sounds super interesting to me, how Rogue Demiliad is, like, literally holding... Rogue Demiliad's the only reason this Lostbelt hasn't gone away after the Tree of Emptiness, because it's able to literally hold the texture in place, right? So that's really interesting. Thought we agreed to use Rongo Bongo? True, Rongo Bongo, my bad. All right, we passed the giant potato in the field, chat, and we didn't comment on it. I'm kind of bummed about that. What's going on with that giant potato? All right, yeah, that's gonna have to do it for the stream, though. I'm sorry to end it right after getting a big raid, but let's see if there's anyone else we can host that's not further in the story than I am, of course. Isn't the feet event still going on? Is Tolo streaming the Oh, Tolo's just starting. All right, yeah, let's go raid Tolo, and I think they're doing translation of the JP event, the Feet Grand Order event. Y'all like feet pics? Feet event is good, Civ. Yeah, so we'll go raid him. All right, chat, thank you so much for watching. Next stream will either be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, most likely. It'll definitely be within the next 2 days, so expect that in the morning, early morning. Thanks for hanging, everyone. Go raid Tolo. Let's do a message. Let's do a Feet Grand Order, baby. All right, copy and paste that, chat, and we're gonna go raid Tolo. All right. All right. Peace, everyone. I love y'all, and go show Tolo some love. See y'all in the next 2 days or so. We will continue LB6. Bye-bye.
Maximizing.